Bam, we're live, Yang Gang. God damn it, it is election night. And I got my homie riding shotgun with me here, Aaron from Humanity Films, down in the OKC area.
What's up,
He's out in
guys?
the great outdoors there.
That's right.
It's still warm in Oklahoma. It's cold up here. It is cold.
Is nice outside, actually. I can't complain.
Man, I went out with my hoodie on, my sock hat. I had my little Sony 4K camera on my shoulder mount and did some video and took some photos and talked to people and just had a great time. Hey, Emmy says, "God damn, indeed." That's how you start a live stream, people. I have my colorful way of introducing people. But now I do want to talk about this before we can get into the results. We already know Indiana's been called. As soon as they said we're closed, Trump.
Yeah.
Kentucky's called for Trump already, and a couple other states. We'll get into the map here in a few minutes. But I just want to talk about what Aaron said earlier, that you're thinking about running.
I've come to a decision.
Dude, I think that's brilliant. You should, because you're a reasonable conservative who has true core values that you can stick to. Simple. Yeah. No ideologues, no cult.
No, I was actually just thinking, like, I just don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the problem, is a lot of these guys, they just really, really care, and they just got to get reelected. I just don't care. Like, I got a business. I'll go back to that. You know, if I lose, ain't no big deal. I'll be fine. I can make it by myself. And
that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Well, I'm still thinking about,
I got to get reelected, do whatever I got to do, cut whoever's throat. And it's just like,
right.
It'll be okay.
Well, that's the thing I was looking at. Like, if any of my candidates in my district fail and don't get elected, I'm going to run. But I'm not going to run as a Dem or a Republican because I don't align with either one politically or policy-wise. I'm thinking about running as a third-party candidate under the People's Party because it's new, and I can be like a sacrificial lamb, if you will, and they can kind of do a dry run with me and be that first generation of people to get pushed through. And just, if I lose, I'm not running to win, let's be honest. In Michigan, where I'm at, it's very red.
Yeah.
So I'm running to prove a concept and to introduce ideas like ranked choice voting in Michigan in 2022. That's my main goal. Yeah. Ranked choice voting, because in Michigan, we actually passed a thing to do a redistricting, so there can be no more gerrymandering, no more redrawing the lines in Michigan. So they're having like Republicans, Democrats, independents, and non-politically affiliated people. They're gonna draw people in. They're gonna do like a 1-year thing to so after the winter, they're gonna do a thing where they're gonna go meet in Lansing and redo the map and say, let's say 70,000 people per district, whatever that means. You know, I'm just gonna pick a number. Yeah. We're gonna do it, and we're gonna make it. The premise is every district should be 51-49. If you think that's how a true election should be, that way policies win every time, not ideologues. And so the idea is to redraw the map, have it be 50-50 as best as possible with the map they have without looking like a keyhole or some crap, you know? Just here's a square. That's your district, and keep it simple. Oh, what the hell? Andrew Yang is in the house. What the hell is going on, guys?
Hey, guys. I'm in the show. Look at this. I have a beard. What's up, boys?
What a surprise. And I know you know who Aaron is because he interviewed you. Or was it?
Hey, man, how are you? Did you get a haircut? Is your hair
I'm well. How are you, sir?
What happened?
This is the wildest thing ever. I literally just, guys, just so you know, I sent Andrew a DM and said, just in case you ever have time tonight, I'll be on all night. And God dang it, he's here. This has made my night. You gave me a shout out, and I appreciate it. And so you're on CNN on and off all night, right?
You know, they have me on for like the early morning shift tomorrow morning, which is A-okay. Because right now they're focused on getting vote totals.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And so like I'm more like the interpreter. so they're
you got to interpret the bullshit and give it to us in plain language.
So I'm supposed to interpret starting early tomorrow morning. So I have the night to just be like you all and get in vote totals. Though in our case, like the other thing we're doing is we have a war room going where people are monitoring results for the Humanity Forward candidates.
Is that on the website? Or is it like pretty small?
No, it's just dudes with laptops. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
There's one dude with a laptop.
Yeah.
There's another dude with a laptop.
What's up, Connor? But yeah,
we're just checking in on results in real time, seeing who's winning. I got to say, I'm as invested in the local candidates almost as I am the top line.
Well, I went and visited John Hoadley, who was on your podcast about a week and a half ago, I think it was. In Michigan, he's one of my district. John Hoadley is running for Congress, U.S. Congress against Fred Upton. So he's looking okay to start with, but we're going to see what happens.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. John Hoadley in Kalamazoo. Like candidates like that, I'm super into. Because our big move is going to be to try and get cash relief, and having aligned members of Congress who are into cash relief is, very key part of that. So that's one of the things that I'm as focused on tonight. I personally, as you all know, I think Joe wins. So I'm trying to figure out who else is going to win. I mean, we'll see if I'm right, but that's where my head is.
Well, I know you said you wanted 3. That's the magic number. You want 3, and I can get behind that.
I want 3 congressional victories that are significantly attributed to Yang Gang efforts. So that was my goal, and we'll see when we get there. I mean, we've endorsed a lot of people that have real uphill races, so it's not we didn't take any easy ones really.
No,
they're all uphill battle. Like John Hoadley. I mean, Hoadley is. I think that he's got a real chance to win, but I guess he can consider the underdog.
Yeah, Fred's been there for 33 years.
Exactly, freaking multi-decade incumbent. The re-election rate for incumbent members of Congress is 94%. So if you have a challenger and an incumbent, you just assume the incumbent wins.
Yeah,
and your assumption is correct 19 out of 20 times. So so that's just, I am the math guy, so I understand the odds.
Well, John Hoadley's running against Fred Upton, and just so people put it in context, he's like Michigan is the poor man's version of Trump. He's a Whirlpool trust fund baby. Everyone has a Whirlpool appliance in their house in the world. Literally, they own all of them. They bought everyone out. There's no competition in the United States except for LG, to be honest with you. So his family owns Whirlpool. I wonder why he's been in Congress for so long.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no relationship there, boys. I'm sure it's just happenstance that.
Yeah, what do you know?
Like the Whirlpool Empire. Aaron, where are you physically? You're not in Michigan, are you?
Hey, right. Hard work, man.
He's in Oklahoma.
Oh, it's good fun.
Yeah, but he did vote for Biden.
Yeah, nice work.
Yeah. So,
look, I got a bat.
Hey guys,
I don't want to talk about it.
I'm getting called away to see whether there's a race that's being called for someone. But appreciate the heck out of both of you. Thank you, boys. Thank you, Aaron. Have a great time tonight. Yeah, let's go.
All right, gang. There's the orders. Thanks, Andrew.
You guys are the best. Appreciate the heck out of you.
Later. Thanks. What the fuck?
I appreciate it, Andrew. Oh my goodness.
How wild is that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. It's kind of your video's breaking up a little bit, but I see.
Right. Yeah, super random.
I told you, man. You never know.
Yeah, sorry about that. I told you I have horrible. You never know who's gonna pin the voices string for sure.
I'm telling you, I put it out there.
I'm trying to find a decent spot.
Yeah, man. That just
he is truly a man of people, right? You can just.
It is crazy, man. Look, guys, literally right before we went live, like
want my vote.
Go back and change it. Write them in.
Almost.
Yeah, guys, I was literally just bullshit with Aaron live. Yeah, and I just sent him on a DM, and he answered. I'm like, because people have fucked with me before and said it says Andrew Yang, but it's not. It's someone fucking with me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, haha, yeah. So at first I'm like, yeah, okay. Then he popped up, started moving. I was like, oh wait, that is Andrew. Oh shit, wow. That's crazy, man. No, that was not planned, guys. I just sent him a DM invite just in case. And Aaron's like, dude, he's gonna be busy. I was like, I know.
He is a man people, what? How much more presidential can you be? The man just pops up on the live stream randomly.
Hey, he popped my chair. That's my first time. I've been trying to get an interview with him forever.
You got to be ready, man. You got to be ready.
Man. We was ready, though. I'm glad you was here with me.
Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Wild,
my stream
man.
was breaking up. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, here
But
comes
we were just
Mia.
talking about that, right? How he remembers everybody. Like, it's amazing.
Mia, did you
Who's
you
that?
just missed a pretty huge moment, just so you know.
Oh no.
Andrew Yang was here for about 5 minutes.
You're kidding.
No, maybe even 10. I don't know. He's
No,
bullshit.
it's
Oh,
real.
God.
Like, come on.
Smack me in the face. Why didn't I show up 5 or 10 minutes earlier?
It's
My heart sinks now 1,000 feet into the darkest depths of the ocean.
the weirdest thing ever. I just happened to send him a DM right when
Don't
me and
feel
Aaron
bad.
went live.
No.
Oh, it's so wild, man.
I just got out of Humanity Hang with Stacy Rutland and I was transitioning and
Yeah. Andrew's just sitting there in a room with I think it's Conrad and some other guy on laptops, just keeping up with the local candidates that he's supporting. So we haven't even gotten to the maps yet. Me and Aaron are just bullshitting for a minute.
Yeah.
Like for like
counter. Joe's Biden 85, Trump 55. I don't know what the states are.
this is my luck. My luck.
So I'm gonna bring up the live stream here, or bring up the I gotta bring up the windows with the maps and shit. Let's see here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check in with Fox. So guys, on the Trickle Up homepage, we've got every single place that's live streaming it right now. Like all of them. I got Fox, TYT, David Pacman. Nerds is going to be live at midnight.
Very cool.
Grassroots. Who else? Mia the Curve. Oh, no, this isn't updated. My bad. This don't have Fox News on it yet. I got to update it. There we go. And Joe Rogan's live right now with Kyle Kalinske and Tim Dillon. That's wild. Then The Hill has their coverage started. Of course, I can't play them, so I'll get taken down lickety split. But just so you guys can go check them out, it's all on the. Here's Fox. So Fox actually has like just a map. Let's just pause it. Let me kill that. Oh, who just jumped in? Oh, that's Aaron. He's trying to jump back in. Let me remove him from here. Kick him. And bring him back in. There he is. Yeah, so Fox has this image up right now. Blue is already called, yellow is leaning, and then red is red, But I can't play the video because I'll get kicked off. So
My hubby was just looking at an in-depth Florida map. There's only a few counties left, like over in the corner by Alabama and Tallahassee.
yeah.
And they are more rural. It looks like they're going to push it over towards Trump, but
Okay, so let's check this out. So right now it shows Trump at 50%, Biden at 48.8. So it's real within like 180,000 votes.
it's nuts how close it is. They were neck and neck for just a little bit there. And then those rural counties away from those big cities started coming in, and it just narrowed the lead. By U.S. standards, we have like infamously tight elections.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to a different place to see if they can give me some better information to work with here.
Can you pull
What's that, Aaron?
Give me a separate window with that other map. Can you pull back up that separate window with the map with all the states?
Oh, that one?
Just put it on the side.
Yeah, that's on Fox. Yeah, that's on Fox. Okay, so right now, let's look at the candidates too for Humanity Forward. Let's see here. Republican up. It's only 10% reporting in that district. Okay, let's see what we got here. Not much to report on in Florida. Yeah, your audio is janky, man. Yep. That's why you don't go live that often, huh? Oh, shit. But it doesn't really show. It just shows Trump. Yeah, same thing here. Oh, here we go. Full results. Let's check out Florida. Let's see what Jorgensen. So Jorgensen got 60,000 votes. That's not bad. And Howie Hawkins. And there we go. That's the map we want. What is this saying? Okay, so yeah, Aaron looks like he's froze. Okay.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
He'll come back around. But yeah, so it
Sure.
shows right now. Wait, let me. Oh, here we go. This will work. Oh, this goes county by county. Okay. So here's, let me scoot down. Miami-Dade County. Only this is 46% reporting. Has Biden up in, that's Miami County there. Miami's county. Dade. So he's up by a pretty good margin in that county. So they're pretty much calling it looks like. So these are the big. Broward is the other. That's Miami, and then Fort Lauderdale's up here in Palm Beach. Yeah. So these are pretty good, but you got a couple counties here that's got much of nothing. 0% reported in all these ones.
Yeah, there's a lot of fill in the top and on the left.
Yeah. So right now we still have. It doesn't give us our totals. Oh, 86% counted in Florida. Florida's a big one. Okay. So let's go check out. I'm gonna check out Michigan because that's where I live. Where do you live, Mia? Where do you live, Mia? Oh, you're up north. What the fuck? I keep forgetting, man. You're up north.
I'm in Cadillac, Michigan.
Yes. Let's look at Michigan. I'm gonna look up my boy John Hoadley and let's see here. So that's the Associated Press. I don't like that one. I like this one. Okay, so let's kill this bullshit. Oh, this has got a tracker, but it doesn't really. Okay, so 7 minutes ago, 1% in. Oh, what's the point? Look at that, 30,000, 20. Come on, jackasses. Well, Michigan's polls just closed 20 minutes ago too. So the thing is with Michigan, they can't count the Oh, yep. Aaron had to just jump on out, man. No big deal, man. Oh man, that sucks. But yeah, so Michigan's one of those states that let me bring this up for you guys too. Where'd that little thing I had saved up? Shit, where is that? Okay, there we go. So this is what we want to see. So I'm gonna take this off, and here's the big thing that makes the biggest thing. Let me remove this. Add. This is what we got to keep in mind tonight, guys. In Michigan, they can start counting before Election Day on the absentee ballots, right? But they really haven't gotten them turned in yet. But over here, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, Alabama, Mississippi, they can't count a single fucking vote until the polls close at 8 p.m. These four are not even going to be close tonight. You got millions of things to count. I mean, so these 5 battleground states are counting throughout the day, and these Arizona, Georgia, Minnesota, Nevada has given us the best numbers to start with because they can count absentee ballots as they receive them. And so that's something to keep in the back of our minds about this. When they start reporting things, it's just kind of crazy.
So Georgia's numbers are going to be really accurate comparatively.
They'll have their results in quicker. Yep. And so let me go back and see if I can find some Georgia business. If you guys see any better places too, let me know, man, because I'm trying to find the most up-to-date ones. Let's go look at Georgia. Georgia looks like it's going to be, it's going to be a fight. Okay.
Last time I looked, it was pretty close.
Okay, so here's Georgia. Let me see. Oh, it's only 18% reporting. It's still early, guys. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be. But like they said, Indiana, Kentucky called that shit so quick. Same thing with Vermont. And I think it's Virginia has been called for Biden. Yeah, so it's pretty early in Georgia. But this is typical. Big cities blue, blue, kind of lightly blue, but then all this shit red everywhere around, man. It's just crazy. Which is just typical of the country, especially down south.
Yeah, that's kind of the dynamic.
Same thing in Michigan. Detroit, then there's the rest of the state, really, what it comes down to. It's kind of crazy.
I think Flint's got some influence too.
Rad Max is in the house. Oh yeah, guys, let me I forgot. If anyone wants to jump in here, man, anybody, as long as you're not a dickhead about things, you can hang out.
Talk to you face to face, Rad. I know we've
Yes. See, Rad's been on here before, man. She's a sweetheart. She's over in Hawaii. Last I knew. But yeah, I'm gonna finish my drink, but I got some beers for tonight, man. It's gonna be a long one. If I got to, I might try and go 24 hours. I've never done that before. My record's 6.5 hours. So we'll see. I might have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night sometime.
Yeah, I'm not making it that long. I promise you that much. I got kids.
Well, and guys, I wish I could stream this conversation. I really wish I could bring that in and just watch it. But you guys, like I said, go to the Trickle Ups homepage. And just so you guys know, I'm going to give Mia 100% of the credit on this. The Trickle Up is going to be the Netflix of politics, man. That is a great.
It's not that great. It's a pretty common concept. I don't need credit for something like that. You know, that's for the collective mind.
But it's a good catchphrase. It rhymes and shit, man. That matters. The Netflix of politics. No one else has claimed that title yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be Coke, not Pepsi. And that term is Coke as far as I'm concerned. Everybody else that tries it can be Pepsi. So I'll show you guys, man. Our homepage is looking really good right now. I'm quite pleased with it. So I'll show you what it looks like on the mobile version. That way, here, let me go over to the editing side of it, and you guys can see the behind the scenes shit. So if you guys go on your phones, if you're watching on your phones, this is kind of what the website looks like now. So you got Joe Rogan on there. Oops. You got The Hill. We got Fox News, TYT. It was David Pacman. The Nerds will go live at midnight. Oh, I got David Pacman on there twice. Oh, you jackass. That's my bad. And then Bo of the Fifth Column. I'm a huge fan of his. And then, of course, us over here. So right now, that's what we got on our homepage. Oops, let me turn that off. Go back. Oh, you son of a bitch. It don't matter. There. But yeah, man, that's what we're trying to do is
You need to be nicer to yourself, boys.
why?
You keep calling yourself such horrible names. You're a sweetheart.
I called myself a horrible name.
You called yourself you son of a bitch.
Oh, I do that all the time. Yes, I'm very self-deprecating sometimes. I'm talking to myself. Yeah, hey, man, the link's in here. Come on, Aaron. I said Aaron. That's the other.
Ariel.
This is Aaron. This is Ariel over in L.A. We did have one Trump dude go through in Benton Harbor, Michigan, which is a very diverse community, and driving down there on a loudspeaker, it's not too late to vote for Donald Trump. And I had my Black Lives Matter hoodie on. And yeah, the link is in the comments, guys. I put it in there at 8:24. 3 minutes. What's up, Ariel?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah.
I was
Hi,
just
Ariel.
on. Hi, I was just on Annette's. Annette the Peacemaker. She had the Yang Gang report live, so I was just on there. So I'm hopping in here. I mean, the best thing to ever come out of politics is the Yang Gang. So I'd much rather be spending it with all you guys because we just get into like all the nuances and stuff like that.
That's right.
That's
Annette
it.
the Peacemaker. She
What's
had
up,
the
Brad?
Yang Gang report live. It's on there, so I'm hopping in here. I mean, the best thing to ever come out of politics is the
Echo.
Yang Gang. So,
I think that's
I
Rad.
think someone probably has it on a feedback.
Rad, you got yours still playing in the background. It's echoing.
Hold on. It's on there, so I'm hopping.
Guess she's gonna fix that first.
Rad
Yeah.
was from Australia, right? Or,
Lives in Hawaii.
oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember.
She's coming back in now.
All right.
There she is.
Okay, let's see. Test. Okay, so
Guess she's gonna
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I've got earphones on, so I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, from Australia, living in Hawaii.
God.
There
Oh,
she
that's
is.
because you have it playing you probably have it on YouTube. You have to exit out of the YouTube one and just
Oh,
use this.
that would be it. Probably because
Yeah.
YouTube. Okay, bye YouTube. Okay.
There it is.
Sorry, guys. It's been a
Okay.
while. Yeah,
There it
I
is.
don't know if I can stick around long because, like, I decided long before this election that I was going to go back to my original game plan after Andrew Yang dropped out, which was to go totally off grid. So I'm on satellite via solar right now, and it's just started to get dark here. So I don't know how long I can stick around. My inverter's beeping at me already.
Well, just
Wow,
you guys,
that's
Wow.
amazing.
and just so you guys know, this is Rad Max. She's been doing some shit behind the scenes for quite some time for Andrew Yang and the Yang Gang, and I like the new hair color, by the way.
It changes all the time, boys. You know that.
It was
Keep you
red
all on
last-
your toes. It's purple today, so it's not red. It's not blue. It's somewhere
Yeah,
in the middle. It's,
It was
you know,
red the last time I saw it. It was really a bright red color, and
yeah, it usually is, but for election day, it's purple. Because I'm just like, dude, I don't even know. Like I said in the comments, this is not the
because
election.
it's like a red and blue mix that
Yeah,
makes it purple.
exactly. Because, like, honestly,
Like,
I don't really care either way right now. It's like whoever wins, dude, I'm doing my thing here in Hawaii.
Right. Yeah,
I barely get on the internet these days. I haven't been on the internet. I haven't done YouTube in like 6
I think
months.
that's what's important about us because like we all came from different. I mean, I'm thinking whoever wins, we're just gonna preach the gospel of like Yang and UBI, you know, and it doesn't even matter. I mean, we're just gonna lay the groundwork. Let's say worst case scenario, okay, and nobody go nuts, but Trump wins and we get like 10 UBI endorsed candidates into Congress.
Right.
It's not the end of the world. You know, just in that if we can fill Congress with these pro UBI people, but we have a little Republicans remaining thing, there's something good to come out of this either way, I think.
well, I want to do a quick update too because I found a better screen that is really good. I got to zoom in on it first. It's really fucked up. Here we go. So I like this map because we can go to Maine. Shows Trump up 81. 1% reporting. So who gives a fuck? 5% reporting. Nobody cares. 30%.
This is the Google map, right?
This is the AP.
Oh yeah, yes, the one that is showing if people type in. If you type in election results on Google, this is the one that shows up as the AP.
Yes,
So-
yes. And so you just hover over state. So it's 33% reporting. They already called Biden as 2-1. Looks like 1% reporting. They already called it in Massachusetts. That's insane. First of all, that's just dumb. That's just so stupid. I can't stand it.
I don't know. Like, yeah.
Connecticut, 4% reporting. Let's go on to Biden. I'm like, okay. Rhode Island.
Look, as soon as you get up to that middle of America there, South Dakota and Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas there, you know it's all over because everything to the west of that is blue. Right? Pretty
Right.
much.
Yeah.
I don't know, Arizona can go kind of whatever, but like the whole West Coast is blue.
I kind of like to call like that whole part like Redneckistan or something.
Oh, hi.
I'm just,
I apologize to anybody who got offended.
I'm joking. I'm just playing. I think the word. I think it's got fun because like a lot of places in the Middle East are like known for being a little backwards and called a stance. So I just kind of like that funny little thing.
Here, look at Illinois. 7% reporting called it. I don't understand this. Like, not moving. 74% Biden over 2-1 here in Kentucky. 18% reporting. What? South Carolina? How can they call it when it's really not that far? 5 points.
Right. Yeah.
They're really
close.
confident that it's going to be that red.
You know, let's look at the Columbia or the South Carolina breakdown. So, it doesn't show it it can't hover here. Huh. Because you still got these. That's because these rural counties haven't reported yet. They're probably traditionally red. That's why they're probably going that way.
That's what I was going to say. Has it got something to do with the particular counties as opposed to like, cities versus rural? They can probably base it on history of the
Yeah.
voting of rural versus the urban
Right.
areas, and I think that's what they're doing.
That does mean there is also the potential that eventually they might have to reverse a decision or two if people did turn out the youth vote in ways that they weren't expecting.
But let's look at Texas. 70,000 votes, 46% reported. Let's look at the map.
That's crazy. Texas is
So, look,
blurring.
Anybody's
40
game in Texas.
Well, let's think about this. Half the state is reported, and all you see is about 5 blue fucking rural that nobody's there.
Yeah.
But
Right.
half the state lives in 6
Well, they're
places.
gonna go red. They're gonna go red. It's
Yeah.
Texas, man. If you're rural and you're Texas, it's red.
Yeah.
I mean, I lived in Texas. I know that.
But over here in El Paso, that might be blue. That's Julian Castro and Beto territory.
Right.
and there's probably
And it's
some
really
blue
close to
around
Buenos
blue
Aires.
in the city too, like in the suburbs and such of those areas
Yeah.
that go out to counties.
So this is interesting, man. Like, I would just be floored if Texas is even close. Let's be honest. If it's even close, I'll be floored. Let's see, New Jersey, 9%. They're calling it. I don't understand this. I don't like this shit. This is just so weird. Anyway, what do I know? I'm not in charge. But again, I think Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. If Biden wins one or two of those, it's damn near over. I mean,
Yeah,
it really is.
Florida and North Carolina are the states to watch on the East Coast. They're saying that
And
those are the two states
Georgia.
that will pretty much tell us what's going to happen.
I think Georgia, but here's the thing. No president has ever won without having Ohio or Pennsylvania. Ever.
Right.
That's a historical thing.
Yeah.
So I'm really keep an eye on these two. So if Biden gets one of these, and if Biden gets like North Carolina or Georgia or Florida, that's 2 out of those 6, 7. It's damn near game point set and match.
I think Biden's going to take Georgia.
It's going to be close, you know. So I don't know. We'll I don't want to sit there and stare at that fucking map. It's going to be a long night as it is, you know. Let's just bullshit for a while if you guys want to. But yeah,
I was just in a humanity hang, and I wanted to share this link with you real quick, boys.
Yeah.
There's another person of mine, and they're having a election live coverage. It's a chance to get out of our echo chamber and talk about Yang. So I'm going to be jumping on that.
Yeah,
but
you
it's
guys-
been fun, you guys.
Guys, jump in and out anytime you want. I'll be here all fucking night. Okay. So,
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, he's trying to marathon.
yeah, I'm gonna be here
The
for a while.
marathon.
Thecountguide.com. I've heard of this. I've actually checked this out before, I think. Let
Yep.
me go over here. Oops. Sorry, guys. My computer's just so slow when I'm live streaming. It takes up too much space.
So I was reading earlier that, like, I think it was in Wisconsin. Pretty sure it was. They had to call in National Guard guys because, like,
Yeah.
a bunch of the ballots got like fucked up. So they have to like have people manually like copy those ballots so that they can feed them into the system.
Yeah.
So they're not even going to be like done till tomorrow morning at the pace that they're working. They're going to go all night and be done in the morning.
What's the thing? Wisconsin can't count a single vote until 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same with, what was the other one? Pennsylvania? I had that pulled up
Which is
earlier.
one of the states you're watching, yeah.
I had it pulled up. Let me look at this again. So, yeah, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Alabama, Mississippi, they can't touch a mail-in vote until 8 p.m. So they're just starting. So those two states don't even bother even worrying about it, you know. And so I'm not even bothered with those two. I'm Ohio and Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina. Like Trump has to win. If all of them but one, he could still have a lane. But he's got to win Texas big. He's got to win New Mexico and Arizona. Arizona's looking very, very purplish. New Mexico's looking even more purplish. And Utah, I've heard, is having a hard time voting for Trump morally with their Mormonism type of pushback.
Right.
So that could be the blue wave if the Mormons abandon Trump. That's 60% of the state is Mormon in Utah. And when they vote as a voting block. Like they're very monolithic. population. So it'll be very interesting. But yeah, I gotta send that invite to my buddy here. I was honestly thinking about putting it on Twitter and say anybody, I don't care who you are, jump on here and just say, hey, like Trump supporters too. I was trying to get some Trump people. Actually, I'm gonna send this to Dennis at the Trumper for Yang. Let me see who the there you go. Let me see here.
Yeah, I was looking to see if Dennis might be streaming tonight. I don't know what his plans are.
He's hunkered down, he said. And plus he's behind us, you know.
Yeah, he is.
Send Trumper an invite. I want to hear his point of view. He was on last night with me.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'd love to see what Dennis is thinking right now.
Yeah, he was on last night, and we had a pretty good conversation. He's rooting for Trump because he wants Andrew to run in 2024, and that's his whole spiel. You know, he wants to do whatever it takes to get Andrew reelected, even if it means killing us all off in 4 years.
No, I'm totally there with Dennis. I thought the same thing, that the best chance for Andrew Yang was for Trump to win this election. So, because otherwise we don't know who we're going to get. We'll get maybe Biden for a couple of years, maybe a whole term, but I don't know. Dennis.
Oh,
Russell, there's the link. There's the
Where's
link.
Russ?
Come
on, Russ.
8:24 p.m. in the comment section. Here, I'll put it in here too. Fuck it, we'll do it again. My bad. I'll just do it again. Yeah, Dennis did write in Yang. What's up, Annette? I know she's over there doing her thing too.
my reason for voting Biden was because, well, one, I don't like Trump, so that made it easier. But two, we have to empower these humanity forward candidates that we have down ballot.
Well, that's what I'm paying attention to on Twitter. Zach and Matt is actually live tweeting all the results of all the Humanity Forward endorsed candidates as we go too. So, we got David Duke back in the house. What's up, Mr. Duke? You voted for Yang. Where do you live at, Dave? I can't remember where you live. It's not that David Duke anyway, guys. Settle down. I know he gets tired of that shit. My goodness. But he's been all yeah, Russell's up in here. Yep. So Russell, jump in here. Anybody, any of you guys want to jump in? Jump in. Anybody. We're gonna chop it up tonight. And eventually I'm gonna get me some drinks. Okay, I just got a tweet here.
I gotta say, at this stage, it's not. I didn't think it was going to be looking like this at this stage. I really thought that it would be Trump ahead at this stage. But if I learned anything from the last election, it's just anything can happen. Because I didn't even watch the last election. I was so sure for 6 years I was predicting that after Obama was going to be Hillary Clinton. I didn't even watch the election. I had the TV running. I fell asleep. Sometime during the night, Trump got ahead. I'm like, what is going on? And I woke up and watched it, and I was shocked. So that's why I had to tune in tonight. You never know what's going to happen, but I'm kind of surprised it's where it's at right now. What are the numbers right now?
Let's go ahead and jump on over. That's my Twitter shit.
Biden 88, Trump 72. That's Politico.
Let me refresh this map. 85-61 according to the AP. Again, they're calling a bunch of shit. I don't know how they do it.
88-72 now on Politico, yeah.
Well, the thing is, but look at, they're including Texas, 47%.
Right.
They're including Kansas, which is not going to fucking Biden. It just isn't. Missouri is not going to Biden. Get fucking real, man. Get fucking real. All this shit's going to be red. All that shit. All red.
Yeah.
I'll show you guys. Here's my map personally. This is the map I made. This is my predictions. 309 to 229. I see Pennsylvania and Florida going to Biden. And Wisconsin. But here's the flipper. These three right here are gonna be, but look, it's only like fucking 20 something. Oh, who's this? Annette. What's up, Annette? She's in the house.
Hey, you guys.
Hey there.
Hi, Annette.
Hi, everybody.
Yes.
Hi, Annette.
Oh, and here
I don't
comes
know everybody's
Russell.
name. Who is this? Oh, here's Russell.
What up, brother?
What's up, Yang Gang?
Russell.
How is everybody this evening?
Hell yeah. First of all, I
Is
like
that
your
your new
live stream.
house?
No, this is actually our old house. We're still trying to move into the new house.
Oh man, and big props to people. Man, Yang Gang provides. Let's put it that way.
For
like
sure.
that is fucking awesome that people said let's help out and let's get you in there. And I'm happy for you, brother. To own a house again, man, that's got to be
Again, hell, this is my first time.
Well, still, I've owned some houses in my past, but I don't right now. And I would be fucking super excited to own a house again, you know. But to own a house, man, that's such a weight off your shoulder as a parent of your little man. What's your little man's name again? I can't remember. He's got a different name. Zephaniah. Where'd you get that from?
Bible.
Biblical?
A prophet in the Old Testament. Yeah.
But that's like some Leviticus shit, huh?
Something like that. Yeah.
I'm the atheist. Trust me, I know.
Oh, you're not the lone atheist anymore. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I got your back.
And so am I.
Aaron says he's got a tree on his roof. Oh man. But I don't know if you guys know this. Andrew came in for like 5 or 6 minutes when I first went live and jumped on. So I actually sent him a DM and said, if you ever have 5 minutes, jump in and surprise people. And damn it, he jumped in right out the bat and came in and said, hey, for a few minutes, man. That's my first time ever.
Oh man.
That was crazy, man.
Apparently I slipped it like 2 minutes later.
Yeah, pretty much.
By like so close.
Yeah.
Close.
That's my first time having him in here, period, ever. I've met him in person a bunch of times, but never like this, like a talk. But he's like held up. He said he's not going to be on CNN until early morning. So he said tonight he's going to be sitting around the room with his people on their laptops, paying attention to down ballot candidates he's supported. And by the way, Tim Ryan's already won. They've declared his victory in Ohio back in the Senate again. I think he's a senator, congressman. I think he's in the Senate, right? Tim Ryan?
I think he's a congressman. Isn't Tim Ryan a congressman?
I can remember. He's in the Congress, but I'm not sure if he's in the House of Representatives or Senate. I think he's in the House.
Okay,
I thought it was the House.
I'm going to look it up.
Yeah.
You see, Ohio's already coming through. I mean, you know, that's how we do.
U.S. representative.
That state down south.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, me and Russell got a long-standing love-hate relationship with college football. I'm a Michigan fan. He's the worthless nut. Ohio State. And Michigan is not looking too hot. So it's gonna be a rough season.
So I have a question. How is everybody gonna wake up tomorrow if Trump actually wins this election?
Well, if Trump wins, let's say
Look, I saw some eye rolling already.
No, I'm thinking if Trump was to win, it would be through the courts, unless it's a landslide. You know what I'm saying? Like he's gonna have to challenge something to get some shit thrown out. Like they tried to throw out 116,000 votes in Texas and was unsuccessful. They won a case in Supreme Court in Wisconsin, I think it was, in Minnesota, where they can't accept ballots after 8 p.m. tonight. They can't accept any more mail-in ballots. So those are a little kind of suppression is the only way I see a lane for him winning. But then again, like Rad was saying earlier, anything can fucking happen. This is America, Jack, and we're fucking dumb as we are tall sometimes. Jesus.
For all we know, it could end up in a recount, and it'll be like, when was that? 2000, 2002, or I don't know, whatever that fucking was. The recount, remember that bullshit? So
yeah,
who knows? Like you said, this is America.
We didn't know anything official until, what was it, November?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like the 18th, it was like just before Thanksgiving that year in 2000. We didn't know who officially, won the election as far as like the total counts. Now this, Aaron, you got a point, man. This would be crazy. That means he wins because in the Senate and the electorate, all that bullshit. If a tie goes to the champ, is what it comes down to, as far as I'm concerned. That would be a fucking disaster. It's got to be a blue wave, or Biden's gonna lose. That's just the way it is. It can't be close. If it's close, he's fucked.
So let me ask, how is it that everybody is okay with voting for Joe Biden when you have Joe Biden's 48-year history? Like, how is it that everybody's okay with just whitewashing because Donald Trump's such this bad dude? But so we're going to just get rid of 48 years of history and that's it.
I can answer that one.
With Joe Biden now?
Nope. I voted for Joe Biden because he's who I choose to fight for the next 4 years for good policies. Now,
but the man has not been fighting for good policies for 48 years. What the hell makes you think he's going to change?
No, there's a difference. Being in the Senate and Congress, you have less authority, and you got to fucking.
The man was the vice president of the United States.
I agree. Russell, he's my bottom.
They don't have much power, do they?
Do you want to know what I think the best argument is for having Joe Biden in office? Andrew Yang can convince anybody UBI is a good idea. And I'm going to give him 4 years to try and convince Biden it's a good idea. And I don't think Trump's going to put him anywhere close to him in 4 years.
But that ruins Andrew Yang's chances of running in 2024. You realize that, right?
Possibly.
That's what I've been saying.
It could or it couldn't.
I
Depends
don't
on
think
what
that's
happened with
true.
Biden in the first place. It depends on a lot of different things. Projecting out that far, we don't know what could happen. We have zero ideas. Who could have predicted 2020?
Here's my argument.
Yeah,
though.
but here's the thing: if Biden is in, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Brad.
If Biden wins this election, he will set Kamala Harris or somebody else. He'll step down, set Kamala Harris in because he's too old to run again. And so now she'll be running as the incumbent. And we all know it's really hard to beat an incumbent. And so if Biden wins this election, we ain't getting Andrew Yang for 8 years.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I care more about the country than Andrew fucking Yang.
Yeah, I tend to shy away from Democratic policies, so I'm kind of.
No, if you care about the country, how can you vote for Joe Biden? If you really care about the country, the man has been voting against you for 48 years.
Donald Trump has done more damage in 4 years than fucking Biden could ever hope to. Let's be real.
Come on, man. That is so inaccurate, bro.
Tell it to Iowa. Tell it to the trans members of the military that got kicked out because of that motherfucker. Tell it to the LGBTQ community it cannot be fucking safe. These motherfuckers have become little fucking psychopath cult members of the new KKK or what do you want to call it? Like it's a cult.
Now you're trying to lump everybody that votes for Trump into the same little cubicle, and you can't do that.
I know that, but that's the loud minority that's fucking shit up for Trump.
It's not about all Trump voters. It's about those proportions that are empowered by that kind of language.
Well, it's the psychopaths that run you off the fucking road if you have the wrong fucking color. What
about the psychopath that voted for the crime bill? What about the psychopath that voted for every fucking war that we've been in for the past 40 years?
Yeah.
What about that?
Yeah.
We're all psychopaths. We're just trying to choose the path of least, damage.
Here's my thing, though. I can't fix the past.
Everyone's be happy and safe. And we all have our different ideas of how that's going to happen.
But we can't fix the past. It's done. And all I know is right now, I trust Donald Trump 0% with anything productive that would help me and anybody I love. Joe Biden is a movable idiot. Let's be real. He's a movable idiot. If the people want it bad enough, he's a populist is what he is. He's a bunch of fucking bullshit. Does he really believe in half the policies on his page? Fuck no. Come on, man. No way. He doesn't. But I look at Biden making a cabinet that's a little more representative of who we are as a country than Trump. Like I read the book Rage, man. It's fucked up. It's unbelievable. It is fucking unbelievable. And like Biden is not a good candidate. We all know that. We've been saying it for a year and a half. He's not a good candidate. But we're stuck. It's been shoved down our throats, and now we got to regurgitate something. Something's got to go, or we're gonna fucking not breathe. So I regurgitate Joe Biden. That's all I can do for now, man. And I can't. There's no other way to justify it. That I think that he is less dangerous culturally, economically, and world stage. I guess you'd say is like he's the least dangerous. Matt motherfucking Dizzle's in the house.
Oh man.
No, guys,
Yeah.
He raised military spending. He cuts. I know, man. Trust me. He's not good. He's not good. But all we can do is hold him accountable. It's all we can do.
You haven't been holding him accountable for the last 48 years. What the hell makes you think you're going to hold him accountable now?
Because I didn't give a fuck. Let's be real. I didn't give a fuck before 2016. Status quo. I didn't give a fuck.
I just want to jump in here and say Trump is a dangerous, racist, egotistical psychopath. And if you don't realize that, then you are a member of a cult. He is a cult leader. He does. No. He says, "Oh, check it out. Oh, I did more for the blacks than anyone," and he just repeats it. He just repeats it and hopes it sinks in. He just repeats it like he's hypnotizing people. You don't do more for black people by saying the first black president needs to produce his fucking birth certificate like they're goddamn freedom papers. Fuck Trump.
But I don't think anybody's saying he's not a psychopath. Oh, Matt's out.
That was literally all he was there to say.
Okay. No, but nobody here's defending Trump, saying he's a great person.
You guys.
Yeah.
I just want to say this comment before it's gone. Von Doramal said, I believe Biden apologized for the crime bill. Even the Black Caucus signed up for the crime bill. We are thinking in hindsight. That comment, I agree with that. So that's what I was trying to get before we moved on to the next topic, is that at least he admitted that it was a mistake, and Trump would never admit anything that he ever did was a mistake.
Well, here's the thing.
I mean, that's like, some is better than none, man.
Yeah.
Some is better than none.
And no one's here is saying that is Trump's perfect. No, but I understand what Russell and Rad are saying, and Dennis, that are saying if Trump wins, it's a faster lane for Andrew Yang getting in the office and start repairing this country. I get it. You know, I get that. I've struggled with that. But I just can't, especially, and I have buyer's remorse where I voted third party in 2016 in Michigan where Trump won it by less than 8,000 votes. So for me personally, I can't go third party this time, and I can't vote for Trump. So I'm just left with fucking Biden. You know,
there's so much in common there with me and you boys, because I did the exact same thing. I voted Jill Stein in 2016, and
me too.
I thought Trump was more bombastic than he was real, and he means the shitty shit he says. Like, I understand if you like the shitty shit he says and you don't think it's shitty shit, but to me it is. I don't like it. It makes my heart hurt. It makes my soul hurt, and it makes me want to cry at night. So I can't live with that for another 4 years if I have any option in it.
But I also will never shame anybody for voting for Trump right now, because I get it. I fucking get it if you voted Andrew Yang. I get it if you voted for Trump. I get it, man.
But all I'm hearing is like, I don't want to vote for Trump because my feelings are hurt. I don't want to vote for Trump because he makes me feel bad and it makes me uncomfortable as a person. But that's not policy. That has nothing to do with policy. That has nothing to do with the things that actually affect our lives as individuals in America.
Okay, name one policy of Trump that's going to help me.
Well, the tax cuts probably helped you at some point.
No,
the tax cuts didn't help you.
I paid $700
Did taking out Soleimani help you? Did not getting us in any kind of wars help you? Isn't that what we're all about, is stopping the forever wars? Well, if we're all about stopping the forever wars, then why the hell are we voting for Biden?
Which war did we stop?
Well, Trump didn't get us in any new ones. Said could any president in the past, 4 or 5 elections couldn't say that.
Yeah,
they've all gotten us into wars that we're still fighting.
And he did meet with the leader of North Korea, which was kind of like nobody had met with North Korea in a long time.
I could care less.
So that was kind of good. But also, people forget, like Biden was the VP when Obama was in. That guy did more drone strikes on civilians than anybody. So it's like
all the millions and millions and millions of dollars that we sent over across seas to help supply the. Are you Al Qaeda? Are you kidding me?
I'd rather fuck with Al Qaeda than Y'all Qaeda. Y'all Qaeda is the fucking problem here, Russell. Domestic terrorists are the problem here in our country. Y'all Qaeda is the fucking biggest threat.
That has nothing to do with us spending
the war on the other side of the world doesn't affect me directly. The war that is happening in my own neighborhood affects me directly. We just got 2 people were just murdered in my tiny town. There's 700 people in my town, and 2 people just got murdered last fucking week. Like, shit is messed up. There is
Why?
a war
Do you know why?
happening in my yard.
What's up, Chris? Okay, so just so you guys know, this is Chris Hanna, and it looks like Christopher's trying to come in. These guys are from the Celador Skeptics podcast in Michigan as well. They're in well, they were. Hannah's now in the lovely state of Ohio. And the other Chris, there. Wait, we lost Russell. And there's Hannah or Tanner. Yeah, man. So we've been arguing about Trump and shit like that. But yeah, that's
a wonderful thing to do on election night when we can no longer do anything about it. That's a perfect strategy right there.
Well, my big thing is when people are trying to say, how can you dare vote for Biden over this and that? Because if you want Andrew Yang in sooner, you vote for Trump. But to me, I'm more worried about Al-Qaeda than Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is fucking up this country within our own borders. He is creating a domestic terrorist cult group that is ready to fucking activate.
We had them named during the Bush administration. It was the American Taliban.
That's true. And these motherfuckers are showing up in every small town. They drove through fucking Benton Harbor, Michigan, like a bunch of dumb fucking pieces of shit they are, with their dumb fucking compensating flags in the back of their big old trucks. Their big old trucks and their big old flags. Oh, fucking punk ass bitches, man. And
man, you're just going off tonight.
Yeah, fuck that, man. I got fired up today because I was at Benton Harbor at the high school. There's a bunch of kids out there, and we had like a marching band and shit showed up, and we had the drumline dance corps showed up having a good time. And here's these fucking cocksuckers come down the street with their Trump flags with a megaphone saying, "It's not too late to vote Trump 2020." I'm like, man,
that in our town too.
Oh, I'm sure. Fucking Grand Rapids for sure.
Zealand.
That's
of all things. I
DeVos.
wouldn't have thought we would have had them in Zealand, but yeah, I was like 3 or 4 cars just drove by. Crazy.
No, we had like 50 trucks in a row come to Benton Harbor and trying to talk shit. And then again, if they were stopped and confronted, they would probably shit their Huggy. They don't. They got their big old tires and their big old lift kits and their big old flags. Fucking compensation, man. Domestic terrorists are the most dangerous people in these borders. It's not these fuckers overseas we got to worry about. I agree. We need to stop these wars. But fuck, we're losing a war at home. That's the only reason. That's one of the reasons I voted for fucking Biden. I can't vote for fucking Trump. I live in Michigan. It's a swing state, and I voted third party last time, and I regret it ever since. So I don't know, man. I get fired up. I'm pissed.
I don't know. So we're new to the group here. So I mean, does everybody maybe introduce, and then we can do like a kind of like a little background stuff or something like that?
Mia's in Northern Michigan in Cadillac. She's on a podcast called Yang Gang Roundtable. And then farther, we have Rad Max, who's an Australian who lives in Hawaii. That's been helping out with the Yang Gang some stuff. And then Annette over there below her, she's also a podcaster in the Yang Gang in New Mexico or Arizona. Where are you at?
Arizona.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we're all over the place, man.
Southern Arizona. We're like 10 miles or so to the Mexican border. We're very, very close to the border.
Yeah, so these guys
are
like
we can go to Mexico for lunch at a taco truck. Like no big deal.
You can hang out with Doug Stanhope in Bigsby, Arizona.
Yeah, Bisbee, Arizona. Yeah, buddy. But just so you guys know, so these two guys are actually the very first fellow podcasters I did something with.
Oh, I've been to Bisbee. That's where Jenner used to live.
Oh boy, we got a delay. Yes, that's where Jenner still lives. Planned kidnappings. Yeah, very true. Planned kidnappings. Pathetic. But yeah, so these guys they both used to live in Grand Rapids, and I drove up, and we've been doing stuff together here and there, and they're fellow secular activists and politically active, that's for damn sure. But yeah, man, we've been while we're here, let's take a quick break and let's check out the map.
I was just going to ask you for that.
That's my map. Let me refresh it. Okay, so here comes the red wall. They're already calling them in North Dakota with 9% reporting Trump wins. South Dakota, 2% reporting Trump wins. Now this will be interesting. Nebraska has the split districts. So I'll show you guys my map here. So Nebraska has, 3 different districts.
Yeah.
I gave the second district, which is Omaha, to Biden. So we'll see how that split goes. And then we got Wyoming, 0% reporting. Trump wins. It's so funny. But let's go back to the East Coast. 2% in Maine. That's not very helpful. 11%.
If you're going to predict that early, why don't you just fill them into start?
It's so weird. But okay, 50% reporting. Biden 2 to 60%. So it's 3 to 1 or 2 to 1 ratio there. They called it. And then we have Massachusetts, 8% reporting. Again, it's stupid. They're calling it 9%.
They're just whoever's in the lead is getting the color on there, and then the further their lead, the darker their color is. If you look at Florida, you've only got a couple percent. That's why it's pink. 90% reporting. And so it's potential on the 10% reporting that you could see a swing of that 4% that they're roughly dealing with. That's
300
margin of error.
350,000 votes is that's all it takes. Let's look at their map. So it looks like 90% reporting. So looks like, what is that? That's Jacksonville. So this one little, that's not even
it's the same way it is everywhere else in the country. The cities have blue and everything else in between is red.
You got it.
Yep. Typical map.
Typical. Yeah. Michigan's going to get them crazier. But yeah, so here we are, New Mexico, blue, 0%. All right. So yeah, so this is what they're kind of calling right now. It's 119 and 92. Too close for comfort as far as I'm concerned.
We're
let's
a
see here.
long ways out.
Michigan, 15% reported, so yeah, it's 9:00. It's been a whole hour.
Have they called New Mexico without any votes in?
0%.
Because New Mexico
with New Mexico, a lot of
historically
times what they're doing is giving off like what the general polling was most recently at if nothing is reported.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
and it's historically blue. Like the whole West Coast. We know what the West Coast is doing. That's obvious. It's all blue.
Well, I'm interested in let me go back. My bad, guys. I'm really interested in, like I said, the swing states of Michigan, Ohio, PA, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, the whole East Coast. If he can get 2 of those 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm sorry. If he gets 1 or 2 of those 6, it really, really puts Trump behind the 8 ball with coming out of that.
Yeah, see, that's what we were actually just talking about a few minutes ago. Hannah and I was the closeness. It's. I believe we played with the model, right?
Yeah.
And our model came across. Sorry, I have a dog that likes to join in too, I guess. But we were playing with it, and we turned both Florida and Texas pink. And then if he only took one of those 3 key states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, or Michigan, if he only took one, he still lost, no matter what. Even with Texas and Florida.
Yeah, I have Texas as pink, just leaning, because this is going to be a close one.
Yeah, so what we were doing, we were using the 538, their last prediction model.
Yeah.
They ran 40,000 different simulations, and this was their estimate, and then you can make some adjustments. So this is their last final model for how things would go. And so like
you guys bring that up? Share your screen?
Let's see.
I don't know if we have the same model. I don't know if it saves it.
Yeah, no, it's on 538's final election.
It's their model, right?
Yeah, so if you just go to the 538 page, I guarantee it'll be within the last couple. But anyways, what they're doing essentially, we're using the scientific method, obviously, for everything. In this, you keep revising your model, you keep revising your model, you keep revising your model, and you have to say, this is my result, because you can revise forever. And 538 basically revised and released their final predictive model, and that is the model they're using that you can adjust and make changes to. But in the end, they say that it's roughly 91% of a Biden if a couple of things happen, and within the margin of error, there are a couple of scenarios where it won't be, but basically it's going to be watching a couple of things. If you scroll further down in that explanation there, they talk about some of the margin of error and some of the things, and if you go down a little further, they show the map itself. So that's that right there. 89 to 10 is what 40,000 runs of the simulation model gave,
and then one tie, of course. Yeah, so this is interesting. I love 538, man. They're so comprehensive. They're
Well-
very transparent. I like it.
Yeah, did you
They're
read
very
the
well
article
funded.
that they came out with today?
No.
So they had an article that came out today that actually talked about what the difference between their prediction model in 16 and in versus 20
Yeah.
is. Because like in my world, that's super, super important for them. And
So, yeah. These are the big ones here, those 9.
Yep.
Huh. Iowa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how fragile Hillary's lead was.
Right. And in 2016, yeah. Well, and technically she kind of covered the spread as far as like the prediction, the last model was like her at like 4%, and she still won by 2% on the popular vote. It just electoral college just worked out the other way, in the middle. But yeah, I'm trying to see if they got like a map. Oh, I see what they did. So these that are close, I see. I like that. That's interesting. So DC, they're seeing is 91% for Biden. Okay. But yeah, 538, guys. Just in case you never watched their stuff or listened to their podcast and stuff, it's pretty damn good. And I like all these little scenarios. These are the 2. So
it's a treasure trail.
it is. I'm gonna refresh.
Hopefully we end up on the other side.
Fast forward button.
What's that?
Can we hit the fast forward button
Oh,
and get
boy.
through this?
But I got beer to drink, man. Yeah, so actually we're gonna be looking at this. Andrew told me he would they're actually updating that on Twitter as well. There's a couple of endorsed candidates. Let me see here. Let's go to Twitter, and I'm gonna go to Humanity Forward. Come on, you slow bastard. And see who are the candidates that he endorsed. Tim Ryan's in. I can't remember if he's a. Yes, he's a House. Okay, it's for the House. Okay, so they already declared him a winner in Ohio. They really haven't mentioned anybody else.
I like to.
James Baldwin is a legend, just so you guys know. Let's see here.
FYI.
Yes. Yes, they don't have any other candidates being listed here. So, yeah.
But also, aren't a lot of the candidates on the West Coast as well? So we wouldn't even hear about them till later anyway.
Well, there's
like
several
most of the
in Florida.
candidates I know are West Coast.
There's several in Florida. There's Blair in Tennessee. Mine in Michigan is John Hoadley. Actually, I'm going to look that up. Just entertain me for a minute here, guys. John Hoadley. Let's see. Ugh, I can't spell. So, there we go. That doesn't help. So, right now, with 39% reporting 60%, so he's up by 40 points. Yeesh. But that's early. Whatever. Yes, we got a long night, man. How are things looking over there in Ohio for you, Chris?
Pretty good, actually. If you see on your most recent maps, we're looking at slight tinge on blue. I mean, you guys are talking about trucks driving around with flags. I see it every day. But I did drive home with a little bit of white paint on my back mirror or back window that said "No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA."
Yeah,
and I did have a solid battle ride all the way home with angry stares of people, and the people that you see on Facebook profiles where they're in their car taking a selfie with their glasses on. It's the same dude every time, but I don't understand how they don't like. Do they all get together and like listen? Slight beard, same glasses, same angle, and then I don't understand it. Either way, those guys are all
some movie or something, so they've got like this image they're trying to project that's already in their head.
Yeah,
it's a 4chan thing.
Well, we're all in agreement that they're not particularly capable of individual thinking. So we've got a pretty good insight there.
I might have a Trump supporter that might be willing to come on.
Bring it.
Anyways, Ohio itself is obviously Dayton, Columbus, Toledo, Cleveland, Cincinnati. Something like 60% of the state itself is located inside of those 5 cities.
Yeah.
I'm in Cleveland in Cuyahoga County, and it's intense because there's a lot of battling that's happening. But it's been interesting to see some of the counties, Geauga County and stuff right around Cleveland. But anyways, we see the flags, we see the Trump supporters. The thing that's been very interesting is that the Trump flags and Trump signs went up early during the election process.
Mm-hmm.
And I am due to a series of really good things that have happened throughout my life. I am in a affluent neighborhood. The average age on my street that I live in is probably over 55. I'm very close to like a retirement age. This town was built, or this street was built, and the houses were built roughly late 80s to early 90s, so 89 to 92. And so a lot of people have been in here for the full 30 years or so, closing in on 35 years. And so we've got an older age group, and I just recently they eclipsed with the Biden signs. Actually, more Biden signs in Ohio in an affluent neighborhood than Trump signs, and it's I've been seeing it everywhere. So I'm seeing little bits and pieces of good things happening. But also Ohio, unlike Michigan and unlike Pennsylvania, allows early voting, but allows also the mail-in balloting process to be when you send in your mail-in ballot on October 6th or beyond. They open it, they scan it, and it's in the system as soon as they receive it. Basically, every night they empty the drop box, and it's in the system. And so all they have to do is hit the result button on election day. And so we will have it. Pennsylvania is not allowed to touch anything until today, and Michigan is allowed to touch for 10 hours yesterday. But like some of the other states are also doing something like this. These are basically stalling tactics that Republicans have been using for years to try to dissuade people who are, or disenfranchise people who really can't get to the polls, and people who are in factory jobs. That there's a good chance that if they took that day off and they only have 3 sick days for the whole year, they could lose pay that they can't afford to lose, or they can just get fired because they're not part of the team as good as they need to be. Because they missed an extra day.
Well, I got a chart that I pull up where it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Alabama, and Mississippi. Those are the 4 states you can't touch until 8 p.m. when your polls close. Those would be the latest ones. And you have the one that like you were saying is yesterday they could open them up. Florida, Indiana, Michigan, New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Iowa, or Ohio, which are all swing states. The rest of them are all just predetermined type of things. But yeah, those are the, like you said, it's a weird stalling tactic, but it's
weird that the Republicans are so against mail-in voting, because in Florida they've utilized it for years because the sexagenarians in the area absolutely love the fact they can vote from home. And so the Republicans essentially have been playing Harvey Two-Face. They basically say mail-in voting bad, but on TV they yell that mail-in voting is good when they're in Florida. It's we don't look for moral continuity when it comes to the Republican Party, and this is a great area. And you look at the states that have gone mail-in voting for everyone. Everyone just gets a ballot mailed to them. You can come vote if you want, but here's a ballot in case you want it. We see the proliferation of young people. Texas has record turnouts of Gen Z and millennials. Guess what color Texas is turning right now?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
If we enfranchise young people and involve them in the system, have voting education in high school. I was never told how to register to vote in high school. I never learned how to do that. Go figure, right? What would be the incentive for that? So
they just told me go to the post office. Is all I got from a teacher.
Yeah. So like all of these things that we're seeing Gen Z and the millennial generation just say we're kind of tired, and the baby boomers are expected to start teetering off the this living plane in 2025 to 2045, which would be 80 to 100 years of age.
It's going to change.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're looking at, Gen X, which, I don't know, my parents aren't terrible.
Watch it, asshole. I'm Gen X.
I know. I haven't seen a hair on your head since I've known you.
Oh, don't you remember his full beard?
Hey, thanks for the. I just want to shout out to Matthew here. $50 super chat, dude. That is awesome. We appreciate it. It says, would you vote for a Kamala Harris, Andrew Yang VP ticket 24? That's possible because, well, no, it's not really possible. The DNC will never let Andrew in. Let's be honest. But If that was a ticket, if I had a horrible choices, then yeah, that'd be like I'd have to take that ticket.
I say a Harris Warren ticket would be more likely.
Most likely. But then again, it could be some weird shit like AOC. We just don't know, man. There's so many things that are going to happen between now and then. Jesus.
I'd vote for almost any ticket with Yang on it, though, because I have a lot of faith that he would not be on that ticket if he did not have confidence that it would lead to his policies being enacted.
Well, the thing is with VP, though, is really just a glorified bullshit title unless the president dies or steps down. You think about it. They have no real...
Tell that to Dick Cheney.
Well, shit, that's true.
I think
it depends on who's in charge. I mean,
yeah, tell it to Iraq.
I think I read somewhere that it actually used to be a way to like neuter your opponent when it was first created. Like you would intentionally pick somebody from the other party who was your.
So, like having John Kasich speak at the DNC convention.
Kind of like that.
I don't know if
that's
that's
the fact that John Kasich might be in the administration next time.
Well, that's the thing that's really confusing. Not confusing. It's actually pretty much predictable. But they're talking about, we're going to have Republicans in our cabinet.
Yeah.
No, you can be bipartisan when you go to vote. You can come help us in the Senate. But giving you a leadership position, that's a big leap. That's a big leap. If you're leaving out people that the Democratic Party voted for, if you want to attract the progressive left, you fucking idiots, you put them in charge of something.
So you're saying Tom Perez and Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Joe Biden aren't center right?
They are center right. That's the problem. They're the 1980 Republicans.
I know.
And that's what we're up against. So now this election is going to kind of let us know, is the Republican Party remains in control and they're just going to take hostage the Republican Party and just totally redo it. 8 years, there's no way to come back from that. Or is Biden going to win and then the Democratic Party has two choices. One, become center right and become the true conservatives, and then the Republican Party is going to be like the alt-right, and then the Democrats are going to be the center right. Then you got the progressive party just going to be farther left. I think we need to find a third party option and challenge them. Of course, that's easier said than done.
It might take a civil war when you see the Republicans supplant the Whigs.
The Whigs.
I don't know though. I think that there's a high probability though that you're right, boys. They have to. They catered to that vote. That's what they catered to. You know.
Yeah.
So it's no wonder that they're going to do those types of things. But I think you're right though. We have to see that shift. And this is something I think is worth exploring, especially in the media realm, right? Is to have a conversation about how do we become as progressives the next Democrats, right? And how fast can we get there? Because in the long run, no offense, I can only vote Democrat so long, and then it's going to be like, you don't fit my purpose. You know, like the majority of stuff that the people that are in here are manipulated by corporates, big dollars, that crap.
You're not welcome here.
Yeah. And so for me, it's going to be hard to not want to figure out what the heck. I don't know if I can swear or not.
He's been swearing all over, man. He's been doing
fuck. There you go.
He came in here and he was just punching pickup trucks in their nut
The
bags.
biggest problem with getting progressives into one party is that there's so many different sects trying to launch at the same time. So it's really hard to get somebody who's decided, I want to be the leader of this party and is trying to recruit all these people from different places to give up their slice of the pie for a larger purpose.
But the DNC does the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
They all do it. They have a primary for that process, which I think what's going to happen is I'm going to be supporting the People's Party. That's what I'm looking at in 2016. If they're serious, if they start getting proper funding and start getting behind candidates and actually see if they can get some candidates in office in 2022, then that's kind of a lane they could maybe get into, because they're going to have the donors to Bernie's campaign, man. That's a lot of fucking people.
Oh, yeah.
So
there's
that. Yeah, exactly. And there's a vacuum there. So now where is that passion going to go? I think the People's Party is where that's going to go. I think that will become the leaders of the progressive movement will be the People's Party, not the Green fucking Party.
So
Not
what's
the
the difference between
libertarians.
the People's Party and the Green Party? I'll just play dumb and give it to me like I don't understand what's going on.
Explain it like I'm 5.
Okay, Michael
Well,
Scott.
I mean, I've been drinking, so
I'll turn my hearing aids up so you guys can speak clearly, because I think I am the lone handicapper in the room here. My American Civil Disabilities Act is a big deal in my world. So let's give it to me clearly and enunciate, you sloppy mouth mother.
Yeah. Well, like the Green Party economically is more libertarian than anything, but environmentally they're very liberal. Like that's their main focus is the environment, which I can get behind that. But economically they're very libertarian. And then when it comes to socially, they're centrists at best, I guess is the best way I could describe that. Being, just being nice about it. And the People's Party is 100% about the people, man. Like they care about the environment, the economy, wars, no war, man. Like Jesus. I don't think the Green Party has a problem with war per se by their people. Some of their people, but like what's his name? Howie Hawkins. He's not a hawk. He's not a war hawk. But they've had their own problems. They kind of shoved him down their throat too. Where they had challengers and they muted that shit. They said Howie's our guy. Which okay. I don't know enough. I'm not part of the Green Party, so I don't know enough. I just know that much. That's all I know on a superficial level. If anyone else has better information, please bring it forward because that's all I got.
Well, it's just like what you said earlier. The one right above me. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your name, Mia. You had basically said that it's like herding cats, right? The Democratic Party is. So what we've done is we've essentially isolated a very small group of evangelicals and conservatives in a very small, cornered animal fashion. They're the loudest and they're the most dangerous. And then the Democratic Party, since we have a two-party system, had to absorb everything else. In all reality, it's all of it. The young to the old to everything. And it's really, really difficult. And it's one of the reasons why the Republicans have been able to mobilize and concentrate. Because all you got to do is say two things, and you will catch every red-blooded, red hat maggot out there. Just say guns and abortion. If you say those two things, I guarantee you will catch their whole party. Now, there isn't one thing that you can say, and this is at the Michigan Atheist Convention when we were out there a couple years ago. That was one of the things that they presented on, is just that you cannot find one thing that the secular, the non-believer, the progressive, the whatever different wings that you're going to hit are, you're not going to find one thing. And that's one of the difficulties of trying to create like a really strong driving force. So Mia, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, I just think that I kind of lost what I was going to say, but you brought up some interesting things, so I'll respond to that instead. I think that maybe UBI should be that thing that we can get everybody umbrellaed under into a new party. I really think it could be. It's really hard to argue with the facts about it, and that's, I think, something that progressives care a lot about overall across the lane. So if we can maybe get that to be a central policy point in the same way as they use specific policies to garner people into their corner,
we're going to need
a winning solution, at least in my opinion.
Well, to have a platform, you got to have at least 3 legs. You're going to tip over. Okay,
healthcare.
So that's right. Healthcare is 1. Economy, which is UBI, is 2. 3 is got to be either reform, which would be ranked choice voting, democracy reform of some sort, or
I was just going to say end Citizens United.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make elections publicly funded. We're on the same page, definitely.
Or you can have a 4th leg, which is just anti-war, which is very a good rallying cry for people that says, okay, I can get behind that 100%. So if you have 3 to 4 solid platforms like that, 4 pillars, you can build a lot of shit on top of that.
What do you guys think about coalition governments? I'm going to get my inner European out here. So if the idea of ending the two-party system in the United States so that we have to start creating coalition governments if you don't have a majority rule. If given the chance to have 3, 4, 5 parties, real viability in this country, the Democrats and Republicans didn't have total binary control, 0-1 Republican or Democrats for all of the debates, all of the controls, all of the media. If we allowed essentially an actual real platform across the board for every party who wanted to get in, and we don't hit a 50% threshold, creating coalition governments where you would see the Democratic Party break up into a whole bunch of other ones, but you would also see the Republican Party break up into their centrists, the people who are
libertarians and stuff.
Yeah, and then we had to start creating almost a parliamentary system in the United States. Would be interesting to me, one, because you lose the capacity for like this pendulum swing that we have currently going on in the country, where it's each time the pendulum swings, it swings just a little bit farther. And I don't know if you're familiar with Poe's pit and a pendulum, but every time it swings in a different direction, it gets a little bit lower. And it's gonna hit you eventually. And 250 years, the average age estimation for empire, we're at 245. Everyone, I don't know how much longer the age of empire for the United States is gonna last, and this one's gonna be an interesting decade.
So you're proposing more like Canada has that type of system?
Yeah, Canadian system, European system.
Australia has it too.
Okay. But here's the thing.
We have a coalition government in Australia.
Well, I think without reinventing the wheel, ranked choice voting would kind of naturally, almost
statistically,
you would, So it depends on who can win elections. If we can get people in Congress that is a more diverse party group, then we'd have that type of thing, but not really. You know what I mean? Like it's the Senate and the House isn't Parliament. That's for sure. They're two separate bodies that don't work together. They don't even fucking talk.
It's. I mean, there's
oppose each other sometimes.
Yeah,
That's not like a rule or anything, though. That's something they chose.
Yeah, I know it's bipartisan bullshit. But if we had ranked choice voting and you could get in some Green Party people, it'd become closer, more like Canada and Australia and Europe, where you have 5 or 6 different parties where everybody's got to play. Like you can't just go become isolationists in your party. You can say, okay, this is our core, but we also agree with some of these people. Let's scoop them over here. Here's some of their shit. Let's scoop them. You get a little more of a diversity of thought and policy. And
well, if you look at U.S. history, right? Anytime there's a 2-term president, it's almost 90% conversion rate to the other party.
Yes.
I mean, it's very, very easy to predict the future. Wait 4 years. Wait 8 years. What did Mitch McConnell do for the last 4 years of the Obama presidency? He neutered it, and he wasn't in charge at that point, but John Boehner and all those guys were all working together, and McConnell was working his way through the Senate, become majority leader, and they were all planning. They worked on the gerrymandering. They worked on the statistics. They worked on everything, while the Democrats were just staring at the walls, apparently. And they have been outmaneuvered and out-strategized for the better part of 10 years now. And it's unbelievably frustrating to watch the leadership in the Democratic Party just go, we don't understand. We don't know what happened. You were sleeping. Yeah. You were sleeping.
Well, I tried to just refresh the goddamn map, and not much is happening. I'm so impatient for such a long night. I don't know why I keep looking, but...
So it's funny that they have Texas red, because if you dig into the Texas statistics, they are not as close. See how they say this here? There's another one that has them reporting exactly opposite.
64% though. That's
the New York Times has them at 70% right now.
Okay. What's the percentages?
How many people have reported?
Well, you're using the Google map also. So like the big one that everyone uses is the AP. And
that's what this one is,
Oh, you're using the AP then.
Yeah, this is the AP right here. Yep.
Then that's the one.
So yeah, I'm just curious. Like, anyway, it's gonna be a long ass night. So
it's good to check in now and again.
I do like this discussion about learning more about what the Green Party stands for. And yes, Maine is 100% ranked choice voting for everything from the state on up. Because in 2018, Maine did all their state elections on down, ranked choice voting. It went well, and now they're doing the federal on down. So that's something I'd like to see Michigan get on board, because we're a very progressive state as far as our policies go. You know, we've got the gerrymandering thing we voted on. We got this council is going to be redistricting the states, or the state. We have term limits in Michigan as well, and we have.
So do you like the term limits? Like,
not the way they did it, not the way they did it, but I do like it. But I just don't like the way they did it. It's only if you're in the Congress, you can only do 3 2-year terms. I don't like 2-year terms. You're just running for fucking election the whole time. That's stupid. Do 2 4-year terms, 3 4-year terms, even. I would even go to 3, 12 years. That's plenty of time. That way, worst case scenario, you have 2 different presidents. That's cool.
Yeah, that's kind of my perspective as well. And so with the term limits, when you're doing something like in the House and you're getting the 2-year terms, what you're doing is you're essentially removing any level of actual practical experience, because as soon as somebody has enough time in and they've spent a little bit of time actually legislating and not campaigning, they've accrued enough experience to actually make some policy,
right?
Then they're term limited out. And so there's a double-edged sword with the term limits. It's that you're essentially removing the Platonian philosopher king. And so we also see the exact opposite happening in the national scale with the House and with the Senate. You see these 40-year, these 4-year people, and when they're in there, I mean,
they're like Supreme Court justices.
You were a philosopher king, and now you are just this piece of meat that takes up space. And so I'm not happy with the way Michigan did it. It doesn't affect me anymore. So screw all y'all. But in the end, it's something that it can be revisited. So that's one of the things for me with policy, is that it's always impermanent. All of these decisions we make are all temporary. You know what I mean? Like, let's try something. Let's try a national option for healthcare. Let's just try it. Whatever. If you can't pass Medicare for all, if it's just like this ending all murder, then try the public option. It's not that hard. And if it's an utter failure and the Republicans can wave it in my face and teabag us all the way down to private healthcare, it's fine. But like, just the fear of ever even trying anything else, the resistance to change is like, it's stagnation and death in a business. If you are so afraid of change that you do nothing, you will be left behind. And like, it just feels like that's like watching other countries around the world. I feel like it's this big hulking behemoth that the United States economy is. We're looking at, these are the things, the flat tires that are going to be very, very indicative of our future. And I don't want my kids to grow up in like the downturn when stuff starts turning into whatever mess it's going to be, or, being involved in everyone here is relatively young, get involved and make a change.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. That's my biggest problem with Joe Biden, is he just wants to expand the ACA, which was a fucking disaster. It's a right-wing fucking policy.
It's a corporate socialist policy.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
who's the group that wrote it?
The original group, the original proposal under the Obama administration was a real social program, and it was neutered by the funding groups that funded basically the campaigns, so that they deferred all major decisions and price setting and premium setting to the insurance companies. One of the reasons why we weren't sure what was going to happen next year, so we just raised everybody's rates. Why wasn't that a negotiation with the government? Oh, wait, that's how Canada does it, is they have to set a rate and the government negotiates. We just gave them the rate setting, which defeats the purpose.
My thing is, he wants to expand the ACA. Okay, it'll cover more people, but it's not going to fix the problem.
But can you use?
I got to duck out real quick here. I just wanted to say bye.
Okay, Mia, thanks for joining us. I'll be here all goddamn night. Feel free to come back.
If you're still on 24 hours, it'll probably be more likely tomorrow.
Fair enough.
Manage that one.
That's semantics. Semantics.
Thank you, guys.
I'm doing the same thing because I just had some work away people show up, so I gotta go take care of my new farm hands.
All right, Rad.
So
Thanks for joining us.
Okay.
All right, take care, and
Nice meeting you.
living off the grid in Hawaii.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Aloha.
Yeah, she's got it going on, man.
Aloha.
Yeah, I think that the easiest thing to do is to take something that actually works, like Medicare, and like you said, just give it a public option.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have private insurance through my employer. I pay roughly $500 bucks a month in premiums a month, and then I got to pay
deductible. What's your deductible?
$3,500.
I pay $660 and I got a $10,000 deductible.
Whoa!
Oh, because I'm looking at family, $5,000 an individual. It's brutal.
Yeah, but
I had the
yours is worse than
ACA.
mine, too.
I had the ACA last year, and I changed my plan. Or not so much. I changed my income bracket, and I got a $10,000 bill turn of the year. They charge me $1,300 a month for my health care because of the subsidies that they give you in the Affordable Care Act. They overcharge the premiums. So like when you get your windshield replaced on your car, if you got $100 deductible, they just charge you $100. But when they know that they're charging you $100 for a deductible and it's replacing through an insurance company, they will charge your insurance company $500, $600 for the windshield. But if they charge you to pay it straight up cash, it'd be $250, $300 or something like that. They upcharge the insurance companies. The insurance market in the ACA does the same kind of thing. For the same kind of coverage that I would have got for $750 in the private market, I was charged $1,300 a month in the ACA because I got and lost my subsidy that I had. So that's the racketing. So essentially, what we've done in the Affordable Care Act is we've transferred wealth from our tax-paying base directly into the private sector, into the insurance companies. Like, it's great that everybody gets healthcare, but it's really just a financial transfer to the private sector.
Well, what I'm worried about is if like people are saying UBI is the most important thing, it is and it isn't. Because if we pass UBI and we don't fix the healthcare costs, all that UBI is just going to go pay for your fucking medical bills.
Mm-hmm.
So it just, again, that's a transfer of resources from our tax base to the private industry. That quick.
Yep.
One injury. I'm one injury from homelessness. Let's be real.
But I think that's why you can't sit there and say that the UBI is the most important thing. Maybe it's the easy, low-hanging fruit, because that's
healthcare.
To me, that's kind of what it is. Healthcare is where, that's where it's at. Because if you could bring people together on healthcare, especially if we're going to have another year to 2 years of this virus, you got to think like that will bond people together. It will happen. And so I think we have to go down that route. Otherwise, all we're going to be doing is backpedaling.
Yeah.
Can I add something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dive in.
Okay.
Delay.
Yep. Go ahead, Annette. Take it through.
She needs to take a deep breath.
Oh shit! She muted herself. I guess so. Damn it!
You're good in that. If you wanted to come in,
private chat. I'm a private chatter.
You're good in that.
I don't know. Okay.
Is that a Texas hat? What? I mean, it's just. I mean,
I don't know what it is. I don't.
Wow.
Can you hear us, Annette? I don't think she can hear us. Shit.
Either way,
Okay.
Continue said thought. We shall see if she returns.
Well, if you hear us, Annette, we're waiting on you. If you want to say something,
just jump in.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, that's why I think that if you get universal basic income, you have to have the public option for Medicare. Period.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why that has to come first before the other. And I don't care. I think if you try to
Okay.
both
Okay. I was just waiting for a break. So yeah, there's a long delay.
Okay. Oh,
Can you catch her on Facebook?
Brutal. Let me text her.
Zucker her.
Yes.
Yes. Can I speak? Okay. I was just trying to add adding to the how they mark up the prices. I'm on Medicare, and I have so I had bladder cancer and had to have my bladder removed completely, and so I will have to use alternative methods for my urine to catch my urine for the rest of my life. Okay. So I'm now disabled. I can't work anymore. And I'm on Medicare and Social Security disability. And I all of a sudden the medical supply company that I was ordering my supplies from, they all of a sudden cut me off because they said, "Oh, you owe us like $800." And I'm like, "What?" And they said, "Yeah, you owe us $800." I'm like, "Why didn't you tell me that I owed you money like $700 ago. You know, like now all of a sudden it's like an insurmountable bill that I'm not going to pay. And I'm supposed to have this Medicare, which is supposed to be covered, right? So because they cut me off, my husband ended up going on, I'm pretty sure it was eBay, and he found my exact medical supplies for like half the price of what it costs for me to get it from this supply company using my Medicare. So like Medicare covered 80%. So the eBay cost was still cheaper than 20% of the cost through Medicare. It's terrible. So we don't even use our Medicare anymore. We just go straight straight to eBay.
That's the thing, though.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
You're still paying for something, but you're still paying for something you don't get to take part of. It's bullshit.
Yeah. It's
It's just so you guys
very,
know,
very simple.
Right.
This is Buddy the Elf from Canada.
I do not. No. I mean, no.
No. We don't want to know what you do to maple syrup and spaghetti noodles. It's unimportant.
It's called my OnlyFans. It's $3 a month, and Hannah, you're already my biggest supporter, so don't even.
I gotta find something to do with my pennies. They're all sticky.
So are mine. They're right. Anyways, that's not what we're talking about. You gotta stop letting me be such a derailment here.
So, Buddy.
Hello.
Canada. Represent.
How crazy do we look to Canadians right now?
Oh, let me count the ways. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. No, I've admittedly I've always been a little ignorant to politics. It's only been in the last 5-6 years that I've really tried to work to understand. And when you do that, you realize that there's a lot that you don't understand, and there are so many layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of convoluted and needlessly complicated steps for everything to get laid out. So you guys were talking about, the move to UBI and private healthcare, and I mean, they're away from privatization of healthcare. And in Canada, we've got a more public system. It's not perfect. There's still a lot of problems that we need to work on. We need to fix. There's way too much money that ends up going right up to the top in it. And I'm not talking about like the government, specifically like politicians. I'm talking about like the executives and stuff. They still hold way too much of the money. And somehow our conservative government, specifically in my province, because for those of you who haven't tuned into Cellar Door Skeptics, because I'm sure that all of you are diehard fans. I'm basically from the Texas of Canada, and we have a leader.
No, he's not kidding. The biggest thing that happens in his city is an effing rodeo.
Yeah, our entire identity centers around this rodeo. I did like a 2-episode arc talking about that. Oh yeah. Oil and horses. That's the biggest thing here.
So you're Canadian cowboys?
A lot of them think they are.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do they drive big trucks?
Yeah.
What's that funny Canadian show where they talk funny words and shit?
Oh, Letterkenny.
Letterkenny.
There it is.
That's not a funny word show. That's just a funny show with fast words.
That's true.
You have to keep up with the fast words.
Our province has recently, so we had 4 years of non-conservative leadership. Like our far left leadership is basically like just left of the Democratic Party that you guys have, and they're still nowhere near, especially being, because you guys know what the Democrats are like in Alabama. In order to maintain some sort of support, they have to make a lot of concessions and still be Alabama. Well, we of course were working with dealing with the oil industry and all of that garbage, and now after 4 years of what we call the NDP, trying to fix a lot of the problems in my province, we now have a conservative leadership once again, and basically they are stepping to a more private healthcare system, because our health minister, actually his wife is the, if I'm not mistaken, founder of a private insurance company, which was a really big problem for about 2 minutes until he showed up on a doctor's doorstep and screamed at the doctor and harassed him because this doctor spoke out and posted a meme. So that's it. Well, I want to sit here and be like, yeah, y'all look so crazy from up here. I just got to look out my window and I'm like, oh man, we are not far away.
We're not far enough away, huh?
No, nowhere
It's a side
near far.
effect. It's a side effect of the internet having .ca instead of .com. The American meme generating system, unfortunately, is a viral methodology that infects all of the brains of all of the humans because of the Zuckerbot who's in charge of all of it.
Well, let's not go crazy. I mean, memes are fun. Memes are good. It's just the fact that they really set up the conservative snowflakes.
Winston had to change the rules of the memes when the Ministry of Truth told him that he had to remove the one people.
Well, hey, I just want to introduce you guys. This is Kai Watson. He's over. Are you in LA still, Kai?
Yeah, I'm down in LA.
He's one of the OG Yank Gangers I met out on the road. He's out. He's actually taking over TikTok by fucking force.
Oh Jesus!
He's a youngster. He's 20. What are you, 21 now? Are you 20?
19.
19. Son of a bitch. My kid's that age. But yeah. So how's it been going, Kai? LA treating you all right?
It's going good. Yeah. It's going good. I can only hop on for a couple minutes. We're editing a ton of videos throughout the night. But we're watching. We have like 3 TVs on. I'll show you my view real quick. This is my view right here.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So and then there's the studio right here. And so we're filming and just editing right away, updating people about full information, so like that. Just as a side project with a group that's working to get people out to just vote more. And so we're pairing up with them in terms of content. What's your guys' take on what's happening right now in the election? Guys, catch me up and give me a synopsis of where we're at right now.
Oh well, right now they haven't really reported much of jack and shit. Honestly, like. The most they have right now is the most current one, and we're talking like 21% reporting in New York. Maine has 8%, so it's just we're so early in it that this map is.
We're reporting at a COVID rate.
The way it kind of sounds like picking up bits and pieces. It sounds like Trump's kind of taking over a little bit right now. I could be totally wrong. That's just kind of what I was picking up from MSNBC's little quips.
Well, we got to expect him to pick up the lead because the in-person votes get counted quicker.
Yeah.
And then the West Coast is going to happen after midnight.
Yeah.
So he's going to get a comfortable lead throughout the night, and then like 2 or 3 in the morning, it might even up, and we'll see what it comes down to with the mail-in votes.
Republican Party yeah. The Republican Party is willing to sacrifice its followers to go out and vote in person.
Exactly. Yeah, it's madness, man. But yeah, guys, it's wild right now where I'm so impatient. It's been 2 whole hours and I'm already pissed that we don't know, which is stupid because it could be at least another day and a half or so when it comes to these mail-in ballots being counted in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
It's funny how little you remember 4 years ago.
Well, yeah, because we didn't know until like 6 a.m.
No, they literally didn't even report until the next morning. Yeah, Hillary refused to come out. But yeah,
because I was up till about 3, and they're like, "Well, there's still a chance," and everybody's very flabbergasted, and I was pretty incoherent, and I'm in my underwear and a t-shirt crying. It's like, oh my god, this is like the most unreal thing in the world. I don't know what the hell's going on right now. Like how does this even happen? Like the logic in this is just beyond me.
Real quick, I gotta hop off, but thanks for having me. I just want to come.
All right, Kai, jump on anytime, brother. Later.
Yeah, see you guys. See you. Peace.
Yep. Yeah, that kid right there is no joke, man. That is a high energy person.
That is Gen Z. We just had a visit from Gen Z, and the speed at which they move. Like he's like, look at this up. He's just shaking his camera around. It's like, wow, is that natural adrenaline? It just comes naturally to you guys.
Video.
I had to pour caffeine on my face to wake up in the morning.
No, Kai's one of
you
these.
Don't have to. You choose to.
Well, this kid's got it figured out where he's like, okay, politics is going to die for a while. So he got off politics. He went on TikTok where he knew the big push was going to be. He saw the trend coming. Sees that's his age group. That's his demographic. They went from nothing to over 1 million followers on TikTok in about a 3-month period.
Dude, Biden is up in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane,
I know.
right? That's just crazy. And not by much, but that's just even crazy that he's even in contention. What was it last year?
Well, the AP is reporting 2% on Donald Trump in Ohio, but like it's literally within the margin of error right now. Like,
yeah,
earlier we were showing Cuyahoga. Look up Cuyahoga. Look, so that the county just to the left of Cuyahoga that was blue half hour ago.
Oh yeah, it was.
So
by Dayton, right?
Yep. And so. No, Cuyahoga is right next to Cleveland. That's where I am.
Oh, that's right. It had a more.
Yeah, so to the right of Cleveland is Geauga County, and south, I believe, is Lake County. Just a bit left is another one, and so like all 4 of those were blue when we started.
Yeah.
So we're seeing those are rural. So the best way I can describe Ohio is the same way that you look at like West Michigan. If you're in Grand Rapids, like it's city, and then in minutes you can be just, I mean, in soybean country, like hard soybean country. And then if you go southwest in Ohio, you hit the edges of the starts of the mountains. It's like the closer you go towards Columbus, like you hit the edge of the West Virginia mountains when you start seeing everything just really, really start getting elevation. And so what you get there is you get coal country and you get people who are, the best way I can describe it is like driving through England. Like there's nothing flat. Tiny roads, very narrow. It's very, very rural. You drive through this and you see houses that are just being held up with like tin, and like you're just like, that is definitely a Trump supporter.
So you're talking about this little border between Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio?
Yeah, down. Well, but that's the thing. Like if you go towards Columbus, so like straight south of me and a little bit west, there's an area called Hocking Hills, and it's the edge of the mountains, and it's absolutely gorgeously amazing state park. And it's national park, and it's so cool. But if you drive around that area, you see these little tiny towns that there's nothing in them. Like there's no sustainable anything in them. And that's the area that, we used to see blue collar stuff coming through the Democratic Party. It's like, supporting all that back when, unions were supporting coal and driving that kind of stuff. But it's basically vaporized in those areas. And what the Democrats did not do was create some kind of system to educate those areas, to create a transitional period. So like those areas and those little towns could be these IT hubs of like awesome little, startup entrepreneurial companies. Like why does a startup tech company have to be in Silicon Valley or New York? Everything can be done virtually and through distance now. Why can't a little tiny town in the middle of red ass Ohio be this unique TikTok creation hub where all these small town folks that have ideas that nobody's been looking at can make something? Like that kind of innovation has left and just missed these towns. And so like they have nothing else except for someone that says, well, you can blame your situation on these brown skin folks who are coming in.
Well, it's
you
because
can blame them on this other group.
It's because you can't make it quicker than meth.
I know that too. Well, it's not even the meth, it's the opioids.
Yeah.
So like one of my coworkers has buried at least 5 people in the last 5 years.
Whoa.
Jesus.
Damn it.
That's Ohio. It's bad. It's bad. And like the opioid crisis in 2016, one of the last presentations that President Trump gave, he said that he himself, I can solve the opioid crisis. Vote me in. I can do it. I haven't heard anything about the opioids since I don't know.
I alone.
That's
I
right.
alone can do it.
Yep. And he told the whole town, don't sell your houses. Great advice, jack off. And GM laid off a couple of thousand people, and bon voyage, It's crazy. What's up, Dizzle? You're back?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think like the lack of opportunity in Ohio is causing all that opioid use?
The lack of opportunity in Ohio. Basically, like what I was saying, it's just like the small towns. Like, what Well, a good example is it's an interesting parallel. It's kind of a dark one, but look at the African spread of HIV and AIDS, right? If you look at some of the countries in Africa that are so impoverished, they have nothing. There isn't one thing they have. The one thing they do have is just their physical bodies and their physical pleasure. And so this disease is rampant and it's running around and it's destroying everything. But if everything is miserable and you can have one thing that's nice, your life may be short and miserable, but at least for a couple minutes, it's really nice.
But you're gonna be high.
Well, there is a statistic that poor people have more children. I think that might be, the reason.
Might be relevant.
Wait,
so tie this in, right? So like we have people that don't have access to healthcare, don't have access to birth control. Women are basically told, don't touch that. This is evil. You're gonna be disowned from your family. But then also you offer them something like an opioid, and it's just one of the things they describe heroin as, which is usually the secondary where you end up. If you start on opioids and it's too expensive, you end up on heroin and you die on heroin. And heroin's description for homeless people who take it is that it's this warm and comforting and amazingly just content place. You take this drug and you're just fine. Everything's great. Nothing's wrong. And it's a tiny moment of respite in a world that is basically trying to destroy you.
Yeah, I know.
And so opioids will give you that, and like they'll get a connection, and like that's a tiny little respite in a horrible existence, and maybe that's a starting place, and then it just goes downhill from there. Fentanyl or whatever. When I want to say 4 years ago, a real good friend of mine, his friend was they were cutting up the patches and sucking on corners, and he passed away. He passed away from it, and I mean, one of the best guitarists I ever met.
Damn.
I'd never seen someone play a guitar like this guy could, and just done in a minute. And so like these, just a little tiny thing like that, and and a little tiny respite and a tiny tall sound, and in an ignorance bubble of don't have sex, don't do this, drugs are bad, don't touch this. We're not going to teach you anything about it. Just don't do it. And
but it all feels
good luck.
good.
Then good
it
luck.
all feels good.
Well, I feel like if you tell somebody not to do something, you also need to give them something to do. Like they need opportunities. Like if there's nothing to do and you're like, hey, but don't drink that liquor, don't drink that beer, don't do nothing. There's nothing else for you. There's no jobs, no money for you to get. But don't do that. yeah, don't do this stuff. It's like, well, okay, give them something to do.
Why are all the teenage boys spray painting things and punching each other in the face? Because you won't even let them touch themselves.
Or anybody else.
But they did get touched up by a priest, so now we have to contend with that. But
the power of grace tells you.
What's the Doug Stanhope joke? This is like you have the kid who doesn't understand his sexuality, and Father O'Hanahan touches him, and then he tells his mom, finally, like, Mom, listen, I don't understand. Why would an older man want to touch a younger boy? And Mom goes, I don't, what, hi, maybe we need to go talk to Father O'Hanahan. No! It's just like, I mean, it's just, we see that the abstinence only sex education, it just spirals out of control. Henry Rollins has a great joke where he talks about, or not a joke, but a story. He talks about that someone that came up to him after one of his spoken word shows and says that it's great that you talk about abstinence only sex and how it's terrible, because a story that this young kid came to her and they had this problem where two couples in the front and then in the back of a car had gone out to like make out point, and the couple in the front had engaged in intercourse, and the couple in the back was like looking over the seats like, hey, that's cool, you want to try that? And so like the guy in the back didn't bring a condom, so he asked the people in the front, hey, do you guys have an extra one? And the guy was like, no, I don't have an extra one, but listen, I'm done with this one. So just flip it inside out, right? No big deal. And so the girl got impregnated from the other guy.
The ultra cuck.
Yeah, and so like he was like he said it was just like this this weird, illiterate, immaculate conception. That's the way he described it. But like, I mean, like crazy stuff can happen if you don't educate people.
Yeah,
and like that sounds like an Ohio story. I'm sorry, but it just does.
Well, technically, I'm from Toledo, so.
Yeah. So how were your kids conceived? We're curious.
Immaculately.
Yeah,
bathtub.
Meth tub? Is that what you said?
I heard.
I had a pizza, and he was just there.
I heard of a. I have a. You know, I go into people's homes. You know, work with older populations with physical therapy, but they'll have like I had a granddaughter of a patient come up pregnant, and like she found out while I was there, and I'm like, oh,
So
that's an awkward silence.
And, you're just standing there with like stretchy like rubber, like right.
Yeah, I'm just like, ooh, you know. Well, then she tells her grandma, she's like, she goes, Granny. She goes, yes, baby girl. She goes,
oh man,
I'm pregnant. And the girl didn't know I was there. Like, I just walked in the door, sat my bag down, washing my hands, asked her how her pain was, and all of a sudden she hears that shit from around the corner, and she goes, bitch, you know. And they start yelling at each other. I'm just kind of standing there. I'm like, okay, you guys want me to come back tomorrow, or no, fuck it, come and have
not that I want to not that I want to discount your career, but you're really keeping the personal trainer, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, and then the girl come around the corner and she goes, bitch, how'd you get pregnant? And she's like, well, me and him had sex, but I heard if you get in the bathtub and take a bath, it gets all that stuff out you and you don't get pregnant. I'm like,
there's all kinds.
It's like the old thing where girls thought if you douched, it would get rid of it. Actually pushes things up and it doesn't help. It does the opposite, you know. And I thought, man, this poor kid just doesn't know jack and shit with no sex ed, you know. And between Pornhub and Facebook, you're in trouble.
And,
you know,
and so the same people that are making those decisions are deciding who's going to be the next president.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, TikTok.
Hey, by the way, was Trump supposed to win Arizona? Because it looks like Biden's in the lead right now.
With 60% reporting, let's bring this up. That's actually a good point. I just noticed that they had a little update here. Yeah, Arizona 60% reporting, 55.9%. He's up by about 150,000 votes. So we're a long way from home. Oh, it just changed. 66%. Now it's 200,000. So that's a 10-point lead. Interesting. Let's check out Arizona. Oh, so it's 2 cities and it's all rural. It hasn't been counted yet. I can see that going away really quickly.
Well, there's like 37 people in the rest of that state. So
like there's 12 here.
And they have some power.
Have you ever seen Arizona? It's cactus and Beavis and Butthead farting on campfires.
Oh man.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey,
I want to see something really cool.
Yeah.
No shit.
The next time two old guys say that to me.
I got a question for you guys. So what's gonna happen when midnight strikes and Trump claims victory no matter how many votes are counted?
He said he wouldn't. This morning, he actually said he would not do it unless it was called full on. The Democrats were saying that he wouldn't, and it's more than just him tweeting it. Like, he's actually on record talking and saying it, and so even if he does,
let's look at Arizona. Can we look at that? Because that's where I am.
Also, Lindsey Graham was on record saying that they would not nominate a new Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, I was
in an election year.
I was gonna say because
he said that
on record saying you can hold me to this, and then we hold them to that, and they go, "Nah, I don't care."
I just want to point out something funny, guys. In Wyoming, there's been a total of 2,252 votes. It's going to Trump. I mean, what the fuck? There's like 5,000 or 6,000 people there, so I guess that's pretty close.
You got to get
Arizona. 65% reporting, 55. So it's about an 8-point lead or 12-point lead. Let's look. So that's Arizona. What the fuck was I thinking? She just said that. Is she okay? She's not even in here anymore.
Yeah, Kanye West made sure he's gonna win Wyoming for sure.
Fucking Kanye. And here's Arizona.
He's out there.
The only thing Kanye is gonna win is a new prescription to Xanax.
Man,
he really should be so lucky.
He needs professional help, and he's had it, but I watched that Joe Rogan. What the fuck? I watched that Joe Rogan podcast where he said, they put me on meds, but I couldn't write music no more. And I'm like, okay. So he went back. He's back on.
So
his
here's the
shit now.
thing. This is an interesting tangent we could take. It's like, do you think if they put Edgar Allan Poe on antidepressants, he would have been able to create what he created? I don't.
Probably not. There won't be.
So,
You gotta be in a dark place.
There is something weird. And
Yeah,
real.
did you notice how Mike Tyson couldn't box after they put him on my meds? Like,
yeah.
I mean, he still could, but kind of not though. He didn't have that same.
It's
He didn't have the same fury.
Well, yeah, I mean,
because it balanced that out.
you start taking a medicine that means you don't look at an ear and go, "I'm gonna eat that right now."
That is tasty. That's a snack right there.
So
I mean, he was getting headbutted, and I saw an interview with Holyfield and Tyson, and Holyfield said he bit somebody too before Tyson. So I'm maybe it was karma.
Yeah.
Well, so
I don't know. I all I know is that when you I can't remember the class of medications that Xanax and Prozac and all that are in, but if anybody remembers this specific chemical compound, but they find that there's all of these
benzodiazepine.
Is that what it is? They that class has really, really intense side effects that are usually underrated. And I found that that's something that really, I have a 2 and a 5-year-old, and as time goes on, if they continue acting like they are, they're definitely going to need some kind of calmer downer. But maybe that's the fact that I'm 36 and my kids are 2 and 5 and they're crazy, and I'm starting to fold like a Dorito that's been left out on the counter for a couple of days.
Well, hey, I want to check into you guys real quick. North Carolina is literally a fucking coin toss. 90% reported. 90%.
Oh, wow.
We got less than, what is that? 59, 68? Yeah. Oh, just went up a little bit. That changed it.
Just changed a little.
Which brings me to my next point.
North Carolina, man. Come on.
Why? How do you guys feel? What do you think Trump is signaling by putting up the Secret Service by putting up those fences around the White House about 12 hours ago?
The unscalables.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did it before when there was protests.
Mm-hmm.
We did it before.
Yeah, he did it when Matt Skidmore was there live streaming during the protest, the BLM protest. And they put those fences up after the third night because they kept getting in a physical fight over the fencing. The cops were trying to pull it, and the protesters were yanking them bitches out of their hands.
I guess the question I'm asking is, what do you think the transfer of power is going to be like if there is one?
I think either way, if Trump loses, the transfer of power is going to be him literally just stepping away and say, Pence, you're in. Because that's kind of how he approached presidency anyway. All he wants to do is rally. He doesn't want to govern. He wants to rally. He wants to hear things.
There's no glory in actually doing things. There's more glory in standing out front and riffing and rambling and muttering and making things up as you go.
Yeah.
The last 2 months of the Trump presidency will be doing everything and anything he can to keep himself from going to prison.
Pretty much. But here's the thing, though.
Literally, that will be everything. There will be a flurry of pardons. There will be anything and everything, and it's going to be dark. I mean, anything that he has the power to do, because like I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the Republican Party as the caged animal, the caged animal or the cornered animal is the loudest immediately before it's essentially extinguished. And Trump is without a doubt a very, very predictable caged and cornered animal. And so in this case here, there's a good chance that anything and everything that he can do, that he can find a way legally to do, he will do, and it'll probably be pretty ugly. I'm not entirely certain how far he would go. I don't think there's a limit to how far morally Trump will go, which is a kind of an interesting thing, because I think there will be people in the Republican Party who will see what he would do to stay out of trouble and to stay out of, because he can't just declare bankruptcy and walk away from presidency. And and they have actually said that no, his taxes are applicable in New York and other places. Like, he can't walk away now. Like, by taking this position of power,
he has to be president, because Bill Barr got his back saying the president can't be prosecuted for a crime. He has to stay president.
Which is amazingly stupid and
Here's the
really
thing, though.
incentive to be president.
But then that's what I'm getting to is people don't realize the Supreme Court is so important because what do you think this case is going to go to? No matter who wins or loses, this case is going to go directly to the Supreme Court because that's where these type of cases go to.
Yeah.
And now Ruth Bader Ginsburg just died, and now Amy Coney Barrett or whatever her name is there.
Yeah.
So,
what do you think that's going to look like? Like,
how much money do you want that Biden will fucking pardon Trump's bulls?
It doesn't.
I
put
don't
it-
want to think about that.
I'll put it down right now.
I mean, he kind of has to make it not look like we're going into this third world type of power
Well,
change.
the reason I say that is because when Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon, he had no real reason to do it. The fact that a previous president, disgraced as he may have been, going to jail, being in charge, getting found guilty of something, disgraces the system so much that the reprehensible reaction to that outweighs whatever. And Joe Biden, being the center right politician that he is, would say, "Listen, we're going to overlook this stuff."
Well, think about it. Think about it another way. Think about it this way. America as just a country and a brand. If you are the CEO of a country and you find out that one of your other executives just stole $1 million from you, do you really also want the publicity of one of your executives going to jail? Because that makes your overall company look like you got criminals in it.
Right.
So maybe they'll just ask that guy to step down and kind of give it that graceful, so as to
they'll
not
wait for him to leave and they'll just
make the whole thing look bad. I think maybe that's kind of.
But correct me if I'm wrong here. The president of the United States can only pardon you for federal crimes.
Well, New York wants to go after him.
That's what I'm saying. Governor of New York will not pardon President Trump.
That's
if Biden says step down, he will.
Yeah, that's true.
It is.
Hey,
It
guys,
is.
I'm gonna jump
It's
off
party.
for a while.
All right,
Bye,
Chris.
Tan.
Have a good night. I gotta go deal with some kids stuff.
All right, fair enough.
All right, later, man.
Yeah, guys. So let's go back to North Carolina is a big deal, man, and we're within 30,000 votes, and that is less than it's 0.6%. And this is,
I blame Joe Jorgensen. That stupid.
Dude,
She got 40,000 votes. You see it
how
right
dare
there?
she run for office? She's got 43. Then Howie's got 11, and Don Blankenship. Welcome to the party. You almost got $7,000, bro. Good job.
Montana's looking bluish. Is that a blue state tradition?
It used to be. It used
It's
to
not.
be.
It's not now. That's for damn sure.
It's looking bluish.
Dude, it's
only
not just looking.
17.
It's 38% and 61%.
Yeah.
17%.
Montana used to be reliably, or Minnesota used to be reliably. Montana, not quite as much. I was just looking at the other end. Well, Minnesota
I used to live
be
in
reliably
Missoula.
blue.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Missoula
here's the thing.
is blue, and then Billings is. Huh?
Billings is like red or what?
Yeah, Billings would be
anytime-
more red. Missoula's more blue.
Anytime there's a dot on a map, that's usually going to be bluish.
Right. Right.
It's like there's people there.
A metropolis. But here's the thing: it's 19% reporting, almost 20%, 1/5 of the state, and you've got 2 of the 4 major metropolises covered. So this is 20%. What does it be? 40% of the whole state is in 4 cities, man. But this is the thing, though. At
That's America for you,
19%, but at 19% reporting between 2 fucking cities, he still is barely over half. So that's not a good look. That's not going to work out.
Well, I mean, if you look at Montana, it doesn't particularly strike you as a place that's going to be intensely one side or the other.
And it's 3 electoral college, 3 from all. Look at this. Good Lord, there's nothing here. But then again, Iowa's only 6. Is Michigan? We're not nothing special. But
if you do the math for those 3 versus the number of people in California,
yeah, it's a big difference.
Oh yeah, I had an argument, and this is such an illuminating day in Ohio. I had a gentleman tell me I was wrong in quoting Thomas Jefferson in saying that the tree of liberty from time to time needs to be watered with the blood of patriots and tyrants. And he told me it does not have tyrants. It is just the blood of patriots. Okay, dude, you're wrong. And I don't care where you look, you're going to find that out. But also this guy in the argument, I had said, so you're cool with the Electoral College. You think that's awesome that the people in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming have a couple of electoral votes and their percentage weight-wise for the Electoral College is, let's say, 1.5, and every single person in California maybe 0.6. So you're literally telling me that the people in Ohio and wherever, because obviously this is where I am, we are worth per person more electorally and voting wise than the people in California and New York and places like that. And he told me, yes, we are worth more. And like at that point, I was just like, we have a fundamental disagreement with what humanism is. And we cannot bind this, because you have to at least start from the same point that humans and representation and people are equal. And then we can start going from there. But if you're going to tell me that certain humans are worth more than other humans, we can't even start the argument.
I think that's a weird place to start, though, because it's per capita.
Oh, I know.
You know, so we have a Senate that makes sure all the states and the flyover states are equally represented in the Senate. And then Congress has more proportionate representation. It's not a good system either. It's not perfect because, like you said, California, LA County has more people. LA County, this itty bitty thingy right here, has more people in all 5 of these states.
I know.
But there are 3, 6, 9, 12, 16 electorates. That's 1/3 of California's.
Yeah. That's the whole point. Is that like so
One
humans
county.
that live in very, very densely populated areas are electorally and politically worth less. And like that's an inequality and a fundamental issue with the electoral system that most of us probably agree with. And these are things that need to be changed. But the people in the Republican Party and conservative side love this because they overweighs the people in, you know, famously known as flyover country.
Well,
but like you know, that's a difference.
Do you think we should get rid of? Are you in the position that you believe the Electoral College should be done with and just go strictly popular vote?
I definitely support the idea of looking at the essentially the full-on democracy, like an actual one person, one vote situation.
Well, see, I'm kind of the opposite a little bit. I think that the way to make sure, because then you're incentivizing people to not campaign in the middle of the country.
Oh, I know. And
so I think the hybrid is new laws that says the popular vote goes in accordance with your electorate.
Yeah, but they like only advertise in those states. They only advertise in those swing states. I mean, I barely see any advertisements in California because they already know what it is in California.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
What's up on that?
Why can't it be required for the candidates to visit every single state at least once on the campaign trail? Like they should have to go visit the capital of every state in the union, right?
Yeah,
and then also advertise, like, huh? Why not? Why not?
It's just bureaucratic bullshit. You have to go to Idaho for what though? Like, what are you going to get out of that?
Why? Why?
I wouldn't go to fucking Idaho.
You go.
Well, make it. If you make it a
Well,
tour.
why are people from Idaho?
If you're running for president,
worth less?
I would go. I would go on
like
fact finding
You
missions.
hit all 50 states and you make it a tour.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're president for all the people.
The
Why not
shittiest-
go
the
and
shittiest
visit
soft
all
rock
the
tour
states that
ever.
you're going to be president of?
Oh.
Idaho.
I think
Idaho
if you
isn't
wanna
any
be
less of a
president-
state than Michigan or Arizona or whatever. Like the people there still have value.
I think
Idaho still have value.
whenever
My
you
husband was
want to
born
be
in Idaho.
president, whenever you want to be president, you got to go to like every state and for a week, whatever their main export is or whatever, you got to work in that industry and live off that budget.
Okay,
and that way you get a sense of what every you get a sense of what every state is about.
I would say that if you have a representative of a district, that representative needs to live at the level of his lowest paid constituents.
that'd be
that makes sense.
Wouldn't that be nice?
I think politicians is about life experience. Like a real good finding somebody is like somebody who's been through what at least the median person has been through, what most people go through, and where they're trying to represent. They should know what that feels like, you know.
Yeah,
and I feel like people like Trump are like super far removed from that. Like,
but it would be nice to see a politician have to actually pay the consequences, right?
Yeah, that would be good too.
Go
I
ahead.
think that's part of the reason why people like AOC so much, and because she's, you know, she had to come. She came out of. She's one of us, AOC, and then like I feel that way about Cory Booker. You know, Cory Booker. I like Cory Booker. Not everybody likes Cory, but I don't mind Cory. And I do know somebody that knows him personally. He was a Rhodes Scholar with Cory. He went to school with Cory Booker, and I trust that. He's the genuine article. Like when you see him, that's who he actually really is. Like he's not faking it.
But
so I
is,
trust the person that told me that had that experience. So
I can like you as a person and hate
anyway, whatever.
Voting record though.
Yeah.
Like I like Cory Booker as a person. I met him. I've talked to him. He's a really nice guy, but he also fucking sold us out politically. Like when he backed up with big pharma and big oil.
Well, sure.
So you know what I mean? Like it's hard to not like someone that's likable.
Because that's what politicians do. All of them do that.
Yeah, that's how they stay in office. Too,
it's arguable that every politician is going to sell us out at one point or another. Andrew Yang is going to sell us out one day. He's going to do something. He's going to do something that pisses us off because he's got to do it to play the game.
I don't think
sometimes you got to do shit that you don't want to do.
I don't think you can represent 350 million people without pissing off some people. I don't think that's possible. I don't think you can represent.
There's no such thing.
I don't think you can represent these large chunks of people
anymore.
Yeah, especially with like the internet, everybody's like niched out because the algorithms feed you whatever you like. So, and then you start getting into the communities of your own thing, and then that segments off people in a bunch of different nodes all around the world.
I'm gonna go ahead
and that's why I think it'd be hard for a new party to ever emerge. Like, that's why I think it would be hard.
Well, it's not so much emerging. You literally have to just let everything in. So we talked about it earlier on before you jumped in. It's like a parliamentary system where if you don't hit the 50% threshold, if you don't have half of the people in this country voting for you, you have to create a coalition government. You have to bring in a bunch of other people to create over 50%, and then there's like a runoff election or something along those lines where like everybody votes on that group.
And that means whatever deal they got going on with whatever party they're working with has to cease. So whatever they got going on with the Democrats or whatever they think they can get out of working with Democrats, they got to stop doing that and they got to go work with the new party. Yeah. And there's not a lot of people willing to do that all the time, especially if they're getting maybe a few $1 million or something like that, you know, funneled into their organization or whatever they do. So,
well, I think that's why I think it's so important to get ranked choice voting on the ballot in every fucking state.
That would be cool.
Ranked choice would be really cool because it would definitely give a boost to all the next level and the third and the fourth choices. So there's always 1 and 2, but the third and the fourth choice. So statistically, you know, ranked choice it's basically going on the most positive votes. And statistically speaking, it's a really, really nice model. And I have a hard time believing, besides a couple of New England states, that definitely, without a doubt, that you would see this in the Midwest being okay. Because, like, you look at the conservative perspectives, they love binary and absolute situations. They love a good and a bad. It's the devil or it's God.
Yeah,
I mean, they really do. I mean, that's how they set up their lives. And we look at drugs are bad, drugs are good. No, drugs are kind of in the middle, and they're actually really useful in a whole bunch of different ways. In fact, alcoholism, which is a massive, massive, rampant problem in a lot of Midwestern states, is also incredibly susceptible to people who have taken psilocybin and can be cured very, very, very effectively using these types of medications. And so, like, you know, that binary thinking leads you to overlook a bunch of really, really important stuff. And like, then that bleeds obviously into the electoral college and all that kind of stuff. Like, people thinking in 0 and 1s when it's actually a big gray thing. That's the reason why I like the idea of bringing in coalition governments. The United States structure itself, the voting structure, like the whole thing we have would have to change in order to accommodate that. And I have no clue if there would ever be the kind of political willpower.
Well, the American,
do something like
the
that.
American structure was based on creating differences in values between human beings, because, you know, black people was like 3/5 of a man or whatever. They discounted women and stuff like that. It's been based on exclusion, and it's been easier to just probably implement binary. They probably didn't have like data analysts back then that could have came up with a more fair system or whatever. And now they don't want to change the system. It's
So
like
James Madison said that we need to protect the minority of the opulent from the people. Essentially, he said that if given the power, like in England, if all the people were given the power to distribute wealth, they would take from the rich and they would redistribute to all the poor. And so in creating the Federalist Papers, the United States founders, James Madison is one of the founding fathers of the Constitution, said specifically that we need to protect the minority of the opulent, because in the end, when the United States is basically gone from a whole bunch of landowners to a few who own the majority of the land, we need to protect those people. That's exactly where we are right now, which is,
I mean, they were probably already rich.
He was already like the fact that he was
all
able
those
to
guys were
predict
probably all those guys were probably pretty wealthy in their right already. So they were thinking about wealthy people because they could read and write. Even back then, I don't think everybody could just read and write. These guys could read and write, and they had power. They were going to make a system.
They were able to read the Enlightenment out of the French republics at the time. Like, these guys were schooled in philosophy. Meanwhile, everybody else was dealing with farming, right?
Yeah.
Thomas Paine and the French Enlightenment, that was a big deal. And it's interesting to see how patriarchal and how power critical it was. Like, I mean, if you look at the dynamics back then, it's not that different. It's just a whole lot more people here.
You guys, I got a great fucking update for you.
What's
Make
up?
you want to punch yourself in the nuts. Former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville defeats Democratic Senator Doug Jones. They called it.
Wait.
The football coach beat the sitting senator, a Democrat, in the Senate. Tuberville.
Oh, dude,
What even is her country at this point?
So, okay,
we're
so
a
this
reality show. That's what America is right now. We're becoming a reality show.
So the Doug Jones is the winner of this special election, and so this is just one county's results.
No, but it's a Senate.
So no, I know that. Is this just the county's results? Is this the final results?
Let me see here.
Can you pull it up on your screen share?
Let me send this to myself.
Welcome to America. Hold on, let me send this to myself.
This is America.
Yeah, I know.
That's why I'm gonna go to iPhone finally. Is so I have to do this bullshit.
Don't.
I have to, dude, because of my workflow. It just works so much better.
No. I got an iPhone and I hate it. I hate everything about it. It won't even let you select in the middle of words. It's like iPhone says, "Oh, you can only select at the end or the beginning of a word. You must delete the entire word before you can edit it." Meanwhile, Samsung is like, "You want to edit one letter? That's fine."
You want to customize your home screen? You can do that.
Yep. So here we go.
So Doug Jones, who is also always like imperiled beyond imperil.
Christmas is coming soon.
What the hell?
And you can prepare some gifts for yourself. This
Yeah.
will save your
Get your fidget spinner. Get your fidget spinner.
Fucking fidget
Got
spinner.
mine. It's right here.
Let's see. So it says Tuberville's victory. Let me think. He won the final 3 years of the then GOP. Wait. No, that's old news. That's 2014. My bad. God sent Donald Trump to us. How do you like that quote? Ooh.
Yeah, that's why I be saying that cult. That's the type of quotes I be having in mind.
God's
I
sake.
think some of those people all the way in a cult.
Well, as an atheist, I endorse that. Oops, what the hell is this? As an atheist,
So
I agree.
Doug Jones lost to a famous football coach. Like, people vote essentially. It's Alabama. It's Alabama.
I know, man.
Like,
It's fucked.
If they recognize a face on the TV, they feel like they've got it figured out, and they're like, "Yay!"
They're like,
Click.
Maul, I know him.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like, it really does come down to, like, I know this guy, and Doug Jones is a blue guy, bad guy. Like, it's binary.
Yeah, it's
Looks
like
like-
black and white there.
I mean, at least
like,
Doug Jones had something for a little while. Good for him.
Pennsylvania, and Ohio is reddish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so right now Florida is showing 91% reporting. Oops, I missed it. Went back. Yeah, 91% reporting, and Trump is up by about 375,000 votes. 370,000 votes.
So is this going to be a different map than last time?
I don't know. This is the updated one for Florida only that I'm looking at on the screen.
So basically,
blue dots, blue dots, blue dots.
So the most important states, if you look at the current AP results that Google is displaying, the most important states in the entire race right now are Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Texas, and all of them are pink.
And Ohio. And North Carolina and Georgia.
Okay.
Well, I know that, but if you look
So,
at some of the numbers,
How
that
much
was,
are the
530.
third party votes impacting these outcomes?
Not much. Just
Less
only
than
the very
1%.
tightest one. Like North Carolina is the closest one, and Jorgensen's got 40,000 votes.
Out of the
which
30 deficit.
is just would barely make the difference. That's assuming. Now here, let's be real. Libertarian votes take away from Trump too. So let's be real
Yeah,
about
they
it.
did. They did
So-
because they had people they took in Gary Johnson in the last election, and that was a
Right.
That was a Republican protest vote.
Yep. And Howie's taken away most likely from the Biden votes, if you think about it. On average, that's just me guessing.
Yeah, he's closest to Sanders out of any of them.
Howie?
Yeah, Howie's the closest to Sanders out of
Yeah.
any of the options in all reality. So like you have the Sanders vote, and instead of going to Jill Stein or Gary Johnson, they're going to Howie, which is
Yeah.
a really weird place to go because like Gary Johnson was basically Republicans and marijuana, which
Yeah.
wow, big upgrade. But
he got my vote.
well, like my favorite comedian Doug Stanhope, he said he voted for Gary Johnson in 2016.
Well,
The
because
reason he
everybody's
voted for Gary
always
Johnson
saying how the
was
third party
because
vote, with all the vote shaming and stuff. I want to see how much it actually really impacts it.
It never has.
If it really does make a
lot.
difference.
It'll
A lot
probably
of
be
people don't say
negligible.
they voted for Trump, but they doing it. Yeah.
Like, so like Doug Stanhope said that he voted for Gary Johnson because Gary Johnson followed him on Twitter. And he's like, "Do you think I should be deciding who's the president?" It's like it's the argument. Basically, what he was saying is that a lot of people who make these decisions, who make these votes, their decisions, the methodology and the reasoning behind their votes, is essentially a publicity stunt or a recognition factor. Has nothing to do with policy. Like the early voting stuff, like when you spend down. So like when I sat down to vote in Ohio, in the primary and in the most recent election, it was like I ordered my mail-in ballot. It came into my house. I sat down, crack open a nice beer, sit down on my phone, and I looked up every single name. I went through my entire ballot. It took about an hour. I can't tell you. I have never been as informed as I was, being able to spend the time at my own leisure to go through the entire ballot, every single judge, every single person. I had no clue who they were. What the domestic relations judge? What even is that? Oh, cool. I'll just read it and see what it means.
Right.
And
Yeah.
there is no way you can be even remotely as informed doing the at-home mail-in vote than you can in person. And so, like, I mean, that's basically what it was. It's like, I will never, having the option to vote by mail or by drop-in ballot, I will never vote in person for the rest of my life.
Well, that's why I was trying to design a voting app.
Yeah, we gotta get some blockchain going on.
Yeah, to where people could just go online and you can vote on there. And there's a time limit too, so you can go back and change your vote before the deadline if you want.
I was listening to NPR and they had, I can't remember the name of the country. I want to say it was a former Soviet satellite country. It's not coming to me right now. Estonia. It was Estonia. Estonia, very small country, very low populace. They have completely cloud driven all of their voting politics.
Yeah.
They make everything through an encrypted system. And they've been just basically saying that it's increased the total. So like you give the people the opportunity to vote, and you expect, oh yeah, everyone's going to do it. Well, they actually found that not as many people as they thought would vote to go online and click on or whatever, because like there's going to be people that just be like, screw it, who cares, what does it matter? It's like the difference between like the Australian thing where it's mandatory. So like they had problems with people that were just showing up just completely ripped ass drunk, and so like in Estonia they just have people just like, it's really super easy. You just click on a link and you can just vote. It's fine. But they're like, screw it, I don't care. And so like you run into that as well, but there's always going to be a level of apathetic people in any kind of voter populace. But like giving people like the mandatory voting, it's a little bit much, but also giving people like the ease of voting online and being completely and totally encrypted and safe is awesome. And so like it's kind of in between would be just everyone is automatically registered to vote, and then you can use all of the possible means. Like when you turn 18, you are a registered voter, and wherever you live, wherever your driver's license is, there's no lapsing. It's impossible to be lapsed. If you have a driver's license, if you're a citizen and you're 18, you are registered to vote wherever you have, selected or wherever you live. It's just immediate, wherever. Like there shouldn't be any actual work involved.
Right. There should be all the barriers that you can take away, especially with computers now. You should. If you can take away the barriers, take them away then.
I think you should also have some type of way of getting people that are homeless and impoverished a free identification, not a license that requires a fee, but an ID that's free.
Yeah, a lot of them need their birth certificate too, because that's one of the problems.
Exactly. Yeah, that's something we should have a program.
Ohio had, I think, 150. Cuyahoga County had 150 people they were actually trying to locate because they had sent out their mail-in ballots, but they hadn't had confirmation they had been received or sent back in. But like even as little as the number is 150 in my county. So my county is basically the Detroit of Michigan county, the Wayne County, the Elkin County, and like it's interesting to see how hard they're working to catch just 150 people. It makes me feel good. And like I expected to go into Ohio and just have people just like start throwing Bibles at me or something. And so like it hasn't been as nasty as I expected. Cleveland is a nice town. It's rough and tumbled and it's number one in the murder category, which I hope I don't ever get added to. But you know what I mean?
Sorry,
Where's the wishful thinking?
Yeah, you guys brought up something that made me want to go to the Googles, so I'm going to backtrack a little bit. You guys were mentioning identification. So that reminded me, like in Alberta here, we have you can get an ID card, identification card that you can use in lieu of like your driver's license for most documentation. And I was trying to find the fee for it because you guys mentioned that you got to pay for it. And here, according to the registry website, it's $50 for 5 years, so like $10 a year. I mean, yeah, it's not really much, but for somebody who lives on the streets and kind of puts every penny towards whatever they need to kind of survive in the moment, even that $10 a year, that still is going to go a long way, because especially since you've got to front that $50 right off the bat, and then you got to without the address, of course, you can't really get a whole lot of other documents going on. But unless you get like a PO box, and that's of course another fee. But yeah, like to Boyce's point, if you can start getting the homeless out, getting them involved in the political process, then maybe we might actually see some politicians who actually, for lack of a better way to put it, give a shit.
They're accountable.
You know.
They're held accountable. In the United States, we have a thing called a real ID. There's a real ID driver's license, and there's also an ID card. It costs $30, and the real ID driver's license costs $35. And these people who have that ID may board a flight and enter the U.S. coming from Canada, Mexico, or the Caribbean. So it's kind of like a NAFTA before whatever Donald Trump stuck his nasty orange whatever into and named it whatever he named it, because I have no clue. But it's
Probably
basically
got
an
his name
ID.
in it somewhere.
It's a NAFTA ID.
It's the Trump card.
It's $35 to $30. Yeah, it's a Trump
Barron-
University card. It's
Barron
fake. And nobody knows where it is.
Well, yeah, I want to double back, guys. So the big one, I've just been looking at numbers. 91% in Florida is reported.
Yeah, it's bad.
And Trump has a significant 290,000 vote lead. So he's pretty much gotten Florida in the bag, pretty much.
Yep.
The other one I wanted to show you guys is
Look at Utah is 64% reporting.
Right.
And Trump's got a 140,000 vote lead there.
Yeah, Georgia's still very much in play, 61%, and it's only about 300 something thousand. It's still early in Georgia. Maine, we're not going to know until probably like a week from now because it's ranked choice voting. It'll take a while to process that. But the whole Northeast is blue. This is interesting to me. North Carolina is the one that's just the tightest, man. 2.67, 2.61. So pretty much all these votes makes the difference, really. But again, that wouldn't go all Joe. So we've got a very, very tight.
Let's just steal all of Howie Hawkins, and you reduce it down to a few tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, like probably 20 person per county.
So
92% though is reporting. So it's getting down to nitty gritty for North Carolina too.
To your point about Maine being ranked choice voting and it taking maybe like a week to get results, do you think that's part of the reason why people aren't more in favor of something like that? Simply because we got to have the results now. We got to know now. We got to know now.
No,
we voted today. We got to know today.
80% of people I talk to don't know a jack and shit when I say ranked choice vote, and they say, "What's that?"
Oh,
they just don't know.
Yeah, statistics and probability and statistics is not something taught in school here.
No,
critical thinking.
Not here.
Keith. Yeah, we don't. I mean, you're just.
I'd never heard of it before, Yang.
Yeah, it's not a common thing.
I'd never.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it before.
It looks like Ohio's pretty much almost at 90%, 87%. And the Pumpkin King has about a 360,000 vote lead here as well. Not a lot of wiggle room, which is weird. You got one of these weird little counties over here is blue, not by the big dots, which is rare. So Ohio is pretty much in the bag. Michigan still isn't reporting enough shit because we can't count our votes until yesterday. Wisconsin 50%, and it's a toss up pretty much there still. Minnesota 42%, but it's oh boy, that's a big one. That's a pretty damn large lead to Minnesota for Biden. Iowa, whoa, let's look at Iowa. This doesn't make any sense.
Oh shit.
None of this shit's reporting, man. Look at that. That's all red. That's all fucking red. I'm surprised. Well, Sioux City's on the border. Yeah, this is all college town. This is college town.
Cedar Rapids and Des Moines. Cedar Rapids is Iowa University. Des Moines is obviously Des Moines, the biggest city in
Well, Des Moines University of Iowa. Cedar Rapids is because Iowa State's actually right here.
There's University of Iowa and Iowa University, or there's
Iowa State.
Iowa State. That's the difference.
But Iowa State's like right here in the North County.
Okay.
I don't know what this is, but it's a major metropolis nonetheless. This is Clinton, Ohio. That's my
Cedar Rapids. Okay. I used to live in Cedar Rapids. That's where I went to beauty school. I lived in Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. So Iowa City is that blue square that you're on right there.
Yeah.
And that's where the University of Iowa is. That should be Johnson County right there, approximately.
Isn't University of
And
Iowa
then
over here?
Cedar Rapids is Lynn County.
University of Iowa. It's like I went
No,
to visit my
you were
friend
correct.
in-
Iowa State is over there by Des Moines.
in Des Moines.
Yeah, U of I is Iowa City, and Iowa State is Ames,
Okay.
which is near Des Moines.
So honestly, we look at
there's
this.
2 black dots.
Most of this unreported places are all going to be most likely red.
Wow.
So that's all rural.
Good.
It's all rural. So with the 50% that's reported is mostly the cities.
And that's usually how it is.
Yeah. So the other half is going to go to Biden. So this is a very misleading.
Oh,
number.
and then these are the
What?
So and then the Quad Cities over there on the eastern border.
Sioux City.
Over there.
Yeah.
What's that? Illinois. Those two. So the Quad Cities is actually pretty big. As well. I'm surprised that they don't have Iowa City and the Quad Cities there. Yeah, Davenport, Bettendorf, Rock Island, and Moline.
Moline, that's right.
Clinton's not part of the Quad Cities.
Okay. Is this
Moline.
Clinton up here?
Illinois. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was the precinct.
I think Clinton is more north from what I recall.
I think Clinton's right here, the third county up. But that's where my precinct was. Yeah, so Iowa's not looking so good. Let's see here. That's surprising.
Yeah.
Montana 28. Yeah, Wisconsin 50%. Again, Wisconsin's going to be one of the last ones, and so is PA, because of their mail-in ballots can't be counted until 8 p.m. So, and then Maine's going to be very slow as well. So those three are pretty much pointless. Michigan, I don't know what the hell our problem is. Fucking 40%, and it's 11 o'clock at night. Get your shit together, people. North Carolina, like I said, looks like that is a pure toss up there.
What's going on in Arizona again? That's when my internet was messed up.
73% reporting, and Biden's up by about 210,000 votes. With 73%. It looks like this whole area is rural. There's probably like 50 people here, maybe, to count. Ha ha ha.
35 jackals. A jackal. It's a jackal. It's a jackal. Jackal. It's a jackal. It's a jackal. Jackal.
So yeah, man. I mean, Utah. I'm surprised by that one, honestly. I thought the Mormons were going to back out on his ass. So there's the 60% reporting at 60% Mormon.
It's in all reality.
I wonder if that
it
gray
always
one
comes down to
I wonder
the
if that
same
gray
thing.
one is the Navajo Nation.
What? Where?
The gray one. I need more information on that.
You mean in Nevada? I don't know where the Navajo Nation is, honestly. I'm not that good with the...
As far as I know, Navajo is Nevada, but the Navajo Nation and the native peoples have
Oh, I see what you're saying. In here. Might be Navajo Nation. Because they're the ones that's like a 3-hour drive to get to voting places. Same thing with Texas. They put one per district, one per county.
And the drop boxes were one per county in that.
But right now, honestly, New Mexico's looking real good for Biden because
they called it.
Yeah, but the Navajo Nation's probably more democratic.
Oh, I know, but New Mexico, they called it. So you see the check.
Yeah, that's actually true. They did call that one.
Yeah. So the AP is calling New Mexico. So Arizona is up in.
Those are solid. Boom, boom. Okay. But yeah, so again, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Man, Ohio's let me down. You fucking worthless nuts. Florida is Florida. It's always fucked up down there. I have high hopes for Georgia. Let's see how Atlanta's looking. Well, Atlanta's already represented.
Yeah. That's
A couple of red areas here probably, and this could be blue. This is all surrounding. Who knows, man? Yeah.
It's Atlanta. I mean, in all reality, like if you run the numbers, when all the numbers come in, like all the West Coast can come in, and it's gonna be hard blue. When a bunch of the like so Georgia, Florida, more than likely Ohio, North Carolina, they're still all probably gonna go red. When they all go red, what you're looking at is you're looking at the West Coast versus the East Coast, and you're gonna have Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and I don't know which is the closest between Texas and Florida, but like those four states are gonna slam it. So like Ohio it's unfortunately 89% reporting. It's probably not gonna close up what appears to be 300,000 votes. And so like Ohio is a closed deal. Michigan is only 41% reported, and that could potentially change. So Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Texas are the only ones really in play. Everything else here has been essentially as expected and will be as this continues. Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, California, they're all going to do exactly what we think they're going to do because they always do. And so like the mail-in votes are going to be, you know, this isn't going to be a landslide that we were hoping because we're at 131 to 108. There isn't going to be this crazy landslide that like clearly shows one's a winner and one's a loser.
Yeah.
And my assumption is that, you know, the late counts in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are going to make everything suck.
Yep. Well, in Michigan here, he shows what 42% reporting. So we're still missing a huge county right here by Flint. That is considered, I think that's Saginaw.
Yep, Saginaw County is always a bag of dicks, and it's filled with my fellow university. That's where I went to college, so Saginaw University,
Saginaw Valley.
Yeah, and they're wonderful people when they're not like, I guess, trying to kill each other. Best way to describe it. Like it's just like, oh yeah, Flint. Oh cool, it's not too far. You know, Saginaw. I was like, and Saginaw was like, well, we're just gonna shoot each other until we get as much attention as Flint does. So like, it's just it's brutal and it's shitty, and I guarantee you their election reporting is terrible. So we'll see what happens when it comes to like that. But like those kinds of things this is a constant thing that I actually have to argue with. Is like, why do all the violent inner city areas go Democrat? And just like, how do you square that circle? It's another thing. That's just like, how do you square the circle with what's happening in France right now with all of the Islamic immigrants who are coming in and trying to kill everyone because of the showing the Charlie Hebdo comics of Muhammad and all that kind of stuff. Like they did like a massive uptick in Islamo violence, and it's like, so Democrats, progressives want to say like we are for open borders or porous borders where it's easier for things to be people to come in and out. That's awesome. That's great, philosophically speaking. But how do you deal with the people who are coming in with ill intent? How do you find those people? Blah blah blah. Whatever. It's like creating like a porous but more secure border. It is actually a place where Republicans and Democrats really could agree. It would be awesome because like stronger background checks, a Interpol system that allows everybody to like kind of keep track of everybody, but also like not banning just a country because of that country.
Right.
Like all of these things like could be huge deals. Well, like if you look at like the inner city areas, like the Flint area or whatever, it's like the thing that cued this entire perspective on is that like it's a difficult area, but unfortunately it's a densely populated area. So it's naturally just going to go towards the Democrats. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? That like a ton of people who live in an inner city community just naturally vote Democrat because you just expect them to do that? Or should we analyze the philosophy behind this? Is like, is an inner city and the problems in the city something that we should be trying to alleviate? And should we also be just guaranteeing and accepting and expecting inner city communities to vote Democrat? Because that's what Hillary Clinton did, and she ended up losing.
Yeah. Well, I think there's something interesting going on in Texas. The border towns are blue.
They need the commerce from both sides.
And then we still got Dallas hasn't reported. Fort Worth has. Yeah, so this is at 73%, so 3/4 reporting. We can assume everything north of this line is all red. That's a given.
Yeah.
So these will be interesting. The El Paso, this borderline, all this is going to be, well, probably not this area, but definitely the Fort Worth.
It could be. Texas is a weird place. Like Texas, the big thing with them is that they've seen record number of Gen Z and millennial turnout.
Mhm.
Like, and they also had the recent ruling where a federal judge, just a frighteningly conservative judge, like darkly and nastily conservative judge, said that they could keep 127,000 votes for the drive-through voting as valid votes. But so like the argument was that like the Texas law says that any structure can become a voting place. And so they created this drive-through voting scheme that would allow people to vote drive-through. Well, Texas law says you have to have a structure. And so by drive-through, the only people that are allowed to vote drive-through are the people that have a disability that allows them to say, listen, you have to come to me. And so the Texas legislature said, no, we're not going to allow this. The Republicans obviously challenged it. And Texas, I believe it was a federal judge, upheld it so that all those votes are legitimate, but left open the case that if on election day anyone was doing drive-in voting, that could potentially be invalid. And so Texas closed down 9 of 10 of the places they were expecting to be able to do drive-through voting. And so immediately a whole bunch of people who were expecting to be able to just drive in and vote in their local areas, those locations vaporized. And they now no longer have a place to go and to vote. And so it was much more difficult for them to find a place to vote, go to do whatever it is, much longer of a term. Maybe they couldn't get out of work and get to their polling location or whatever. So like there were a whole bunch of changes. Like that was a really great thing that federal judge upheld that, but there could be a massive loss of votes because of people who didn't get to places they were planning on voting because they were told it would be okay for them to go there and vote.
There really should be some type of a statute put in place. Like, listen, there's no more this bullshit 90 days to the election. Fuck that. There's no more challenging. Like you got to give people an opportunity to have a plan to vote.
Yeah.
Or make it a fucking national holiday like it's supposed to be and get rid of Christopher Columbus' fucking psychopath day. That's so dumb. I got lost. You have a holiday now?
So Annette put something really interesting in the chat here. The question she raised from Twitter: if Trump wins the popular vote and loses the electoral college. I was thinking about this a little while ago, and the only thing that I could think of is that it's. I mean, one, yes. Two, then we'll just get to see more of the same Trump fetishist hypocrisy, because really they'll sit there and then, oh, it's a conspiracy, and Biden, and then illegals and all of this, that, and the other, every excuse to explain why they lost, because they can't, they're not graceful losers, for one, and for two, I mean, yeah, there's a problem with that whole the fact that you can have more of the vote but still lose. And that ties into what Chris was saying when I hopped on earlier about like a coalition, but that's his own thing. But yeah, I mean, as interesting as it is, there's also this like this complete and total lack of shame and complete inability to acknowledge when their left hand is doing, or not knowing what their right hand is doing, and all of that. It's I mean, on the one hand, yeah, it would be poetic, it would be hilarious. On the other hand, I mean, really,
It's
all we're going to
also
see is
sad that more people in this country hate most people than they did before.
Yeah.
On a record turnout, he wins the popular vote. That's not good.
No,
that's not good. Air Lord, you want to talk? Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting question. So.
Oh, it definitely is.
Come on in, brother. Let's talk about it. And it's going to be a thin fucking margin.
Yeah.
I mean, you really have a very small lane.
Holy shit! You got to update.
Update what?
Go back to the live results there. I just refreshed my page.
Oh, Oh, we got the West Coast. Oh, they're calling them already. 0%. Oh, 55%. Damn. Oregon, big time.
Holy shit.
And
Yeah,
then California,
Oregon.
nothing. They're just calling it just like Indiana. Just call it. Just call it.
Yeah.
So that changes things. So
Yeah, I mean,
much, if the map stays the way it is, all there is Nevada, Hawaii,
and
which
Alaska.
is blue. Nevada is trending blue. Has leaned blue, and then Alaska. So, man,
I mean, like, this is a great chance to no longer be the laughing stock of the world. But
so where are these electoral colleges? Like, there's a lot of missing here. So, is this only counting the dark red and the dark blue?
Yeah. So anytime that anything shows up on the top screen is any state that has been called by the AP.
Okay.
So anything that like has a check number, so like Washington has a check for Joe Biden with 0% reporting.
Yeah.
But the AP is still giving them the 12 electoral votes to Biden.
Right. Yeah.
Because there's no way anything goes different than that. So like anything that's like dark red, dark blue, those are attributable. Wow, that number just changed 209 to 112. Anyways,
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so Biden just has to secure the ones he's already got a lead in, and that would be, let me see here, Minnesota.
And so Pennsylvania, Michigan, get those two things, you're almost done. That's almost 40 votes right there.
Right now, he's got that's 16 here, and then what's the other one? Arizona is the only other one that's really light blue.
So Arizona is going to be bringing some heat in, and that's that, you know, that's a 7% roughly. Oh, actually 8%. That's over an 8% difference. Nevada, nothing yet because everybody's at the Bunny Ranch having sex with women who get paid to have sex for money. And and like I do think there's a way more pink than necessary, and not just because I have 2 daughters and hate that color. There's way more pink than necessary.
Well, let's just say that Biden gets Arizona, Minnesota, and Iowa, which Iowa is very unlikely, but I'm just going to be nice. That's 1627.
Yeah.
So that puts him at 236.
Yep. So once again, throw in Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Florida. And Florida is basically a no-go. So Texas 74%,
crazy,
and less than 500,000 votes. Texas is a
big ass
damn
state.
place.
It's a big ass state.
But all of the reporteds are mostly around.
Well, Hawaii always goes blue. Alaska always goes red. So we can kind of, like they're like Texas and California,
which is weird because Alaska is all about climate and
they have a universal basic income once a year from the oil dividend.
And yeah, I know.
You would
think
it's
a weird side effect.
You would think that an America that has to get filtered through Canada might actually, lose some of that. But
I know.
But then again, I also remember that Alberta
and Letterkenny.
No, that's Ontario.
Yes, it is.
Far west.
Yes, it is.
East.
Oh, talking about it now, are you? What do you say? So you guys used to say something on our pod, and you guys was podcasting.
A boot.
No, something about get on her, get her in.
Oh, pitter patter, pitter patter. Let's get at her.
Get at her. I've always liked that one. Get at her. Oh,
yeah, something my old man used to say. I'm pretty sure, but honestly, it rings true.
Or getting her.
Oh, maybe. Get her done. No, not get her done.
That's the wrong
just giving her.
Giving her. That's the other one.
That was the one you really liked.
Giving her. I'm like, oh fuck.
Maine just changed colors. I mean, or yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's looking at 32% for four. But either way.
Yeah. So it's the entire coast is blue, and there you go.
I don't understand your country.
Stephen King's got it all figured out, Get high on cocaine, write some funny stories, and just call it a day.
Yeah.
Oh man, but Jo Jorgensen, man, look at this. She got almost 2% in Maine, which is Well, because of ranked choice voting, Joe Jorgensen and Howie should be getting some bet, which they do here. Because of the third and fourth choices, they're getting votes.
Yep.
1 votes. Interesting. See, when this is all said and done, I'm going to break down these numbers. I'm going to do an actual study on this national election from Maine. Because if whoever runs, if I want Michigan to have ranked choice voting, and if there's a lane for me to try and run for an office, I will make that one of my main things is ranked choice voting and all kinds of democracy reform, because we've got to keep progressing this state, man. Fuck. We're so backwards.
Well, it's one of those places where Michigan itself has its pockets. So, like, every single state in the country is the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it's every
Big
single
city
one is
versus rural.
exactly the same thing. If you see the densely populated areas that have a higher minority concentration, you see a larger Democratic vote for that area, and then the further more sparse you get, the distance between the voting populace, you see a larger Republican vote, which is almost kind of interesting, because if you really spent the time to talk to the people in the minority vote and ask them, you know, like what they're doing, how they believe, what they believe, like the minority vote, it's way more conservative than anybody really thinks it is.
Culturally,
it's intensely conservative.
Yeah, culturally.
Like the African American community is intensely conservative, but they vote in the lane that they do because they see it's a political differentiation between them as a race, which races and humanity are ridiculous in and of themselves, but there's a line that's been drawn there, and like if Democrats ever realize that it's not a philosophical, it literally is a race differentiation, like the Democrats could be in some serious trouble, because if you look at a lot of the philosophical perspectives for the African American community, it's way more conservative than a lot of people expect, but they keep voting because they have voted that way, and you know, etc. And like I'm really afraid that like over time that we would see something where we would actually have a representation of philosophy, like the personal perspectives of the people up to vote, and like when it comes to like an actual individual one person, one vote, and to see what would happen there, because like a lot of the amalgamations of what we actually find in a lot of this the Associated Press and the results and everything, it is different than what you would expect it to be if you ask every single person one for one. You know, my idea when I first joined in on the chat here is it's like, you know, I don't think the Electoral College is the idea that we should be using. I do think there should be checks and balances to protect the minority from the majority, but I definitely do not think that people in the South and people on the West Coast or whatever should have, you know, 4/5, 3/9, whatever the fraction result is per vote. I don't think that's healthy either. And so I'm curious to see what the future brings in the United States, but I definitely think this election here will be hopefully a historical tipping point. Like, I don't know if you're familiar with Malcolm Gladwell. He wrote a book called The Tipping Point. Essentially, he looked at historical events, like trying to find like one thing that was a tipping point that really pushed things one way or the other. And if you analyze history enough, you rose-colored 20/20 glasses, you know, the 20/20 hindsight glasses, you're gonna find, you know, all the tipping points, like the connections between Lincoln and Kennedy when they were assassinated. There's all kinds of stuff that is super similar between the two.
Yeah.
And like, I'm curious whether or not we're at a tipping point. I feel like we are, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and also fuck your feelings, right? It don't matter. Let's look at the data.
Calm down, Shapiro.
That's funny.
You and your wet ass P word.
What ass P word, dude?
Oh,
That's
dude,
where
I
was
love
going.
it. What ass P word? And these
Wet
bitches
ass
and
P word.
What a tool, you know? What
Did you hear the auto tune of that?
Oh yeah, they have fun.
Oh god, it was amazing.
What ass P word.
I showed it to Tanner, and I think he spammed the group chat for a good 2 or 3 hours about it after. It's hilarious.
The Tanner behavior is distinctive and it's predictable, but it's also interesting to see at what point into the whiskey he is. Early whiskey, he's a chat, but he's fun. Mid whiskey, he's like, wow, and then at the end of whiskey, he's like, why isn't Tanner responding anymore? He's gone. He's gone. He's lost in the Googles.
Well, I'm interested because, like, right now, so Maine and Nebraska are the only 2 states that is doing
Nebraska. That's my favorite one, by the way.
Ayo. But I think that the electoral college problems versus the popular vote, positive, negative of both systems, can be rectified at least closer towards representation. With like Nebraska and Maine is doing splitting things up and saying, if you win the popular vote in this district, you get the electorate. So if you have 3 electoral college votes, you get 3 zones, 3 districts, and then you win it by district. That way, the popular vote will be represented more. That way, like if you're in Texas, you've got, let's see, how many is it? 38 districts. Then, well, then Biden would get, there 1, 2, 3, 4, like 10 of the 38 in that situation. Not all or nothing. So I think that is a better representation to have the popular vote. Pretty much the electoral college people are there to just cast the vote they've been told to put, which is fucking stupid if you think about it.
That's the thing. Like the entirety of the electoral college.
That makes a case for what you're saying then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like what you're basically saying is that you want the electoral college people to simply be robots that vote for the populace. Like, who voted for the popular vote in your area? This person? Okay. Robot, go downtown and click the button in this place. Like,
but I think it's supposed to be proportionate, because if you just go total numbers, then give me a reason why I'm going to go to fucking Iowa ever.
Yeah, fucking well, that's the thing. Like, if you remove the if you remove the Citizens United, and you have the private funding for campaigns or whatever, so like you're going to remove the incentive for the flyover states. You're going to remove the incentive for that. But in all reality, like we have to look at what's going to happen in those areas and what's going to be happening to manufacturing in those areas. If it's going to be disparate and it's going to be completely just evaporated or whatever, like there's no reason to go into those areas. But like what Annette was saying, it's like create a campaign that has to go through every single state. So like essentially you're regulating the whole system, right? So like it's not just like you need to go to this place because there's more people here. We created a system on every 2 weeks of every, I mean, if you made it every 2 weeks that you go to a new location inside of each state or whatever, like create a national political campaign system that like you visit every general regional locale where every single person in the United States could like eventually visit, and if they spend a few hours of their time, they could come, or they could at least watch what happened. Like everyone can be involved. You don't have some kind of, wild funding boost that, this person got tons of money from this sector or whatever. It's just, these are the people that are running. These are the campaigns and in the political parties that are putting those people forward. And these people are going to go throughout the entire country dealing with a series of questions and a series of debates or whatever. And we select from that pool. I really think that would just be a way more better situation. Like if you made it, like even it out, platform it to the point where like your ideas, the idea of debating against ideas versus debating against parties, which most people go to, is like, well, I can never vote Democrat because I've never voted Democrat. There's no way I could ever do that. Like if you made it a debate about philosophy and about policy, which is super hard, but like if we could ever just find a way to make it a little bit more that way, like a little bit more policy, a little bit more actual reality, any step towards that is going to be better than what we currently have now.
But I think mandating someone go to a state is going to be unattainable for long term because of the internet. Like, there's no need to fly to all 50 states. You know what I mean? Like, so I just have a problem. Like, I don't want
to you remove the in-person stuff,
right?
Make everything digital, or mandate at least one in-person thing, and then everything else be also digital or whatever. Like, I mean, it's not necessary to do things in person.
But it seems like a real unnecessary loophole, if you will, or a hurdle, or more bureaucracy. It's more of a game to say, okay, I'm gonna go to Idaho on July 2nd because on July 4th I want to have a party in LA. Or you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just seems like that whole game is gonna get played in a different scheme. But that's why I think the popular vote merged with the mandate without really changing the entire fucking system to just say the popular vote decides who gets the electorate, and the electorate is really just a figurehead.
Mm-hmm. So basically, what you're saying is like the popular vote makes the decision, and so
not an individual. Because what I don't like is when the popular vote says A, and this one person says "fuck you," I'm a B, and that doesn't work for me. You're not representing the electorate. Like, it doesn't make fucking sense.
Yeah. So the electoral college doesn't need to exist anymore. Then it becomes just literally a democratic one person, one vote. And so you run into situations where you've been talking about. It's just like flyover country, the places that have way more population density. So those are going to places you're going to go. Why would you fly into Dayton, Ohio, when you can go to New York and you can go to California and San Francisco? Like, there's no point in go to Dayton, Ohio. But if you create regulation, right? So like UBI, what is that? It's a federal regulation that everybody gets something.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make that a political thing? Can you create a political thing that says everybody gets a little bit of political representation, and that little tiny bit of political representation you get, your UBI, is the Democratic and the Republican candidate has to come to your shitty little fuck all city and talk to you for a minute. And
but
it's
like lip service. You know what I mean? Like,
I know it is lip service, but also like UBI is also kind of like, here, I'm not going to give this to you if I don't have to, but it says in the paper I have to. So here. You know what I mean? Like,
I would love
like UBI is like it is a bureaucratic. It's red tape. It's government layers,
but it's not means tested. You cut out a lot of bullshit bureaucracy with it. Not means tested, just boom. Like, you know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like, I want less bureaucracy. Makes it more efficient. And saves resources. I don't know, man. Like, I'd love to dive into this longer. This should be a whole separate podcast, honestly, talking about.
It would be fun. So, like, the comparisons between the different levels of red tape that you would run into when you're looking at more socialist governments and more representative governments versus what we currently have. Like, it's complicated. And so things like UBI is awesome, but also like dealing with the differentiation between what we get in our voting systems and how we allocate political power. It's complicated. It's like simple solutions are almost. I mean, if you look at the, they just always. They're always picked apart by Occam's theory of economy.
Yep.
And
yes, it is. But I think that's something I'd really like to go back and actually do some research on this week, and maybe we should just do another.
Yeah, it'd be fun to talk about more. Yeah,
like, because I want to see. So we do 100%, 1-to-1 a vote.
All I know is Keith's in charge next week. Keith is in charge. The next Cellar Door Skeptics episode is entirely anti-American. We are not going to talk at all about America in this horrible, seething, festering place we call a nation. It is all Canada.
Just so you guys know, the name of their podcast, Cellar Door Skeptics Podcast. Check it out. There's some great discussions. It talks about Canadian versus America, not versus, but in comparison to.
Yeah. Well, we
Sometimes
have
it's
a
fun to
direct
do the
connection. So
comparison.
like everybody loves to talk about healthcare and all that kind of stuff. And Keith is right up in it.
Yeah.
Like,
He's living the
and-
dream, man.
It's you know, it's still a dream.
Canadian-
Dreams can be nightmares, you know.
Canadian cowboy dream.
Oh god. No, Tanner has decided that because of all the extra Uber Americana this week, he wants me to spend some time digging up some stories for them to look into for Canadian content, and it's kind of interesting because there's been some interesting developments going on in Canada in the last few weeks, and then of course as I'm sleuthing around for some of those, I'm stumbling across Reddit going, oh my god, these are stories that I need to look into because these are hilarious. So
well, it just it smells like America. Even in
Well,
Canada,
that's the
you're like,
smokestack.
why?
Damn, Donald Trump actually got 1.5 million votes already. It's surprising.
What was the what was that Michael Moore movie where they invade Canada? Crap, I'm trying to remember what it was.
Iowa's red. That changed.
Oh boy.
73.
Canadian Bacon, that's the one.
No kid, that was what?
Yeah, that was the Michael Moore movie. And it was hilarious actually. Yeah, it had John Candy in it. They
that was a Michael Moore movie?
Yeah, didn't you know that?
I knew that John Candy, Canadian Bacon was an awesome movie. I didn't know that. I did not know that was a Michael Moore movie. Wow.
Oh, I forgot that Rip Torn was in it. It makes me sad because he's dead.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a question for you. Florida has 98% reporting. Trump is up by 380,000 votes, and yet they haven't called it. This is weird.
Have you met Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Florida itself was basically responsible for the entirety of the 2000 election. Like
Jorgensen's got 70,000 votes almost in Florida.
Yeah, so we should light her on fire and we should redistribute those votes.
Yes, comrade.
If we had ranked choice voting, that would happen naturally.
No.
And these 13,000.
The number 3 choice has unfortunately been lit on fire.
This is new. Gloria La Riva, Socialism and Party of Socialism and Liberation. That's unique to Florida, I think. 6,800 votes.
I'm gonna guess that has a connection to the proximity to Cuba.
Yeah, it's probably Miami or one of these little counties down here. For sure. There's the Keys. But yeah, so Florida's pretty much done. I'm gonna bother. Like, I'm gonna go back to my map. Florida, I'm saying, is red. Bam, that changed my map.
Yep. Oh wow.
So this is my map. So that changed it.
So you got 290 to 268. Is that what I'm seeing up top?
280 to 258.
So that's the problem. So the biggest problem that we have in this entire election is that it's going to be close.
Mm-hmm.
There's what we have to have is a landslide, because no matter what happens, if it isn't a landslide, if it isn't completely and totally clear, we got a legality problem that goes to the Supreme Court
forever.
We have in the Supreme Court, we have a massive pile
of dog shit.
It's just like there is so much. I can't think of the term, but it's basically like the issue with being able to remove yourself from the situation.
Oh, nonpartisan?
Not so much. No, it's what judges usually give a judge can say, like, I am removed far enough from this position or from this situation that I
when you can recuse, recuse yourself.
Yeah, basically when Coney Barrett and
where you can remove yourself from.
Yeah,
okay, good.
Basically, Coney Barrett should recuse herself from the situation, and then I mean,
he was brought here for.
Well, that's the thing. Like this is the McConnell. This is the end game of the McConnell era. Like there's a solid question of whether or not Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell will have any future in politics after this election. And
We would all be fortunate if neither of them had any future in politics
Yeah, I
ever
know.
again. But
Well, let's be real. They both just won their seat.
Did they actually win?
Oh yeah. Yep.
go
They both declared. Yep.
I
McConnell
don't
wasn't even
understand the
close.
country.
Let's look at that. Let me look this up here, guys. My fault. So, yeah, overwhelming. 58%
Friggin' Mitch
37.
McConnell. Ugh.
That spineless hagfish.
I hate Kentucky.
Ugh.
Like he's just like
Lexington, Louisville, that's it.
I thoroughly hate that state.
Yeah,
I
it's
can
fascist.
genuinely say that I hate. And I don't say that easily. It's
Let's see.
that bad.
Let's see. Bill Hagerty, fucking piece of shit.
So Lindsey Graham actually slammed it too, then, huh?
Wait a minute, where is Blair?
So
Check out
Tennessee, that's a
Lindsay.
free for
What's going on with Lindsay?
Hold on a second. I'll look at Blair. Oh man, Blair's only got 21%. Damn it.
Aw.
She's a good candidate too. Let's see here. South Carolina. Senate. Oh man, Lindsay won by a pretty good.
Ophelia, I hear you.
Man, Harrison is the shit. He destroyed him in the debates. People
He
just
is.
Love KFC.
That's still a really high percentage, though, for him. I mean,
this ain't horseshoe.
you know, at least it's not in the 20s.
This ain't horseshoe.
Yeah. Well, I know, but
Horseshoes and
still.
hand grenades.
You got it, man. It sucks. He outraised him like 10-1.
Yeah.
Still
that
can't.
blue POS. But again, when it comes back to the conservative perspective, you got two things. You got abortion and you got guns.
And military.
Oh, I know, but like just like throw the abortions and guns in there, like guns adjacent military.
Mm-hmm.
Like McConnell was
kinda
just like bleed on the Senate, bleed on the Senate floor. He was supporting those two things, and like, there's no question that like making this a singular thing, and he won it. He won that because of that, and like,
Well, it's kind of like the Leonard Skinner song, "God and Guns." It's what makes this country strong. You know,
I'm glad Leonard Skinner decided to end their run in an airplane.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tough room.
On that note,
yeah, South. That sucks, man. Because Jamie Harrison like was a legit, really good candidate. If he can't win, no one can fucking win. That's just pathetic. Man, that's so
It's
bad.
just a black hole.
What about
It's a black hole
Jermaine
of the state.
Johnson?
Oh, his district was like 80% Democrat in the primary, so he's pretty much having a victory lap.
to one of the commenters who says, "I love KFC. That's where my parents met." So I mean, KFC can't be 100% bad.
I've seen I love KFC as like comments on pictures and things that are like really creepy. I mean, I'm guessing that's a
District 80.
Okay. Well, the wife and I have to be up at 4:30 tomorrow
Yes.
morning, so I am. I'm
Yeah.
going to tap out. This is
Canada
fun.
Canada says it doesn't doesn't want to deal with this anymore.
He's gonna tap out.
I'm tapping oot, boys and girls, and everybody in between.
Yeah, fun hanging out.
It was a blast. Annette, it was wonderful to meet you. Sorry we didn't get a chance to chat more. Hopefully next time we meet, your internet will be more friendly towards us.
That's okay.
Hail Canada.
Yes, hopefully.
Hail Canada. I'll come up with a good salute for. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Okay. Thanks, and I'll keep an eye out on things, and I'll provide a shoulder to cry on if need be.
Chris, you're fucking killing me, dude. I just want like kitty balls for Canada, Calgary. I don't know. Anyway, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Good night. Thank you.
BSO South Carolina's 80th district. 2020. What's this shit? Let's see here. Let's try this bad boy. Donald J. fucking Trump. Okay, what about the other ones? Let's see here. Jermaine Johnson. This is like a victory lap for him, I hope. Should have been. Well, this isn't doing the districts. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to find. Damn it. State elections are tough. Let's see here. Let's see what this says. Ballotpedia. What the hell? $10,000 a year to be a state legislator in South Carolina? Wow.
That's what you have to pay, or that's what they'll pay you?
The salary. $10,000 a year to be a state legislator in South Carolina. In Michigan,
that's
Michigan,
a part-time thing.
Yeah, but Michigan is like $70-something thousand.
Yeah. And they consider that part-time, by the way.
Jesus. Oh, here we go. Jermaine Johnson, 75%. Winner. Cool.
Over
Jimmy Bales, the old white guy.
Oh, it's nice.
Yeah. So, anywho,
I'm seeing 209 to 118. Biden to Trump. I'm seeing a hardcore run on the East Coast and West Coast.
Okay, so right now,
Florida, Texas, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Unfortunately, all of those are pink. They're leaning that way.
But again, Michigan's 48% reporting. What the hell? We're on Eastern Standard Time, man. Get your shit together.
Dude, that's what I mentioned earlier. It's like
it's
Michigan,
because of the absentee ballots, though, man. Because we had 100% absentee applications.
Yeah, Michigan does not have the allowable time period for checking that stuff. So, like, they're going to have something, but it's not going to be good or useful, more than likely for days. This is like, basically before we came into your podcast, Chris and I did a little, like, a short-term run. And if you look at 150,000 ballots at 1,000 or 1 second per ballot,
right?
Even 150,000 ballots. That's about 40 hours of time to check. So if you look at 150,000 ballots and you look at them for 1 second each, so that's it.
Very
short. That tiny amount of time, you're going to be looking at 40 hours of one dude standing in front of the thing for 5 hours.
We have millions.
5 days, 8-hour days in front of a stupid thing. Just so obviously we know that we're gonna have multiple people, tons of people involved in the loading process or whatever. But like, it's still gonna take time.
Well, and that's good. But in Michigan, I think we have like millions of ballots to count.
More than likely, you do. And that's the thing. It's
So
like So I don't know if you've seen the video. So there's a video that shows like the difference in money, but this is also applicable to voting. There's a video in that this guy shows. He says like from 0 to 100,000 is like 10 yards of a football field, and 0 to 1,000,000 is a football field, 100 yards.
Mhm.
But 0 to 1,000,000,000 is 100 times 1,000,000. So he drives for 30 minutes before he gets to the length of $1 billion. Like that massive difference in statistics and analysis is really a real thing. If you look at counting ballots at so it's like 10 seconds a piece. I said 40 hours for 1 second a piece. So 10 seconds a piece.
400 hours.
It's 400 hours to calculate that. So you've had 10 people counting those ballots. That is 1 week of people counting ballots.
But here's the thing, and then they got to get checked.
Yeah, the system, the machine, whatever you're feeding these things into. Yeah, all of those things, they're involved here. But like in all reality, like time is a real thing, and you have to actually consider that. And like it was like, oh, it's only 150,000 ballots, but like most people don't understand what it's like to deal with those kinds of numbers.
I would
Like,
say
I deal with hundreds of numbers in like 10, 15, 20 minutes per part. And we're looking at massive
Just
numbers.
so archaic.
Well, that's why we got to go to blockchain, digital secured voting. It's 100% reliable and verifiable with a blockchain ledger. But
Yeah,
we
the
got-
blockchain keeps everything in the past completely and totally. And so like if anybody isn't aware of like what the blockchain system is, basically any change to the entire system is recorded immediately and totally in the system. So like there is no section of the blockchain where like you don't know all of the past. Every single total transaction, every single connection, every single touch that happens. And that's the reason why it's so important.
Well, and we would have 320 million links in a blockchain. And so it's not that it's not hackable, but if you hacked it, it would be self-correcting so quickly, and you would waste so many resources to hack one fucking dumbass's phone or some shit. It's not worth the squeeze, man.
Yeah. Well, the blockchain is like the thing about a blockchain is that it's replicated in multiple places.
That's what I'm saying. We'd have 320
It's
copies
everywhere.
320 million copies if everyone had a blockchain ID.
So you find the error and you remove that.
Self-correct.
And you also have
319,999,000 other corrections. That's like, oh no, that's wrong. And it's all self-replicated, So I think if we get that type of good work, we can go into quantum computing and shit like that. On this, where you need like that. I love that concept of quantum computing is fascinating. But that's what you would need to actually do any real damage to a blockchain. But then if you had quantum computing, you could quantum compute a blockchain. So it's a fucking lose-lose. It's
quantum computing itself annihilates the necessity for the prime number theory. So all encryption that we have in any situation itself, it is based and derived from the prime number theories. Like we don't know when the next prime number is going to occur in X series of numbers. So like we have, this is the prime number, 5,222. We don't know when the next prime number that's only divisible by itself will show up. And that distance between each prime number that is only divisible by itself shows up. That is a mystery. And so that logic essentially prevents any kind of like hackability when it comes to encryption. And then when you bring in the quantum computing, it can calculate prime number theory instantaneously.
He says that sounds too much like right.
Yeah.
But that's the thing though. That guy Matt Dizzle, he lives over in LA. He's working with people. He's trying to work with a couple people that are like they're coders, And he said that's their thing. They're trying to just double down and say, okay, can we help design a app that could, incorporate blockchain in it to verify your ID I think there's a new app that's being done. It's called Chirp. And they're going to grow this app out. So they've already started the app at phase 1, like the beta. And whatever phase is down the road, to incorporate a third-party identity verification program that is secured by blockchain. It's almost like an online passport. And then you say, okay, this is me. I get a green check mark, like a Twitter check mark. You get a green check mark. This is Boyce Littlefield from Cologne, Michigan. There's only one of me. And that's what it is. And then there's only one Chris Hanna. There's only one Annette.
Yeah.
And then
I said this for years, that the reason the internet is as big a mess as it is because we are able to basically farm anonymity. So like the fact that you can essentially join the internet as like X face Y and just not have any kind of real accountability for what your actions are. You can create some kind of unknown person that does the things on the internet. And so like if you created an internet social security number, right? So like the internet is a thing. It's a social structure. It basically is a thing that is necessity for all of human life. So we say the internet is a utility. We have to provide it for everyone. Everyone has the internet because you really do need it. And then everyone also has an access point. You're a human, you have an access point, and also you have access to the internet.
But
all of those things are human rights.
Absolutely. Which would go into broadband access as a human right.
Yeah.
Then
all those things. And so like basically you remove that, but if you remove the anonymity and you give everybody like their own thing, like they're gonna think twice about being a racist, shit asshole before it's like I don't have like a thing I can just like I can log into my Bill Bob Guns 22 at yahoo.com anymore. Like I can't do that anymore. It's if I want it on the internet, I have a single portal and it's my identification. It's the same idea that making racist uncomfortable again, right? The hats, like yeah, so that's totally cool that you believe that, but you should be uncomfortable saying that out loud. It used to be that case, but nowadays you don't quite see that so much, and because there's so much diversity in communication, and so like making people uncomfortable again, but also making people accountable again.
Accountable.
You know, if you say something stupid on the internet and your employer goes, I'm going to look up Chris Hanna and see what he said. And he says, Chris Hanna should burn all Jews. Jesus, what the hell? Like this guy is not employable, but also like,
and he's Jewish. What the fuck's going on with Hanna?
I know my mother, her family is entirely Orthodox Jewish. So is there a problem there? Yeah. Or did this guy just have a weird fallout from that religion?
Yeah.
But like in the end, like all of those kinds of things, like, you know, like
right.
A reliability check is important.
Exactly. That's the thing. That's why I like this Chirp app. I'm working with them. I'm trying to develop a base there too to say, okay, it de-incentivizes shit posting. It does.
Oh my god!
So to make a post,
seriously,
yeah, to make a post, you must spend a coin, a theoretical cryptocurrency they develop, their own crypto, and the idea is it's going to be a profit sharing social media platform. So if they make $1,000, they take $500 and they split it amongst all the users, type of thing.
That's cool.
So that's
the big question is like, because I remember when they did some of the initial experiments where they were doing like chimpanzees and coinage, and they realized that when they gave the chimpanzees money, that the male chimpanzees just gave all the females all the money.
Oh no! What would ever happen if women had power? That's weird.
God forbid we
Like a
change the
fans-
dynamic.
An OnlyFans Twitter site.
Whoa, God forbid we change the dynamic so that like sexuality becomes like a major dynamic and driving force. So like men don't get to decide whenever that happens.
Yeah. but what I like about this platform is okay, that's our goal is to have a green verifiable check mark that you are a human being named Chris Hanna, who, blah, 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 and I'm Boyce. Well, then when you have a channel on there, I can say I will only allow people that have a green check mark to interact with my posts. You trolls can go fuck off. You don't have a voice here. You're not welcome here. And that's what we're trying to do is incentivize.
So one thing you immediately just question on that is like, is that going to create the bubbles that we run into?
In a way, not necessarily. I mean, well, everything can create a bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Every algorithm is created to make a bubble.
Bubblage, extra bubblage.
But if you can now, you have the option as a content creator there or an owner of a channel to say, okay, I own the Mindful Skeptics channel.
You can turn the
adjust the
volume
settings.
Essentially, you could like open the volume, right? Like the volumetric flow rate. Like I want this to flow this much, or
I can adjust the permeability of shit posting.
Yeah, like maybe giving people the freedom and the tools to kind of adjust and moderate their situation on the internet, but also give people the tools to like, hey, like, everyone has connectivity and we can all make our decisions on that. But like the question is just like it always does come down to is like humans, we are born. This is really cool actually. Like when my daughters were born, like they filtered information in like just like a raw way. Like there was no like, oh, this is like what they were thinking, and they're just like, this is a thing that I see, and I'm like, what does that even mean? But like they were just literally filtering things from 0 to 1. Like it was totally binary. There was no other kind of like filtration happening, and it changes the way you see and think of something. Like as time goes on, we create all these structures and these things that we're like, this is gonna be great. This will allow us to have the maximum freedom and capability. It's just like after we create that system, like when we look at it and we go, this feels binding, or this feels liberating, or whatever. Like, would we have the capacity and the facility to look at something like iteration 1? That's awesome. We're good. This stuff sucked. Let's make iteration number 2. Like we have this
evolve.
Yeah, we have this thing in our society where like we look at something like, I found a solution, bing, and I'm done. I'm done thinking. I found my answer. This is the one. And like, I don't know what way to create a group of people that think of something like they look at this list on the AP and they're like, yeah, that's fine. All these things are changing. There are people out there that see the AP list and they're like, their heads start on fire when they see all these variables moving around. It's like, yeah, I know we have to deal with this, but like there's like a level of like complacency and understanding and variability and like learning and understanding that like learning and education can really impart. And so like you look at healthcare as being one of your tiers, you look at education being one of your tiers. Like I would say that's probably pretty close to being one of like the main things that if you're going to change society at all, you really need to start in the way people think, the way we do things. And like, I mean,
critically,
the fact that we looked at like Wyoming, Idaho, Indiana, and you're like, of course you went there. Like the fact that it's predictable, like of course you did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, that's the thing. Our culture is almost doomed by our
success,
idol worship.
We're successful. We're successful. We created these algorithms and we created these systems that are like, this is the answer at the end of whatever.
No, but I mean, like, as far as culturally, when it comes to like we idolize entertainers, be it sports, comedy, movies, and music, right? So
Sports
you don't
ball. I
get
had people yell at me for wearing a Detroit Tigers hat in a gas station in Ohio. Like, mad. They were mad. They were mad that I existed in a stupid hat that I could care less about. Like, I don't understand why you're yelling at me right now. Because
Yeah.
Detroit. I'm like,
Oh yeah, that's right. Cleveland, I forget the Indians, the mighty Indians.
I just wanted some fire Doritos and some Rockstar energy drink. Why are we so mad?
Dude, you're gonna have bubble gut, man. Take it easy.
No. Diarrhea is an aspiration. All people. It's a goal for everyone to hit.
Well, hot Cheetos and whatever the hell drink you're talking about, that seems like a surefire win.
Rockstar.
Rockstar, yeah.
There you go. So like, it's like Tom Segura says, he's like, I paint the bowl, I wash it away. That's just how you roll. So Tom Segura has a couple of bits. I don't know if you're familiar with the comedian.
He's very
But
funny.
yeah, he's great.
He's a good one, man.
He is.
But yeah, let me check back on this map. It's been a minute. Let's refresh.
Yep.
Nothing's changed. Outstanding.
No, we're gonna hit a limit. There's gonna be a threshold where like things aren't gonna change a whole lot.
Well, Texas is looking a little more clear. Trump's up by 6 points and 600,000 votes with 78% reporting. Interesting. Man,
It's unique.
Texas, you little fuckers.
It's like secondhand
This is the
Mexico.
closest I've ever watched an election.
Me too, for sure.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the club, all y'all.
Yeah.
So coming into college in 2003, I was just horribly initiated into George Bush and John Kerry, and
brother,
it just hurt. And people like were like slamming Purple Hearts and everything. It just everything was gross.
Do you not remember about that whole campaign? Flip flops versus cowboy boots.
Yeah, it wasn't even flip flops, dude.
No,
It
just
was-
John Kerry and his
God.
flip flops, and then Bush and
Yeah.
fake ass
It was
brand
so
new
bad.
unscuffed cowboy boots and his new Wranglers and shit.
Yeah.
I'm just like you guys, aren't you? Your daddy wasn't the head of CIA. Get the fuck out.
So like it was just a series of bad decisions in American history. Who would have thought? So like looking at what we're dealing with when it comes to American isolationism and our national political perspective, like with the Wilsonian expansion into the Central Americans and Central Americas and all that kind of stuff, like directly affected the majority of a lot of the electorate for years and years and years. And we are now so far derived and removed from the Central American perspective that like it isn't even a concept that we think about anymore. Like political, what do you think about the Central American XXX, migrants, problems, drug cartels, states that are just a failed state, X whatever. Like those don't even
Poverty.
show up. Those don't even show up in our election communique anymore. And like it's a big deal. It's like a bunch of people. So at where I work, there's 14 different languages spoken. And so like it is incredibly diverse, and it's awesome. I love it. I absolutely love the fact that I have to like concentrate and like I learn something from people all the time. I've been learning Spanish and I learned little bits and tiny pieces of Mandarin. It's so cool. And like that perspective though is different from a lot of people. Like in the larger scope of things, like we look at pieces all over the country and we see like this lack of diversity, and in places where you can like really gain some. It's so cool to see like diversity in the community. I'm in dirty ass Ohio, next to the dirty ass Erie Lake Erie, and then like I'm speaking 14 different languages in my company. That's so cool. It's awesome. Like, it's just cool.
There's my girl Emmy. What's up, Emmy?
What up, team? How's it going?
How's San Fran treating you?
Well, I'm just outside of San Francisco. I live right outside of Oakland, but yeah, everything's fine out here. It's quiet.
It's on fire. It's all good.
We are not currently on fire in an area that affects me based on smoke.
Yeah.
You should really rake your leaves. You should really rake your leaves, you know. Just they're combustible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
If a tree tips over like 18 months, it just bursts into flames. That's how this works, right?
He pulls the weirdest
Science.
out of his ass.
Explode.
Dude, okay, so I will say this. So my husband's Australian, right? And they've been dealing with bushfires for like decades longer than we really have out in California, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some trees do burst on fire, and then there are fireballs that skip over places.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It is a thing.
Oh no, I'm not
We
denying
are
that it's a
not
thing.
there
I'm just saying the
yet.
Republicans think that
Oh.
in Nebraska, it just starts on fire.
You know, well, there was a period of time where I remember actually the really bad fires started on my birthday because there was this huge
It's your fault.
thunderstorm. Yeah,
It's definitely
I
your
turned
fault.
40 and
It was the
God said,
candles.
"Fuck this," you know. And I
candles
said,
you
"Yeah,
blew.
I get it," you know.
It's everything is related to a woman's reproductive organs. Like it has to be.
Ruh-roh.
It has to be.
I don't know how we got here right now. So anyway, my state's not totally on fire
Mm.
for now. The weather's cooling down. That's nice. Boys, I miss you.
Oh my
And
god.
can't wait for all of this shit to be over so we can all get together again, man.
Road trip.
Over.
Can't wait for that.
I
road
don't
trip,
think I
mean.
would ever.
Can't
ever.
wait for that road trip.
I
Actually,
don't think
I
I don't think I ever would have been that romantic of the word over.
It's so appealing.
Yeah, you know, like just like wet, cuddly. Over.
Well, I remember, you know, it's funny because I had a boss once that told me, like, by the time like other people have interviewed someone and they want to send them to you, the person's qualified. So like, all you need to do is decide if you'll go on a 3-hour road trip with them. And what's really funny is I met Boyce and basically ended up on a 3-hour road trip with him within 2 hours of landing in Iowa.
Yep.
Right? It was just like, okay, guys, first
Get in.
event, Emmy, you're here. Get in with Boyce. He's cool. And I was like, oh, I've seen him online on a couple of things. He's Yang Gang. That's cool, you know, like whatever. But like, didn't know. And then we ended up having the most fabulous road trip. Down to Des Moines. It was a long ass drive, but it was really, really great. And like, that's how you know you got good people, right?
Well, and we live streamed the entire drive, which was kind of funny too.
Well, it kept us awake.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was tired.
It was long. It was late.
I think
We
we got
didn't
back
get
at
out of there. We got back, what, 1:30 too?
like 2 a.m.
Yeah, it was bad.
12
And there were people that left after us, and we were just like, what are you doing? This is crazy. But
Yeah. Yeah. It was a long drive, but I would do it again.
oh, totally.
So much fun, and we got so lucky with the weather.
We really
lucky.
did.
The next week was a total ice and snowstorm. I knocked on doors dry with a t-shirt on in Iowa in January. For a whole fucking week, I was there knocking on doors with a t-shirt and a hoodie. No big deal. The next week, snow like a motherfucker, man.
Yeah, it was actually that week that I was there. It was the only week I could be there because I'd been in like Australia and Germany for work and a bunch of other shit. And that was the only week I could get there. And I was so happy because I'd been like talking with all of my friends that were going to go to Iowa, and then also like Yang Gang people I didn't know yet and whatever. and they were like, okay, you need snow boots. I'm a freaking basic California bitch, right? I grew up, snow is something we drove to, right? It's like, oh, we will have a nice snow day now, and we will drive to the snow. And while it's not snowing, we'll make a snowman, we'll sled down the freaking hill, and then we'll go back home. I'd never even seen a freaking ice scraper until I went to Iowa.
We don't go down the hill unless we've elected to do so.
We have options.
That's
It's
awesome.
not even that. It's just like, I mean,
So I grew up a good portion of my life in Los Angeles, and we
Okay,
would drive up
you
to
know
Big
that.
Bear and just like drive on random roads looking for a little patch of snow. So we
My
could
family did the
sled.
same thing.
Yep. And then we moved to my dad's hometown in Iowa, West Branch, Iowa, birthplace of Herbert Hoover. And so we moved to Iowa, and then it snowed that first year. I was like a straight up California Valley girl. And it snowed like
Not knowing what the hell
up
to
to
do
my
with it, right?
knees that first time. It was just like a complete dumping of snow. And I was like, what in the hell? Oh my God, I wasn't ready.
Okay, guys, I
Well,
got
you
some
wanna hear
breaking news for you.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Oregon
Okay.
decriminalizes all drugs.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a potentiality. So they decriminalize. But if it's Oregon,
Oh, that's
Decriminalize.
fantastic.
Not
so
legal.
They've essentially decriminalized drugs
Decriminalized
in
it.
the total and the completion.
But if you're caught distributing it, that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Possession
Well, that
charges.
was-
You don't go to jail. You go
yeah.
to rehab. So that's a good step in the right progressive direction when it comes
Right,
to
right. Like,
criminalizing.
isn't that how it is in Amsterdam? Like, I've
Kind
always
of.
thought we should kind of adopt the Amsterdam kind of way.
No, it's
Amsterdam. Yeah, Amsterdam itself.
more what?
Weed, hashish, and marijuana, hashish, and there's one other
mescaline or some shit like that. You know.
Yeah, and they basically they've decriminalized and legalized like a lower key, but like they actually punish harder drugs harder and heavier. And so like, what you find is that you find like the drugs that are just like more recreational and less habit forming, you find those drugs being more common in society and actually not causing as big of a trouble as the American political system says they would. So like if you look at the in Colorado, they've recently decriminalized psilocybin, and it's made it way more easier to analyze when it comes to the medical situations on that, because psilocybin has been proven to be one of the most effective things to deal with people who have alcoholism and dealing with the ego and the reason why alcoholism is an issue. And so like there's a whole bunch of really great data and really great information.
And
in Europe they've been pushing that. I haven't seen like a full legalization, I guess, goals for Oregon, but this is a surprise to me.
Well, see, Portugal has the same system as a country. They decriminalized all possession of all drugs, period. And then it's still a crime to distribute. So if you're out there making a batch of heroin, you get busted, you go to prison, they nail you. Because you are the enemy of the people when it comes right down to it. You're trying to kill people with an addictive drug. But they don't criminalize you for being addicted to the drug. They put you in rehab, not in jail. So their jails are super vacant.
Yeah, well,
we're looking at
meanwhile,
healthcare
we're
situation.
actually
then.
like, meanwhile, we're bailing out the pharmaceutical companies that built the drugs, especially the opioids,
No,
right?
Purdue just recently they
The
got
fucking Purdue.
accepted for like, oh, we'll give up this many billions of dollars if you just let us keep doing what we've always
made
done.
$1 trillion.
Yeah, we made $1 trillion. We'll give you 10 billion.
And
Well, and
you
they-
know, good luck fixing the fucking problem that we caused, because like people are still addicted. Like
I'm
one of the
over
things
in Ohio.
actually, Chris, one of the things you said that actually really resonated with me was like the concept of what do you do where you've got a
Right there.
prescription
That's
that
cool.
you can shrooms, man.
Mhm.
But real quick taking it back, but shrooms, like, dude, that should definitely, as a sufferer of depression, like that should be a thing. It's
2020 should
freaking
be
mushroom.
2021 should be the remedy.
It's a mushroom.
The solution to a problem should be independent of any kind of social criteria of the solution.
Yeah.
It's a solution. It doesn't matter what you think.
Yep. It works.
Well, I mean, the thing also, though, that you brought up, Chris, was that like there's this drug that we can legalize that will cure us of or will help significantly reduce levels of alcoholism. But you know, one of the reasons that we have alcoholism in this country is because people don't know how to deal with controlled substances. They don't feel comfortable seeking help from psychiatrists or mental health counselors, and so they self-medicate in a way that is so destructive that if you just, first of all, you've got to make the
Are
relationship.
you familiar with Kyle Kinane?
No, I don't think I am.
Kyle Kinane, the comedian, he talks about it all the time. He says that in the Midwest, if you live in the Midwest, you don't tell people that you're going to a therapist. That means they take the knives off the table. You're an insane person. All you do is you just tell people that you're going to talk to a doctor, and that's it. That's the limit. Like, we have stigmatized when it comes to any kind of physical and psychological help. It is it's absolute and complete and total.
You were military, right? Like my friends in the military have told me that they needed help at various points.
Yeah.
But were systematically told, if you ask for help, your career's basically done. You can do it.
Yeah. The military has a
I don't
zero
know if that's-
tolerance policy. Zero. They mean zero. They don't give a fuck who you are. You're dirty. You're done. And then you get administrative discharge.
Yeah.
Or sometimes
crazy.
Yeah. They don't fuck around, man. Zero tolerance.
What's the non-dishonorable discharge? What's that called?
There's an administrative discharge, there's medical discharge, then there's
another one. It's like non-dishonorable. Either way,
honorable.
Yeah, and so one of my friends went to the Marine Corps, and one of them survived, one of them didn't, and made it a career. One of them didn't, and it's just like it's interesting to see what happened there. But like in the end, like when you look at like what the United States does when it comes to healthcare and psychological healthcare and stuff like that, it's really easy to see these huge, massive holes in the healthcare that we have. Like, it's not healthcare; it's just like, oh, this exists. That's as far as we go. We're like, this is a thing, but we haven't got any further.
Well, and I've heard people say it's sick care, right? It's like no one cares until
you don't
you're
get
sick.
care until you're sick.
Yeah.
And
preventative health care doesn't exist in this country.
Eye-opening. So it was so eye-opening to me. I used to work for a German company, and I was in a global role, so I spent a ton of time in Germany and in other countries.
Please tell me it was Robert Bosch Corporation.
No. I worked for Allianz. It was it's an insurance company. It's a
I have a ton of history with Robert Bosch Corporation, and like all of their tie-ins and stuff, like state-owned corporations. So like,
I'm pretty sure we insured them somewhere, but I don't.
I worked for the UAW for Bosch in St. Joe, Michigan.
Dios mío!
Yeah, it sucked.
That's awesome.
Well,
that's awesome and terrible at the same time. Either way.
But back to Germany. So I was on they didn't ever give me any like actual budget to travel, which is fine. But what that meant was a lot of times I'd have to do like 3-week trips to Europe and then come home, because it was like I couldn't just surgically go, I'm going to go to Belgium and Munich and then come home. It would be like, I'm going to go to London and Belgium and Munich and Italy and Dubai, and then I guess I'll stop through Australia because I'm almost there. And then
you know what? The only thing I can say is that I would punish people throughout the Midwest of America with the thing that you just said. to torture
Oh,
them with
I think they all should do
just
it.
experiencing the world. They
I
would
think
be
they should all do it.
sad.
Poor
They would
thing.
be sad about all the things they don't agree with, but it would be the best thing ever for this
Ever.
entire planet.
Well, and I am very grateful that I had the opportunity to go to all these places, but I was in London and I twisted my ankle and it was pretty bad, but I had to get on a plane the next morning to get to Munich, which is home office for Allianz. That's where I went most of the time. And I'm hobbling around the freaking office. I bought myself like a cane. I've got like a little ankle wrap on. And one of my colleagues who's Bavarian and from there, he's like, why don't you just go see the doctor?
Yeah.
And I was like,
We
I
will
don't
give you an
have,
electronic aluminum ankle. Go.
and I was like, well, I don't know if I have prescription coverage. I don't know if I have coverage. I don't know how to
Right.
get a doctor, whatever. And he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's an office doctor on the first floor. Just walk down there and he'll fix you. And I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, you're an illegal immigrant visiting their
That's
country,
how I felt.
Yeah.
right? And they'll take care of you.
Yeah. I want my $37 back, God damn it. Whatever bull like tax costs that it had. Like it's so frustrating.
It's cheaper to fly to a different country to get cancer than it is to stay here and have it.
Oh,
That
yes.
is actually totally
Medical tourism is a real thing.
Oh, you got cancer? I think I'm gonna go to United Kingdom for about 2 years and recover. Yeah, man.
I saw a couple of things where there were people that did their yearly checkups. They would just fly to Taiwan, and there was like this giant, massive warehouse hospital thing. Do all of your checkups, your teeth, your prostate, all your bits and pieces. You hook up to the machine and just say, "Yep, all of his bits and pieces are working. Oh, this piece isn't working. We're gonna fix it." And it was just like you just pay like a flat rate. I mean, you just take care of your stuff. I don't know. It's unnerving to see the differences that what we see in our country as like normalized, and what other countries are like. Are you serious? You're holding off. Your teeth hurt. You're holding off to go like make sure that like all of your costs, because like there's a chance that your tooth could fall out because it's rotting from the inside, but you're gonna wait and make sure that it's completely and totally rotten so that they just yank it out and you're done. Like those little things like that kind of small stuff.
Well, just so you guys know, 3 more states.
I'm totally in that situation right now. And let it go for months because it wasn't painful. It's not painful. So I finally go in because it's starting to give me just like a little bit of pain.
Bad, yeah.
And he's like, oh man, you should have been in here. Oh, it's really bad. Now you got to go to the special.
Yeah. Now we got to carve half your
You
face
got to go
off.
the next level up.
Oral surgeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Preventative medicine
is cheaper.
Is literally cheaper. Like
Often.
it's statistically provably cheaper.
It's pathetic. If it makes sense, forget about it. It don't make enough money.
That's it. If it doesn't make money, it's funny because I have this friend. I don't know what's going on with my camera, but I have this friend. He has this immunodisease that only like 80,000 people in the U.S. have, right? And he's really lucky because actually his doctor did this a shit ton of research and ended up finding this available prescription for a different issue that would help treat his disease. So the FDA is coming up with some stuff, and basically I've got this cousin who's pretty high up at the FDA. He's been there for a million years, and he was like, hey, do you mind if I ask your cousin about what I should do, right?
Oh,
because if you take normal market, and my cousin's cool as hell. He was like, I called him, he gave me basic advice, but then said, give your friend my number. I always pick up, like, I'll help him, whatever. But basically what he said was, look, like the idea that the pharmaceutical companies or the hospitals will want to do this of their own volition, that's like, take that off the table. The money's not there. So here are, based on the fact that there is no money, here are the ways that you can advocate for yourself, right? And he basically said that the bottom line, at least this is what I took away. My friend had a longer conversation with him. There may have been more nuance there, but in my very short conversation with him, what he said was the best thing to do is become a pain in the ass to your local congressperson and have that person advocate for your specific health condition to the National Institute of Health, where they can get federal funding, because there's no other way to do it.
That's crazy that you have to appeal to the NIH for assistance on like local medication.
But there's
Like,
only 80,000 people in the country that have it, so no one cares.
I know.
The
That's
money's
thing,
not
like-
there.
Well, it's like statistical. If you look at like statistical analysis of a situation, like it shouldn't be like X amount of dollars go to Y number of people to take care of, you know, Z number of situations. Like there should be a standard that we're talking about where like everybody has access to a certain amount of things, and like we look at examples all the time throughout all of our reporting and all of our research and all of the experiences, and it doesn't ever seem to add up to that. So like everybody looks at it and says like this isn't equating to like real care. Like we're spending more than we're receiving. What do we do to fix it? And one political party is saying we should reduce the amount of government oversight, and the other political party is saying we should increase the amount of oversight, or we should at least increase the amount of standardized care. I think it's a pretty easy answer, and I find the question when like people are like no difficult. Like
I don't know that either answer is right, though.
It's like the
To be
explanation.
honest, it doesn't have to be binary. I do understand. I take your point 100%. That is the argument that's out there,
Yeah.
right? But like, I think there's a lot more nuance that could be had in this conversation. But I do agree. Like, if you're talking about that binary argument, then yeah, the choice is super clear.
It's difficult to find the answer. But like I just find people like refusing to even start the conversation. Like there's absolutely no way that any kind of public option or affordable care option could ever be a situation. And like I mean
No, man, I work in insurance.
dude,
I get
know.
The numbers
You gotta be dealing with
do
like
not. Well, okay, so I'm dealing with like weird stuff. I work in corporate insurance. I actually insure against like technology defects and cyber attacks. So it's like companies like that are huge buying these policies that are, you know, like it's insane. And the industry
the
itself,
most relevant thing that we're talking about right now when we're talking about an election that could be potentially influenced by the Russians.
I actually, you know, we had a couple of people on our team because I work for a startup that was started by Air Force cyber warfare offensive officers. Like our CEO ran cyber offense in Afghanistan and Iraq for a number of years. We've got a bunch of people that worked in like, you know, government like recommendations for, you know, like worked in the Obama administration. Like there's a lot of oversimplification of how the insurance market will work, but there's a lot of understanding of how those things work. We actually had a few people who we pulled off of work for the last several weeks to just say, just go make sure that the government gets secure. Like do whatever you can. Don't worry about work right now. Like go do that.
Well, they just called Ohio
For
Trump for sure.
Yeah.
By 500, 500,000 votes with 94% reporting. Ohio said,
Look at Arizona again. I'm seeing on Twitter that Arizona's been called for Biden and Mark Kelly.
Really?
Yep. Biden's got it by 200,000. Whoopsie. Let me go back to Arizona again. Oh, it's only 75% reporting. They are calling it though.
And then does it show Mark Kelly?
Yeah, I mean everything comes down to Maricopa County and
They
the
called
Tucson
Minnesota too.
area. Okay, well that was always going to happen, and that's an all or none state, right?
Yeah. Yep. But so right now, Biden is secured 223. So Texas, again, 79% reporting. Biden's down by 600,000 votes. So that's not looking too hot.
You
either.
know, the problem with Texas right now is
Texans?
the no, I love Texas, but the problem for Biden in Texas right now is the Rio Grande Valley and the fact that he is underperforming Clinton by, I mean, double digits. Like in the inverse. I feel like Clinton was winning there by like 50 plus. He's only winning there by 12. Like the turnout isn't as good. And so that was definitely something that might have moved it.
You guys, Trump has got a lane here, man. A significant lane.
Oh, it's real. It's been real all night.
Like a significant fucking lane.
Guys, like
North Carolina is going to be huge. North Carolina is going to be a big one.
I was talking with I've got oh boys, I think I jumped on a podcast with her and you once, my friend Jenny, who lives like a couple of streets over from me here. You know, I was watching some early results with her and she's like, Emmy, I just don't understand. Like this feels like it's going to be close. And I was like, girl, 2 days ago I told you it was 50-50. Like, but it's very interesting because like she grew up down in LA. She doesn't have any family that's rural or from any other part of the country, you know? And she really was having a very difficult time like processing like how is this possible? I'm like, well, let's talk about the math. You know, and you go through the math and it's like, yeah, it was always totally possible.
It's just
as frustrating as that is.
I'm trying to just get this thing up to date where let's see, I got Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona on my map, but I did not see. I didn't pick Minnesota either.
Now, do we know exactly what's going on in Nevada? The polls are closed now.
CNN said Biden's going to speak. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we're closing in. Like, look at the numbers: 223 to 145. Like, there's a big difference as far as what's going to happen there. Like, Biden's probably going to throw something out there. There's not going to be any kind of claim to win, but you know, there's some big.
No, he won't do that. He won't do that.
No, because he's too vanilla.
Chris, one of the things I just threw out there right before you came back from the beer run,
I did,
was what's going on in Nevada, because
I heard that.
I don't know this.
I said earlier, everyone's in the bunny ranch. We have to wait until they all reach orgasm, and then we'll find out the answer.
No, but I want an actual. Okay, that's a cute analogy, but I don't know how it's based in real world. So, okay, cool, great. So let's talk about actual facts and not just, you know, sexualized tropes. In Nevada, the polls are closed. Is there any reason that we aren't seeing any reporting yet? Does anyone know?
As far as I know, that the Nevada results, everything that I've been able to see, they're basically saying everything is expected soon. I'm gonna guess that Nevada has some type of legislative restriction as to giving anyone anything at all, because I can't think of any other state that has such a restriction on any kind of results as to what they're reporting at all. And this is like a pretty solid wall as to what they're actually reporting, like to have nothing at all, and then
it seems
eventually
like
have a complete and totally result. And so CBS News is that the link is saying that leading towards Joe Biden, but I haven't seen anything that says like, yeah, this is going to be where you can find the Nevada results aside from Nevada's election website itself.
Well, I just thought about something. Got my
Well,
beard.
the New York Times Nevada presidential election results has a 78.7% Donald Trump rating and a 18.9% Joseph R. Biden, but that is a 1% reported. So my assumption is that Nevada is probably dealing with large numbers of mail-in, and they're probably not a processing quickly state. Probably in the same era in the situation that what Pennsylvania has, where they've literally been restricted by the law before they can actually start diving into the numbers. And so that's not my initial expectation for what I'm seeing here, because Nevada presidential election
makes sense.
results are
It makes
so
sense.
low. That's crazy. How it was less than 1% reported at 12:30 the night of election. That's it.
Well, no, they're I can't remember if they're Mountain or Pacific, but it's only 9:30 on the West Coast. So
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
I guess there's
mountain.
still
I
some time
think
there.
Nevada is mountain. And I don't know if Nevada is the same, but Arizona doesn't do daylight savings. We stay the same time all year
No,
round. So I don't know if Nevada is
Everybody in the
that way.
nation has
Arizona-
been equalized.
Arizona and Hawaii are the only two states that don't recognize daylight savings time. Fun fact.
Everything's actually been equalized as far as daylight savings, as far as right now. Like everything was readjusted last week, so
Well, hey,
that shouldn't have affected anything.
I want to bring up something about Michigan specifically, and I think this applies to Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well. Michigan set a record for turnout today. 5.26 million people showed up at the polls today, and that has a Republican lean, if you will. But then there's 3.26 million absentee ballots sent in. Oh wait,
in
no.
Michigan,
How
it's like
much is reporting now, though?
No, I'm sorry. There's 3.26 million absentee ballots. 2.5 million people voted today. That's what it is. So the 3.26 million is most likely going to lean towards Democrats in Michigan.
Well, it's like what I said earlier on in the podcast, is that if you have 150,000 ballots and you have to check them at 1 second apiece, that's roughly 40 hours of checking time. Michigan allows 10 hours on essentially Monday of this week. And so that's 30 hours of one person checking 150,000.
Yeah.
I don't know any humans that are capable of dealing with that kind of numbers. So like we're obviously looking at lower numbers of ballot checking, but also way larger numbers on 150,000. So like this is going to take a while.
Well, let's look at the
Pennsylvania,
numbers.
Michigan, and Wisconsin. It's going to be.
So on that article, it said there's 2.9 million people who voted in person, and that's what this number is, 2.9 million, right?
Yeah.
So of this 2.9 billion people that voted in person, 40% was for Biden, which is almost shocking for me personally. But the other fucking 3.26 million absentee ballots that are mailed in is going to lean the other way with Joe Biden. I think Joe Biden's got Michigan enwrapped, personally. Now, I don't know about Pennsylvania's number. I just looked up Michigan's numbers. So there was 3-2 mail-in votes versus in-person votes. So I just have a funny feeling that's going to be like 60-40 to Biden, possibly, if not more, for mail-in votes, because of their cult leader told them don't do it. That's how fucking dumb he is. But like,
I've been let down before, man.
It gives me high hopes for Michigan. So let me compare these maps. So 223, Michigan has 16. So that gives them 16 right there. That's 239.
Yeah.
Nevada's reporting one. Fuck all. Let me look at that shit. But Maine has him leading, but it doesn't say what districts, because there's actually 3 votes or 3 electorates, but there's only no, is it 2? Let me rephrase that. 4. There's 4. So they have 2 for the state, and they have 1 per district.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave
that's one of the side effects of the rank voting system. Yeah,
but it's by district as well.
Do we have so that makes sense for Maine, because actually one of my friends was asking me, do we know about Susan Collins?
God, just put her in a suitcase and send her up to Mexico. Jesus,
she's horrible. Yes.
This is mayonnaise.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we get Michigan. We still need 10 more. But this scenario, again, you can't just win with Michigan. You can't just win with North Carolina. You can't just win with, Florida's fucked. You can't just win with Wisconsin or Georgia. So my money's on Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, because of the mail-in votes can't be added. What's Rad say? Here's what's happened to Vegas. Vegas and Turno go blue, and the rest of the state is red. Oh, is that like an area, Turno? Reno. I got you. Yeah.
Reno.
2 cities, and the rest of it's all red. And there's no one out there in Nevada. I looked at the Princess Jet made the maps for that. The shit. What do you call that? It's like a door knocking map, and he's like, Reno and Vegas, everything else is desolate. You can win an election with like 20 people.
No, that's what I was saying. It's like you look at the Bunny Ranch and some of that kind of stuff. It's just bonkers.
But at the same time, like Nevada, it's still the cumulative number of votes. They don't bifurcate it by county, right?
No,
and
they
that's
don't.
the thing that's important. Where it's like, okay, you actually only need Reno and Vegas, and maybe the eastern part of Lake Tahoe, which is definitely blue anyway. So like, the rest of it doesn't matter. It's like you look at these things like states, like, oh, the whole state went red or the whole state went blue. It's like, actually,
the dots for
there
the
are
city.
only people in 2 cities. So actually, the rest of the state doesn't really matter that much if it goes far enough in one way.
It's one of the things we've been talking about actually throughout the podcast and through the conversation tonight. Is just whether or not, if you take away all of the electoral college, if you give everybody just a 1-to-1 Democratic vote, do the people in the middle, in the Midwest, just disappear, and everybody concentrate towards the West and the East Coast, where
that's
everything
how the freaking
concentrated.
Hunger Games starts, man.
Yeah, and so like, there's a conversation
unless we fix
there.
a lot of other shit. Yeah.
And there's a conversation to be like, what do we do to keep the people in the middle also be relevant, but also, to avoid the difficulties and in the situation where we see these isolations and concentrations of power?
I think we need electoral college reform. I think that abolishing the electoral college is a freaking pipe dream because it's written into the goddamn Constitution.
Yeah,
which means it'll take an
60%
amendment.
never gonna get it.
What state is going to vote against that or vote for that in the middle of the country? None of them are, right? Not a single goddamn one. So the best we can hope for is reform.
But Nebraska did take a leap and said, let's district out these votes by district for elections.
Which I think is brilliant.
That's what me and Chris have been talking about quite a bit here, maybe 3 hours ago.
Oh, sorry. I came in late. I'm joining the conversation now.
We've been here for 4.5 hours, so I was just being a sarcastic asshole. But like we had a really good discussion about like, can we go 100% 1-to-1, and what would be the pluses and the minuses? Then on the other side of that is like you can't get rid of electoral college. It'll de-incentivize people to even campaign in the country. And
basically the idea of the electoral college is essentially to protect the minority. So like the idea that like the minority itself wouldn't get overrun and destroyed by the majority vote every single time was the basic idea of having an electoral college. So like if you reduce the effective voting value of a human in the North by X amount of value, and you increase it in the South, like you're basically creating like a cosmological constant. So like when we look at the entire universe, we're like, why does it grow at this speed? We can't quite figure out why. So Einstein proposed the cosmological constant, which is like this number. X number, there's a number. I think it's the right number. We'll see. And then you look at the universe and you start measuring things like if it's bigger than this number or if it's less than this number, all the things change. When we found out that Einstein's cosmological constant was like more than just a guess, it was like actually really close to what we really needed. And so like if you look at like what we do with political systems or whatever, like you're gonna find a constant. Then maybe we should be aiming towards this thing. We'll try this, we'll try that, and awesome. It'd be cool if
No,
like
I
we could find like a happy
totally
medium in the
understand.
middle. And
I
that's
totally understand where you're coming
Yeah.
from. Like, I actually think that California offers a pretty useful example.
Yeah,
because
I do too.
Because we have more humans than any other state. First of all, we also have a disproportionate like preponderance. We're not like Iowa where there are just 2 cities. We are a country in and of ourselves. I mean, there are more Californians than there are Australians globally. We are an
Is it
economy.
the third biggest economy in the world? I think it's
We're the
third.
5th. We're the 5th.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, we're behind like the US as a
Okay.
whole. Although if you took us out of the US, that would look different. But the US, Germany, Japan,
England or
and
something.
fucking
Yeah.
probably the UK.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey,
And then
Especially at the Brexit,
California.
because yeah.
Let me interrupt for a second.
Oh my
Annette's
God.
got to go, guys. I just want to tell Annette, thanks for joining us. Be safe,
Annette.
and I hope we wake up.
Yes,
with better
thank
results.
you.
Be well, girl.
Yes.
Yes, it's been really fun. This has been really enlightening, and I've learned a whole bunch of stuff, and I've never looked this closely at an election race before or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Well,
I feel I
thank
feel
you.
smarter for having been here tonight. So
Thank you for explaining your experience and some of the things that you had to deal with as well. That's really
Absolutely.
useful.
Well, and the more you learn, you don't know
oh yeah,
shit.
no problem. I know, right?
The more you learn.
All
like,
right. Mwah.
All right, Annette. Love you, girl.
Have a good one, girl.
Good night, you guys.
Night.
Love you too.
But yeah, we've got one hell of a setup here because I just looked up my local rep here. John Hoadley is down 60 to 61 to 34%. And again, this is without all those mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
So,
the thing that's the
he's
thing
got a
that's
chance.
okay. So
Yeah. But
the
it's
funny
2 to
thing
1. man.
is,
2 to 1.
in this election, though, like I don't put anything past anyone because all of the returns are getting counted in an order that's not
Mm-hmm.
aligned
Standard.
with our expectations, right?
Yeah.
Like we're old, right? Like
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not. God damn it.
Chris is young.
No,
He's a
well,
puppy.
Chris. Okay, boys, you and I are old,
Okay.
and like I've been through several elections that have not been called on election night. I mean,
I remember 2000
okay.
being called for 500,000 people in the Supreme Court. So, I mean, we had the most recent election in 2016. There's a 3 million person deficit. So, millennials don't exactly have like this like graceful period where we've seen like all this wonderful. It's been nasty since 2000.
No. And actually, that's my hope for the future because you guys have grown up with the dysfunction of the system.
Man,
And
glaring.
youth votes are up in most states by, in some cases, 300%.
Yes,
You know?
I know. In
And
Texas,
some of
you're
those
looking
votes have
at
not been
record numbers.
Yep.
1,000% in Hawaii.
I
And some of those, this is the thing that our system gets wrong. They only survey likely voters.
Yeah.
And that's what gives me hope, because I am the freaking Crown Royale hopeful person that you'll survey, right? In terms of what do you want? Like, I have voted in every election. I am a white woman. I live in the suburbs. Yeah, I'm married to an immigrant, but I'm a fucking married woman. I work and I am reliable as fuck about voting. And it was really nice this election cycle, while we were going through all the shit with Yang, where like YouGov was trying to pull the plug on any vote because like I was like, you cannot fault my credentials. I am the likely voter. You can kick all these other motherfuckers out, but I show up every fucking time.
Hey guys, Biden's speaking on CNN right now. It says.
Ooh,
trying to find it.
Okay.
Clicky. Put your finger in the right hole.
I'm going, oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I can't show the video.
Obviously.
I got
the audio.
In the end, more than likely, what he's saying is that we need to wait until the morning. We're going to be looking towards tomorrow. It's going to be, I mean,
he's gonna be like, I'm tired, guys. I'm going home.
Yeah, he's gonna go home. He's gonna just chill for a minute. Like, we need to give everything a minute. Well, it's something like it's not a bad thing, but like there are people who are gonna look at this and be like, we didn't have a resolution on election night.
Ask yourself.
Okay, here we go, guys.
I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election.
Oh,
and
shit.
by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats,
take that down.
congratulations here in Delaware.
You guys can hear it okay in the mic?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, John, the Gov. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk.
Okay, that was weird. Just a bunch of fucking honking now. So
Everything this year is weird, though, boys. I mean, this is actually a pretty normal.
That is way normal. A religious Catholic dude closing out his campaign on a religious Catholic point.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty straightforward.
Well, just it kills me. He always says, "My grandpa, like I'm from Scranton. He lived there for like 2 years or some shit, and just kind of a funny little thing I always noticed." And my grandpa said, Joey, I got to work on my Biden impression now.
No. You need to work on your Christopher Walken impression because that's what I just heard right now.
Well, you got to have more Biden.
No,
I'm riding with
come on,
Biden.
boys.
Come on, cowbell.
Boys. Don't go
That's
there.
all I
Don't
want.
go there. Don't go.
Hey guys,
No,
just so
I
you
think
know,
that was actually.
I've done some very good impressions of Trump on TikTok. I just started doing it. It's fucking hilarious.
No, you have done very good Trump impressions. But you need to work on basically all of the rest of them.
You've done
my
old
friend.
white guy impressions with TikTok. TikTok is for young people. We're done.
No,
I have enough gray
no.
hair. I have enough gray hair kind of just daily for my 2 and 5 year old that there's no chance that I will ever even remotely be involved in anything that has TikTok associated with it.
There is a lane.
Cheers, pal.
There's a lane in TikTok I'm going to try and fulfill. So I'm not doing a lot of political content on there. I'm just doing funny impressions and making fun of low-hanging fruit. And then when I need to, I'll switch it. Like that Kyle Watson kid. Kyle Watson.
Yeah, that guy. Uh-huh.
Over 1 million fucking people listen to him about other bullshit. Yeah, he has over 1 million subscribers on TikTok. And their YouTube channel because when Trump threatened to shut down TikTok, they said, "Hey guys, we're going on TikTok. We're gonna get off TikTok and we're gonna do
No, he moved over
the
to
Kyle Rittenhouse or whatever. He's the guy that shot like
Yeah.
people
No.
in Philadelphia.
We're not talking about Kyle Rittenhouse.
No,
There
Kyle
is
the kid that was on here earlier.
Yes.
5 minutes talking real fast.
Okay.
So they went from TikTok with 1 million subs and said, "Listen, guys, we're gonna put all of our content on YouTube as well, just as a backup in case Trump shuts it down."
And of course.
And this is like 2 months ago. 291,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Good for him.
That's a money source.
Good for Google. Good for Google.
Good
And,
for Google. You damn right it is.
Dude,
Yeah,
okay, so I had a little bit of an existential crisis yesterday because in California, you sign up for this like ballot tracking system, right?
Yeah.
And so I got the notification when my ballot got sent to me.
That's
I
cool.
got the notification when my ballot arrived. I filled out my ballot. I submitted it. And I was told I would get a notification when it was counted,
Yeah.
right?
I suspect that didn't happen.
No, that did not happen, right? So last night, my entire neighborhood was having this like existential crisis of what do we do tomorrow? Like, how do
So
we
your
make
whole
sure
neighborhood
that, like,
didn't have confirmation that you had sent in?
none of us did. Everyone that used this one, and I cannot account for anyone else, but my whole neighborhood, everyone that I know, put their ballots in at this local drop box at the community center because it's the closest drop box. There are two in our city, right? One of them's at the library, the other one's at the community center. The community center one is new because they shut down polling places. And so they were like, okay, we're adding this one. It'll make it easier for people. What's going on?
I can't read that far away. I will be making a statement tonight, a big win.
Oh my God.
He's gonna claim some kind of weird victory without really saying it. You know what I mean? What a weirdo.
Anyways, you were
sorry.
So anyway, long fucking story, probably longer. My entire fucking town didn't get any sort of, at least everyone that I know who only use this one Dropbox, none of us got confirmation. So today we were all chasing down like, hello, have you gotten, what's going on? Because half of us, the like website said that the vote had been counted, and the other half were like, meh, but we all dropped it at the same time.
Uh-oh. We lost her. She's having an existential coughing fit.
It's that California coffee shit, man. Like,
isn't California where they had the Republicans who were literally sued in court and ordered to take down the fake fucking boxes? The ballot boxes in California?
Oh yeah, they were putting up fake ballot boxes.
No. The Republican Party just refused. So they call it ballot harvesting. And they're basically saying, like, if you want to bring your ballot to X, Y, Z, you can bring it there, and we'll bring all of your ballots to, you know, the county commission or whatever. And they're like, that sounds sketchy as balls, and we're not gonna accept that in a lot of cases. But like some places apparently that I guess it didn't get questioned as far as it needed to be. So like that was a real deal. Like you could actually do that.
Well, Trump just made a tweet that says, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." You fucking guy. And they aren't.
Well, I mean, we've heard this a million times. It's like it's a general understanding of logistics.
Oh, come on. You're asking too much of this fucking baboon.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they don't understand a basic level of logistics, and so like,
yeah, that's crazy, man. I'm gonna text Matt and see if Matt wants to jump in here with us. That motherfucker. Let me see if I get Matt. He's the one that's on the up and up on this shit.
So basically, the general AP statistics is it's still leaning Biden. It's still giving a general leaning towards everything that he's got going on. I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine waking up and being bummed about that.
Wait, what? I'm trying to copy this damn link. Let me see. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that he's so predictable. I mean, just come on, man. Get a fucking.
Well, I mean, we expect anybody in power to basically delegitimize or restrict any questionable positions of power. And so, like, in the end, a person in power is going to question any kind of change of power.
Okay, they just called Florida for Trump.
Of course they did. It's like, where else would Florida go?
We've known that for hours.
I know.
Jesus.
To hell?
Where else would Florida go?
If they don't change their ways?
No. Where else would Florida go in all reality?
Fuckers. Let me see here. Let me send this to Twitter. Let's see here. Zach and Matt.
I mean, the truth is, we are not going to know anything tonight.
No.
Unless, there's
we'll
some.
know the basic, like, the numbers that they give. Like, they're probably not going to be.
We'll know the remaining mass.
Yeah.
Right? Like, some places are obvious. California's done. New York's done. Like, a bunch of places are done.
Yeah.
It's the remaining math that matters now.
Yeah, it's gonna get interesting in the morning. We'll just wake up and be like, "Oh, okay, cool."
Yeah, well, it's kind of how it was in 2016. It's like I just like this is terrible. This hasn't gone even remotely as I expected it would. I woke up and it was just as bad as I hoped it would not have been, but unfortunately, like, you just kind of have to deal with it. It's like it's the same expectations that I had for tomorrow. It's just like it's gonna be shitty in Ohio, but like I was hoping that it wouldn't be so blatant that like everybody could just rub it in my face.
Yeah.
So like Ohio didn't win like just blatant in total. So like if people can like just like meh all day tomorrow. So like tomorrow it'll just be like it's just a normal day of work.
Yeah.
Like, I disagree with
Well,
you, but you whatever, but like it won't just be like it's just like a total just drain on your system. You know what I mean? Like it'd be like, oh, this sucks, but like it won't just drain you or everything you have.
Well, I came in with the expectations of going to sleep tonight knowing that Trump is up by fucking 10% or whatever, you know, like a popular vote.
Yeah.
Because of the mail-in ballots. I thought, okay, if it's within 10%, Trump is fucked.
Yeah.
Because of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia is still not totally set either.
Well, no,
Georgia,
I mean,
85%. Oh yeah, Georgia's about done.
no, Georgia.
Yeah.
Well, Georgia's got a lot of outstanding absentee votes. That said, I think he's ahead enough that it's probably
It's 300. He's up. Oh, here, let me bring it up. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking at the shit without you. So right now, Trump is up about 300,000 votes.
Yeah.
85% reporting.
That's a big chunk. Like
that's a big one. Yep. It looks like the Libertarian Party's not going to make the 5% threshold again.
Oh, the only thing they're gonna do is create a black hole.
Sorry, JoJo.
I'm not joking. Like, we need to all just pick one of the outside parties and say, fuck it, we're taking it over.
Yeah.
Like,
we actually said this earlier on. It's like creating a legitimate parliamentary system where, like, it isn't 1 or 2. It's like 3 or 4.
6 or
Like
7.
you cannot create a government unless you have 50% of the fucking populace. If you don't have 50%, you're a bag of dog shit, and you got to fucking find people to create a full-on government. Like I
You
mean,
got to compromise.
yeah, something just to create something real.
That's why I keep saying ranked choice voting is the closest we'll get to parliament without having amendment, without an amendment, to have a parliamentary. I think there should be.
We don't need necessarily an amendment. There's nothing in the Constitution that says there only needs to be 2 major parties. We just historically have aligned around 2 parties.
Right. But
and some of that is historical. Some of that is like the amount of money that goes into the shit, and then the steamroller that comes behind that money. Like,
well, the day that the DNC and the RNC took over the debates is when they took control of the entire fucking process. It used to be the League of Women Voters who were in charge of debate moderation.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's
back
right.
in '72, I think it was.
It was. I think it was until '76, actually.
Well, I think 72 was the last time they moderated it. 76, the DNC and RNC took over and did the whatever that committee they have formed.
Right. Yeah.
The duopoly has a unified voice in that respect. It's fucked up. Hey Nate, thanks for hanging in there, brother. I get it. It's late. It's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Chris has got his PBR. I got fucking Shock Top.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna get my dark beer tonight, but I thought if I drink 3 or 4 of those fuckers, I'm gonna be fucking snoozing. Get your ass.
Well, that's like what, the 12% something.
Yeah,
something?
heavy stuff. I like the real dark stuff. It's really good, man.
Get yourself into a dark stuff, man. It's like have a couple of 6 foot. That's just too much.
Yeah, you're in trouble. But
you're in.
Shock Top is nice and smooth. You can drink one every half an hour. You're fine.
It's all good.
Think about it. 5%.
Either way, you find yourself looking at the analysis of the situation of where we are and who we are as a nation, and you can make your own personal analyses. Like I used to wake up with my friend when I was in college, and I'd be like, "What? Good morning. Why is there a Busch Light in the beer in the shower?" And he'd be like, "Yeah, it was a cereal or it was Busch Light." But that was how I decided that I was gonna start my day. It's like, sometimes you just when you're
I always choose Golden Grams over a Bud Light breakfast. Yeah.
But also, this kid
That sounds right.
This guy was also the guy who graduated top of his class in the business community, and he also would drink a glass of whiskey while he was like studying for his exams. So like,
I know that same guy. I went to Berkeley.
Yeah, so like,
and I had a friend who did the same thing, right? And spoke the truth 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Like one day you walk in and you're like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Why haven't you paid your rent?" And he kind of rolls over and his belly leans off of the whiskey bottle that he's lying on, and then he just says, "I'm not proud." And then you're like, okay, cool. But he still graduates top of his class and notices everything that's going on. And it's insane.
you ask him, you're like, "What's the problem?" And he's like, "I'm just studying for my exam." And you're like, "There was like 35 people here last night. I don't understand how that works."
Rob says he thinks the Republicans took the House. I don't think so.
No fucking way.
And what?
I think they took
Michigan.
No, and
maybe the state
Rob lives in
house
West Virginia.
up somewhere.
No, Rob lives in West Virginia. Yeah, because like, let me think.
There's no rub pubs in the like national House of Representatives. There's no way.
Well, it looks like they're going to secure the Senate, though.
Oh yeah,
as of right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Republicans
What's going
secured
on in Montana? That was actually like a little bit of a competitive race, yeah?
Nope, it's called. They called that
for
Trump.
for who?
Yep, they called it for Trump.
No.
They
I mean the
called it.
Senate.
Oh,
Oh.
the Senate candidacy.
Yeah, because the Democratic candidate was the former governor, and that it sounded like he
That's
was.
Washington.
Oh
That's
shit!
Washington.
Well, okay,
That's
fine.
what's her name? The lady. Shit. I did some phone banking for her. Shit. In Tacoma, Washington, mayor. Ah, hell. She's one of the
No, but
humanity.
I don't think that flips it. I thought it was Montana. I could be wrong. Because
Well,
both the senators from Washington are already Democrats, right?
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
So
No, but
so
like
no, I think Montana was the one that I was like looking at to see if
Could be.
maybe the former governor can come out.
There we go. Montana Senate race. Oh, Steve Bullock.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah.
It's not called yet. Yeah, Bullock has the name recognition.
It's a tough one though. It looks like it.
Yeah, Montana's just tough. And they
It's
have
red.
you only have 64% reporting too, so yeah. Yeah, Steve Bullock has name recognition. Isn't he one of the Democrats that ran for president for a minute?
Yeah, for
What's
a
that?
hot second.
Yeah,
because
man.
he was a Democratic senator from a red state, still is. I'm sorry, not senator, governor. He was a governor there.
Yeah.
And
Right.
then when his presidential campaign didn't go anywhere, he decided to run for Senate instead.
He's like, I gotta get a job.
Well, man, I wish that like Beto and some other people did the same thing. You know, where it's like, okay, I've got the name recognition, let me use it.
Yeah.
Well, what they're doing is they're jockeying for position in the Biden administration. That's what they're doing.
Of course they
Look at
are, which is
Pete
fucking
Buttigieg
bullshit.
and Buttigieg and Andrew Yang is doing the same thing.
I know.
They're out there
That's the
campaigning
game.
for Joe
That's
to
the
get a
fucking
spot.
game.
Damn right.
It's one of the things where you question what is like the independent vote. Like,
Mhm.
so you see how deeply in the establishment.
Yeah, they're entrenched.
How deeply they get entrenched. And so like the Yang vote and like the Yang perspective, like it's awesome where they are. How far did they push what is considered like an electable position, an electable person inside, whatever is like the new version of Democratic Party, like that's really cool. It's like we can see like the real things growing, and we can see real things changing inside the Democratic Party, and then that's awesome. I my suspicion is that it's like way more resistance to change as to like what we would love to have seen, like with the Yang perspective, and like all of like the progressive stuff, like whether or not they would have actually done the things that if led to be, and it just given free reign, like whether or not we would have done those things, I don't think we would have done them. And like I would love to see like those things actually happen.
You know what's funny, Chris, is like I came from a deeply like my family, well, my parents were hippies.
Yeah.
They voted Democrat like hell. And they also made sure that they were actually very fair with me and my brother about how they talked about politics and how they educated us about both sides, And my dad, like, okay, so his uncle was the freaking governor of New Mexico, who was a Republican. He was a freaking Nixon judicial appointee later on. And like, so dad came from like the old school, like let me think about this. His great grandfather founded Lincoln, Nebraska. It used to be called Salt Creek, but they named it after like the founder of their party. His son fought in John Brown's raids, ended up being a goddamn Pony Express rider, and then ended up fighting all 4 years for the Union, right? but was deeply Republican because of that, right? They all end up out in Colorado, and they were hardcore GOP, right? But dad grew up in the hippie revolution and was like, look, I see what my parents are saying. I just don't agree with it. And we need more of that, where it's like, I see what the other side is saying, but here's my counterpoint, as opposed to this like the whole duopoly, you are with me or you're against me, this is the argument and this is the counter argument, and if you think anything in between, that's why we don't fucking know what's going on with the 40% of Americans roughly that are independent. That's why we don't know, because we don't bother to investigate. It drives me nuts.
Not only that, ranked choice voting in a third party would inspire more voter participation. There's more people that don't fucking vote. So, like, if there's any way we could get this to like 75% voting, 80% voting, third party is in play with a ranked choice voting where you can bring in new people, say, fuck this duopoly. You know, like, what are we going to do here? And you can inspire people to become involved or active at least enough to vote.
I think you have to do a little more than that, and that's
you got to do a little
the
more
thing
than
that
that.
I'm worried about.
Absolutely. I'm just saying ranked
Because
choice voting gives us that lane, because no matter what, people want to vote for a winner. If they
But
can't
here's
vote for their one, they'll vote for their two and make them their one. Just like it is right now. I'd rather vote for Yang than fucking Biden.
dude, okay, here's the deal
No?
though. And this is something that like drives me nuts about California politics. Like everyone's like, "Oh, we're a bunch of hippies." No, we're not. Gavin Newsom last year vetoed a bill to pass ranked choice voting statewide.
Actually, Massachusetts just voted no on their Prop 2 for ranked choice voting as well.
Yep.
That's
They just
awful.
said that's fucking dumb. It's counterintuitive.
Well, the thing that Gavin Newsom said was, I have some concerns about the education and people messing up their vote because we're making it more complicated. And it's like, motherfucker, we are specifically also adding funds for public education in the same proposition.
But here's my thing, though. I don't give a fuck what his opinion is.
No, I don't either.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you weren't voted to give your opinion. You're voted to fucking represent your voters.
Yeah.
We voted on this shit, and you're gonna veto this shit?
Well,
It's
what's
anti-democratic.
really funny is, but Gavin has been super consistent on this. Actually, he was on. So I lived in San Francisco for about 15 years. The rest of my life I've lived in the East Bay, but I've basically been a Bay kid my whole life. But I lived upstairs from his progressive opponent when he ran for mayor. And before that, when he was on the Board of Supervisors, he voted against ranked choice voting in San Francisco and he lost. And because of that, for the next 12 plus years that I lived in San Francisco, I got to have ranked choice voting and it was fucking awesome.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
In San Francisco. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about
We've
that.
had it there. We've had it there for years. And when I moved out to the East Bay, I was really disappointed to see that I didn't have that option anymore. Right? So for me, it was like, if I lived in San Francisco still, I could easily rank number one. I'm going to say the name wrong. Shah Sid for Congress, who's Nancy Pelosi's Democratic progressive challenger.
Shahid Buttar.
Shahid, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
I had
you.
him on. He's a great candidate.
Dude,
He's a
so
great candidate.
good.
They
And
just
I
called
can
Texas for Trump, by the way. Of course. 212 to 223. Oh my God.
it was a pipe dream.
Jesus Christ. Oy.
It's going to be awful.
Yeah.
Neither party might get the majority, and then what do we do?
Well, the worst case scenario is a tie. Someone's gonna get the majority because the third party's not gonna get a single fucking electorate. So it's possible. 269, 269. Well, here's what happened. 269 to 269. The Senate chooses the president. The House chooses the vice president, or vice versa. I can't remember which one it is. Do you know, Chris? Uh-oh. Chris, you pass out, brother? You with us?
Chris, hello.
If it's a tie, the Senate chooses the vice president or the president. What up, Matt?
Yo, how's it going? How you doing, boys?
Yes, sir.
Matt, what up?
Hello, hello.
This is quite the shit show, brother.
Yes, it is indeed. It's going exactly as I planned. I thought it was gonna be really close because like Biden was up in a lot of states, but I feel like after 2016 and just the fact that he was up, but it wasn't like insane numbers, you just gotta expect kind of anything, and it looks like we're in for a nail biter.
Well, no matter what happens tonight, we're not gonna know.
Yeah, I mean
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania can't count. So take them all fucking week.
This is my take. I think Trump's going to hold on to North Carolina and Georgia, and then I really think that Biden can come back and wish Michigan and Wisconsin still. But just looking at Pennsylvania, I don't understand how he can possibly do it. I know Biden just said that he thinks he can come back, but show what the percentage is.
He's down by 12 points.
Yeah, right now Trump's up by 680,000 votes. And they were just showing on CNN that so far only 1/3 of the mail-in vote has been counted.
Right. That's
but
the thing. Like
that mail-in vote has gone so far 80% for Biden and 20% for Trump, which is amazing numbers. It's so amazing that there's no way that it can maintain through when they count the rest of that the remaining 2/3 of the early vote.
Will it make up that gap?
Yeah, and then so that's what I'm wondering is if it's enough. Let's say Biden wins the remaining 30% of the early vote, even like 65-35. I don't know if that's enough to overcome just such the huge 680,000 or 670,000 vote lead. I mean, we could try to do some math real quick.
I'm going to do it.
All right.
Pennsylvania. Mail-in votes. 2020. Let's see how many they had mail-in. Let's see here. So in Michigan, I looked this up that Michigan had 5.6 million people vote. 2.9 million were in person today. 3.26 were mail-in. And so I really think that Michigan's going to be in the bag for Joe Biden.
I don't know. I wouldn't call it in the bag, but I'd say that he can definitely still win it. Like whereas Pennsylvania, we can look at the math, but I
No, I agree. With Pennsylvania, I agree with you. I don't see the path. Just doing like mental math without actually crunching the numbers, like intuition says no. But I do agree with Boyce on Michigan, which might make a difference.
and that's where it's interesting because if Biden, do we have a map up? What is the situation if Biden wins Wisconsin and Michigan, Trump wins with PA, and Biden holds Nevada? He already won Arizona.
Okay, what do you say now? If Trump wins,
so
if Biden wins,
give
what?
give Trump PA.
Yep.
And then give Biden Wisconsin and Nevada. Where are we at? Does that make a Biden win?
What about Michigan?
Wow. What's the Nebraska 2nd congressional district at right now?
That's a good question. I gave that one to.
Let me look it up.
I heard earlier on the Twitterverse that it seemed to be leaning Biden, but I
saw Biden.
That it was done.
I saw
that's where
Biden.
what's her name's at too. The Humanity Forward candidate.
Yeah, she's down right now by like 6 points.
Okay.
But I saw Biden was up by like 10.
There she is.
But
Karen. She's doing good, dude. That's pretty cool. That's pretty good.
Okay, right now the congressional race is 96% in, and Don Bacon's winning by 4 points.
Yes, by
what's
12,000
why can I?
votes.
Wee.
Okay, they're showing it on CNN right now.
Okay.
Biden's winning it 53-45.
In Nebraska.
I think he's gonna hold. Yeah. In Nebraska's CD
In Nebraska
too.
too. Yeah.
So I think Biden's gonna hold that.
That
So we
one-
could right now, if everything were to stay the same, but Biden holds Nevada and then can come back in Michigan and Wisconsin, and Trump wins PA, it's a nail biting 270 to 268. But that is, dude, that would be headed for the courts.
No, but this
That
is
would be
also Michigan,
challenged.
But I gave one of the districts in Maine to him because
I think Trump's gonna win that. So
both districts.
just the
Yeah.
second district, yeah.
Oh, the
He's currently
second-
up in it by like 5.
No, I have it backwards then because oops, wrong.
No, you have it. I think you have it right.
Well, because if you go to Maine,
It's Maine 2.
so this entire
Maine too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Maine 1, and Maine 2 is all the red.
yeah, so but I had it backwards then on my map. But
Okay.
anyway, yeah, it's a 1.
It's the same thing.
Yeah,
Oh no, you have it right. Oh wait, no. Oh, you have it wrong. But it's functionally the same thing.
the same number.
It
Wait, no,
counts
yeah.
out the same.
Yeah.
So, but here's the thing, in Maine, Biden's winning the overall state too, right now.
Yeah, he's gonna hold that. He's gonna win the state.
So that's the thing. I have it backwards here. So technically, this no wait, I do have it blue. One, yeah, I have it right.
Man, if he
Yeah.
wins, he wins the freaking
CNN just gave
for
Trump Texas.
Oh yeah, that was called a long time ago.
that makes sense.
Iowa's been called. Montana's been called. Utah's been called. So my map wasn't too far off.
My map wasn't too far off either. I called 279, 259 for Biden. Dude, we'll see. I guess it.
called 273, so I'm pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah, I had it. I didn't give Minnesota. I gave them PA, but not Minnesota. So I had a little bit of a bigger gap because of that mistake. But it's flipped. So again, North Carolina. Oops, shit, whatever.
So if this were to hold, Trump would have to win Michigan or Wisconsin.
Right.
Now, here's the one
Yep.
thing I'll throw out there. I'm not so confident that Biden can win Nevada. Like, I obviously think he's going to win, but I just have this little feeling, and I'll tell you why. Because Nevada has been hit harder by any other state by the COVID lockdowns. And there's a lot of people who might just be like, you know, I just want to get back to work and like reopen the economy. And maybe they vote Trump, whereas maybe before they didn't even come out to vote, or maybe
but
they did vote Dem.
All these numbers being reported.
Yeah,
in the
they're
full
all.
area.
I know Las Vegas isn't in, so I still think the state's going to go to Biden.
Yeah.
But if there is a don't book it in yet, is basically what I'm saying, because this is all this.
Fair.
We're so close; it all matters.
Damn right it does. This is fucking crazy, dude. Like I was telling Emmy, I've never paid attention like this in my goddamn life. I took the I took the entire week off of work.
Wow.
The entire fucking week. So trying to develop the daily news show, you know, and do this, I was like, fuck it, I'm taking a whole week off. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Immigrant Son says 80% of 2/3. Oh, thank you very much. 1.06. So if Biden got 80%, you still get that'd be a 400,000 vote padding for him. So if he got 70%, that'd be really close to being a tie in a PA.
So there's a path for him there.
It's possible if he maintains this 70-ish% of the mail-in vote, it'd be very, very close. Again, this bullshit's going to go to the courts. It's going to be a goddamn bloodbath. It's just pathetic. It's just ridiculous. our votes should not be decided by the Supreme Court, but considering they're trying to throw away.
Actually, so in my last job working at the German company, I worked with a lot of people that grew up in failing democracies, and they're like, yeah, whatever, like this is what happens. But getting a little information out of them in terms of like, well, why does this happen? Why, does no one end up caring? Why does this end up happening? Right? A lot of it speaks to what we're going through as a country right now, which is like this, it's either this or that. There's no nuance, right? Like, I was reading earlier, like, Lenin basically said that, like, fascism is the byproduct of a failing system of capitalism. And maybe that's what we're going through right now. So how do we counteract that? That's I still have hope, but I am also thinking strategically about what we do next,
Well, that's the thing though, like this clearly is not a blue wave unless Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania all go blue. That's the only blue wave option left. If not, it's going to go to the courts and it's going to be drug out for another month. If it's going to be close, it's going to be in the courts. It's going to be a fucking disaster.
Yeah. I just got invited on Pat's stream. I'm going to hop on that one. And then I'm going to go back to my live tweeting voice.
Okay, bro.
Get at it.
Yeah, got to call those races.
Later,
right.
man.
See ya.
Yep.
Good luck.
Always.
Bye.
Yeah, Matt's
right,
he's a pretty sharp guy, man. You out, Emmy?
Well, yeah, I'm about, oh God, like I want to have the comfort blanket of being with a friend right now, but at the same time, I'm like, we won't know anything for hours or days or
That's the
weeks.
thing. It's 1:30 here in Michigan. I'm just like, okay, what else can I learn
bro,
to
like let's shut it
even gonna fucking work, Yeah, I think we're at the point where, okay, we can't learn much more from this, unfortunately, than this fucking map is a disaster. There is no blue wave unless he wins 1, 2, 3 of these.
Yep.
Like literally 3 of them.
No, I was doing the election math with my friend earlier, and I was just like, girl, like, there is no blue wave. And if there is, we won't know tonight. So
We won't know until maybe like Friday.
If we're lucky.
Because like he was saying, to count one vote every second, 150,000 votes would take 40 hours.
Dude, like, I hope that it's a little bit faster now because we're not dealing with like hanging chads. But yeah, it's slow. It's slow going.
And hanging chads have already hung it up. Florida's done. So
thank God.
We'll
I actually like I'm sad that it didn't swing blue, but at the same time I'm like that was always gonna happen, so at least we know now.
Yeah. So yeah, 62% in Michigan. Man, I really think Biden's going to close this gap rather quickly in Michigan.
I really hope so.
So we're still good here in Michigan. This still leaves us what we need. Let me fix
We'll
this.
see about Nevada and a couple others, but like, yeah.
Has Nevada been? Wait, New Hampshire?
No, Nevada has nothing. We don't know.
Blue. Virginia is the other one.
How is Virginia even close?
Someone say this is the toss-up still. This is a toss-up still. No, Virginia is done. That's blue, right?
It is? We know that for sure.
Yeah, it's been called. Yep, see?
Okay.
So, it's just Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, North Carolina, and Georgia are all the unknowns. North Carolina, Georgia. And
Georgia, dude, call it red. It's not it. I do not see a path in Georgia.
well, Georgia he's down by 220,000 votes with 88% reporting. So the thing with Georgia, they're counting mail-in ballots now because they've already done all the stations. It's 1:30 in the morning. So
Yeah, I just
chance we can close the gap. I don't know. It's a chance. I don't
so
know.
here's my thing with Georgia, right? I've got a number of friends, right, that live there, and I hope it's a representative sample. I have a couple of friends that are diehard, I am going to get out to vote. And I have a couple of friends that are like, I've never voted and I don't care.
Oh,
And they cross race and gender lines. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't feel confident that the numbers will show up. But we'll see. We'll see. I hope
Well,
I'm
with
wrong.
Georgia it's the youth vote, the college age kids in Georgia. That's really been the mail-in ballot types, and it's just there's a lane there. It's not called, but wait, Nevada, Arizona, have those been called? Oh, they're not called yet. Those aren't called. They're close.
I think Arizona is like closed and close, but I think they called it, and I could be wrong, but I
Nope, 77% reporting. Yeah, hasn't been called yet. It's still just shaded. It's not dark blue yet. Yeah, so Nevada is gonna definitely go to as soon as Reno and Vegas. Look at Vegas just chimed in. Bam, Biden's up. Just that simple.
Yeah.
Look how fast that changed. Yeah, Biden's up by 30,000 votes as soon as you show Vegas. So it was like 60-40 Trump, I think.
Okay.
And so now I just need Reno and shut the door on Nevada.
Ugh,
The map
we'll
is still
see.
good here. But Nebraska's one district, Maine's one district. Then Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Man, it's the same old shit, man. The same old swing. It's so predictable. So predictable.
Of course it is, because the
Hey,
system
man.
was designed to support this shit.
I appreciate the super chat, brother. Yang Gang PTO. Is that for paid time off? That's great. I appreciate the super chat. It's
PTO.
awesome.
That's
That's
awesome.
what they call it. Work paid time off. Oh, I see. Because I took the week off. I get it. I appreciate that, man. That's awesome. But yeah, I'm still 100% thinking that Michigan's going to go to Biden, and that's going to make it damn near a tie. And so you got to get someone. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
No, it's gonna be, boys. It's gonna be bad. It's not gonna be good.
Well, no matter what, if it's close, it's bad, and it's already going to be that.
Well,
So it's already that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're here. It's gonna be shit. And now we have to problem solve for what we do next.
If the Democrats lose to Trump twice, come on.
I pray to Jesus that that's a wake-up call, that they have to fix some shit. Because here's the deal. Like, Trump was the wake-up call to the Republicans. They responded fucking terribly.
Or
But-
if he wins, they didn't.
Well, no,
If he wins,
I
it justifies
do
their
fear.
betrayal of their own people.
I do fear that that's the outcome, but that is not the point that I'm making. So let me just step back.
I bet.
So the thing that really bothers me is that the Republicans have already come to terms with, although not adjusted their strategy towards fixing some underlying issues, but They already came to terms with the fact they don't get to anoint a candidate anymore. The Democrats have not gotten there, even close.
No, they've proven that.
They want to anoint the candidate. I mean, to a certain extent, like
Corporate
coming
donors.
from living in San Francisco, I'm like, of course Kamala Harris was always going to be the VP nomination. And I don't mean that for any reason other than she checks a lot of boxes. I like her personally.
Who's that?
But I think Kamala Harris.
Oh, Kamala. Okay.
Yeah. And I think that a big part of the reason that she ended up as the VP pick is because she checked a lot of boxes. I do also think that she's highly qualified, and I'm not sad about voting for her and Joe Biden. But there's a lot of like, background stuff that no one talks about. And they're like, okay, cool. And to a certain extent, like I worry as a progressive that she has a much more conservative record than I would like, but I also understand why she would have come from that background, being a public official like when she was. And it's a really weird place to come from, but I'm just really frustrated that the ticket ended up looking like what it did. And I have no problem with Kamala being on the ticket, but at the same time, I'm like, Joe Biden was pretty far down in my list of candidates. Like,
He's my
he
bottom
was
line.
above, well, no, he was above, like, Buttigieg for me. He was above a couple of other candidates for me. But, like, for me, I was like, Yang's number one. Fucking, I liked Julian Castro when he was running. I liked Tulsi Gabbard when she was running. Like, and she ran a lot longer than a lot of the others. But it's like, Jesus Christ. Every time I filled out one of those YouGov surveys, it was like, who do you like? And I'm like, I like these people. Oh shit, all of the people dropped out. How does that happen?
Because they say so.
I know. That's the
Shill
fucking
here.
problem.
Yeah, Shill says the Democratic establishment will never learn anything ever. They'll claim they lost for not taking enough to the right with Biden and run a more conservative neo-lib in 2024. Oh, I hope you're wrong, brother. I hope you're
Jesus
wrong.
Christ, I hope you're wrong. Well, but this is
Third
what I was
party.
talking about, boys. Like, we need to all coalesce around one third party.
The People's
Period.
Party. That's what I'm going all in
I
on the
don't
People's
care if
Party.
it's the People's Party. I don't care if it's the Independents. I don't care if it's the Green Party. I give zero fucks. But we need to all say, this is what we're coalescing around.
Yeah.
This is the party we're getting behind because this is all fucked.
Well, I can't get behind the Libertarians for obvious reasons. I can't really get behind the Green Party candidate either because they're environmentally left, they're economically libertarian, and socially left, but their economic libertarianism, I just can't get behind.
So maybe what we really, you might be right. Maybe what we need
What's
is
up,
the
Jimbo?
People's Party. But what I
Appreciate
worry
it.
about with the People's Party is that it's tied a bit to Green New Deal, socialist principles, right? Like we need more people like Cornel West coming out and
Oh,
saying,
God.
no, we're not trying to. No, I mean it though.
No, I
Like
love
coming
Colonel
out.
West. Love him.
I do too.
Yes.
But coming out and saying, like, no, all we're for is this. And that needs to be the coalescing message because otherwise people put it into freaking, they pigeonhole it, and that's where it is. They're socialist. Oh, they're Green Party. Oh, they're anti-capitalist. We can't have that be the message.
Yeah.
And that's what I worry about, like picking up on.
Well,
newer.
I watched the People's Party's. They live streamed their national convention and took a vote and to form a party. And I thought to myself, they are the most aligned with my ideals and how I see the Yang Gang, socially, economically, and culturally. People over products, people over corporate entities. That's why, again, I go back to ranked choice voting is a necessary thing in 2022 to get 2024.
Boys, I agree with you 100%. I'm just being a dyed in the wool, always voted Democratic, have family that are Republican donors, and see how this shit works.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be ruthlessly efficient.
I'm trying to be ruthlessly anti-duopoly is what my movements will be moving forward, no matter how this turns out for me.
Yeah, but buddy, like I agree with you, but for me, like I'm with Kamala Harris on this. You have to get within the structure and understand how it works before you can change it. Because otherwise you're just like throwing shade.
Well, that's what Andrew tried to do.
Yeah.
So it just is all, it just really depends on this race, man. Just if Biden can pull this out, great. If he puts Andrew on his cabinet, awesome. But if either of those don't work, that's the DNC letting Andrew and us know that we're not welcome. You're not needed here. We don't want you here. We just
I don't. I don't, buddy. I am not saying that if that happens, like if Trump wins re-election, if Biden wins and he doesn't take up Yang in some sort of cabinet position, I'm all for getting behind a third party candidate. All I'm saying is we need to be disciplined around which third party we coalesce around. And we need to be realistic that there are people like me who I would get behind the People's Party. I'm into it. But there are other people that form a voting bloc similar to mine that would rather get behind a more establishment party.
Well, yeah, of course. Yeah. But that's why I think 2022 is the perfect time to prove a concept of running a third party candidate at the state level legislation like I would like to do.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was
2022. Let's get cracking. Let's go ahead and try it. I'll be your sacrificial lamb. I'm not running to win. I'm running to introduce an idea of ranked choice voting for the state of Michigan and to introduce publicly funded elections for the state of Michigan, to introduce a value added tax for the state of Michigan to replace the income tax. That way the rich are taxed proportionately, because the DeVos families and the Uptons pay less in taxes than I do because of loopholes. Tax their consumption, not their income. And there's not enough jobs in Michigan to be viable on payroll tax. So I think that aligns perfectly with the People's Party. I think it aligns perfectly with what people want to happen, that are the poor people of this fucking state, man, that's being left behind because of the poor trading deals of NAFTA, of the Bill Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas. So I feel like if I run, I'm running with two middle fingers, not just one. I can't run as a Republican ever. And I don't think I can run as Democrat either. So I'm just kind of thinking, okay, if I'm going to run, I'm running third party, and I don't align with any of the other ones. I align the most with the People's Party. I don't agree with single payer.
But boys, okay, boys.
Yeah.
Let me just, here's my establishment ass political advisor
Yeah.
Monday morning quarterback on the armchair. If you run in 2022,
hmm
you will not get enough money.
That's what they got to. That's what we got to prove, though. Do they have the info? So most of these people are.
Oh, they've got the fucking infrastructure, brother.
I know. I'm
That's
saying,
the issue.
but can they get a candidate elected? That's all I want to know. And I'm willing to be that person because I don't plan on winning in Michigan. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not running. I got a job. I'm okay. I'm thinking about running if my candidate loses. Chokwe Pritchard's awesome. I think he has a really good chance of winning. John Hoadley's in the running.
Yeah, I'm keeping my fingers freaking crossed. Yeah.
So if they both win, that gives me no reason to run, which is great, which means I have good representation, which is a rarity.
Yep.
So I hope that's the outcome. If not, I'm looking at put my hat in the ring and I'm going to challenge both systems. And I'm not running to win. I'm running to upset the apple cart and introduce new ideas and say if enough people get behind me on ranked choice voting and consumption tax instead of income tax, which I need to talk to an economist about that knows the economy of Michigan better.
Yeah.
In the current economy. And knows more about how can we capture income taxes through our tourism, because we have quite a bit of tourism on the side of the state. So can we capture some of that money with a VAT, and then introduce a universal basic income funded by this VAT? Say it's $250, $300. We can prove
Yeah,
this.
it would have to be smaller because just because of the size of the economy in Michigan. That's literally it.
That's it. So that's what I'm looking at. That's
you're trying to carve a lane. You're trying to carve a lane for a third party, and I like that.
And then be different enough to pull from both sides of the aisle. You know,
Boys, I love the idea. I
It's a start.
worry that the amount of are you talking about the state house? You're talking about the state house.
Yes. I need to raise about $400,000 is what it sounds like for state at the minimum. But to run for like Senate, you're talking about $1.6 million. That's a whole lot. And I have no desire to go to Washington. Let's be honest. I don't want to wait kids here.
No
I'll drive to Lansing. I'm not flying to fucking DC. I have no desire to go there. I'll drive 3 hours north, go to Lansing. That's fine. And that's just outside my pay grade, man. No,
man. I mean, here's the deal. Like, if you actually decide to run, like, we'll figure out a way to back you. But
yeah, it all depends on this election, and we'll see. You know, that's actually I'm gonna look that up. How is my man Chokwe doing?
Yeah.
Let me see. Michigan. Oopsie. Michigan State House District 79. So this looks like. Sorry guys, let me share what I'm typing away here and ignoring you for a second.
Now we want.
Okay, let's go to the Time Herald. It's only 30% reporting still.
It's going to be slow going, I think.
Yeah, he's only down by 3,000 votes. And our district had record turnout in our district. See, we're down here in South. This is where I live in Southwest Michigan. I live right there in that line by Lake Michigan. Yep, and she's a first-time incumbent, so it's most likely for her to lose her first re-election. You know, so she's her most vulnerable now in her career.
Yeah, right now.
So,
Yep.
so that's where we're at for mine, my 79th district. Yeah, man. Oh, he pulls it off. But if he doesn't, he doesn't. You know, but I really do think he has a
We'll see
very,
how she
very
rolls.
good chance.
I got my fingers crossed. We'll see.
Hold on,
It's gonna
Shell's got
be a long couple of nights.
Shell
Oh
says,
yeah.
I don't think electoral success is possible in this country. The system is too broken to fix it. We need mass protests, mass unemployment, stock market bottoming out for change to occur. We for sure met at Yangapalooza, but you probably don't remember me. Relatively quiet in the background. I was with Alyssa and Yang for us. We had Daniel stay with it. Okay, well, I definitely met you because I was definitely hanging out with Alyssa and Daniel and I don't know who Yang for us is. I don't know who that is personally. Like I don't know the exact, but I met like I don't know like 1,000 people in Iowa that day. It was awesome. I had my daughter with me. You was probably out front when I was screaming on that goddamn microphone is what it was out front. That was man, that was something else, man.
What a freaking time.
You got it. That got
So
me
full
so
of
fired
hope.
up. Yep. Well, I think we're gonna go ahead and just call this bitch. I'm
Yeah, I think so, buddy.
all we're gonna do now is just bullshit. So I will definitely be going live tomorrow morning, guys, with any kind of updates. I'll put it out on Twitter and Facebook real quick and just go up. I'm not gonna schedule anything. Jesus, depends on what time I wake up in the morning too. Shit, I'm an early riser, but Jesus, it's 2
It's
a.m.
late though.
So it's beer 30.
All right, brother.
We'll do what we can, man.
Didn't
All
call
right.
it.
I can't wait to see you again, Emmy. We're gonna have some fun next time. We're gonna
Miss
go
you, buddy.
live. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me for 5 hours and 45 minutes on a Tuesday night. What the hell? It's Wednesday. It's hump day now. So good luck out there, guys, man. Let's go see what happens. Let's get some rest and see what happens tomorrow, man. It's gonna be a bitch. And hey, Shale, thanks for joining us, brother. You should have jumped in on the link, man, and joined me. So if I go live tomorrow, Shale, let me know. You can jump in with me, man. Let's talk. So I know we have some things we don't agree on. I'd like to talk about. I love talking about that shit. So it'd be fun, man. All right, guys.